Welcome everyone. We are live from the Dhono Dhanyo Auditorium in Kolkata, and we are thrilled to be here bringing you the coverage of the Tata Steel Chess India, India's biggest and strongest tournament. I'm Tanya Sachdev, alongside me, Grandmaster Sahaj Grover. Sahaj, it's the final day of the Rapid. It's a big one. How excited are you?
I'm super excited for this day. You know, we already have some two of this in both sections. We have the sole leaders already, but we can discuss that a bit later. You know, I'm super excited to see how these matches are going to turn up. You know, yesterday that move, I don't know if you remember, Tanya, Rook G3 between SL Narayanan and Abdusattorov. What a move it was! It was I'm hoping to see some exciting chess.
And what a player Nodirbek is, but right now he is in second place. We will break down all the action that's coming your way because this is the crucial day for the players. We will have a champion of the Tata Steel Chess India Rapid in the men and the women at the end of the day. Sahaj, just thinking about all the chess that we witnessed yesterday, I got very less sleep. I was just thinking about the brilliancies that we saw, how dominating Magnus was. Did you manage to sleep well?
I was also thinking about how great you were when it comes to the chess analysis yesterday, Tanya. It was, I mean, you were finding literally every single move. It was something amazing.
I hope the organizers are listening, and maybe next year I can be out there. But right now, the best players in the world are going to be out there in just a few moments. Let's get everyone on point with the format of the event before to set the stage for this big final day of Rapid as you bring up the format. And of course, it's 9 rounds of Rapid. We've had 6. It's the final 3 rounds that will be played today. The players, each of them gets 25 minutes. Every time they press the clock, they make a move, they've got a bonus 10 seconds to add. Now, if there are 2 players who are tied in the Rapid Championship, and it looks like that's a possibility in the men and the women, because Nodirbek, Magnus, neck to neck, Goryachkina, Dzagnidze also very close in battle. We will have 1 game of blitz. So they'll draw out the colors. We'll have 1 game of blitz with 5 minutes and a 3-second bonus time. And this is when it gets fun. If that game ends in a draw, we get the Armageddon. And that's a format so deadly in chess that it's called the Armageddon. What are the chances it goes down to the wire today?
Well, I mean, it's always a possibility, I feel, because, you never know what can happen in the last rounds. But right now, we have sole leaders and, it's anything is possible. Armageddon, although I would love to see it from a viewer's perspective, I find it a bit unlikely at this point.
And that's because in the women, we've got 1 player who's got a point lead and then Magnus a half a point ahead. But also, before we deep dive into the setup and the point system, let's bring up the prizes, what the players are fighting for today, because there's a big paycheck on the line.
Right. Let's have it up on the screen.
And there it is, the prize money. Now remember, Tata Steel Chess India was the first tournament last year. It was a historic moment, becoming the one that has an equal prize fund in the men and the women. So the first player is going to walk off with a $10,000 prize check, and the second goes back with $6,000. So a cool $4,000 jump there, and the third place gets a $3,000. Lots to fight for in the next 3 Rapid games.
Absolutely, and that first and second place, that Armageddon is going to be a lot of fun.
Imagine if it came down to that. But we've got a long day ahead of us before that happens. We've got to go through 3 Rapid games and then a blitz, and that's the final stage. Let's see who are the players who are fighting for the big bucks and for glory today at the Dhono Dhanyo Auditorium. Let's bring up our women's standings, because there's been 1 player who's been so impressive, Saj.
Yep, and there we have it, Aleksandra Goryachkina, and she also, by the way, had a 3 out of 3 result yesterday. She defeated, I believe it was Vantika Vaishali and Katrina Lagno. So she's completely on a roll here, and right behind her is Nana Dzagnidze with a 1 point. She's only 1 point behind, but I feel that in these events, especially in faster formats, the possibility of her catching up is very much alive.
It's rock and roll for Aleksandra Goryachkina. She's been unstoppable so far, and this is what is different from her standing in the men's as well, because Nana Dzagnidze, the player who has the best shot of catching her, is a point behind at 4 points, as we saw in the standings. But these two players have already played against each other back in round 2. That ended in a draw. So there's not going to be a clash between Nana and Goryachkina, which perhaps makes it slightly easier on Alexandra.
Maybe it does, but I believe both players are supposed to be playing pretty tough opposition. So I think it's not going to be easy on either side. Although comparatively speaking, since Goryachkina is already a point ahead, she has, I would say more room for mistakes.
But the players that she's playing, I'm not sure how much a margin of error they let go of that. But before we dive into the path ahead for the players, let's also bring up our men's standings. Because just like Goryachkina, a certain Magnus Carlsen also had a 100% score yesterday. What incredible form, and it wasn't just the scoreline. He was just thrashing his opponents. He did not give them a single chance ahead at 5 points right there. How impressive was Magnus yesterday?
It was really impressive, and and not at all surprising, considering that it's the GOAT of chess. And yesterday, you were right, he defeated Vidit, Gujarati, Narayan Srinath, Wesley and Arjun. Actually, he has won 4 games in a row already.
What a result that's been. And we see there on our screen Nodirbek Abdusattorov. Now he's the one to watch, and he's the one Magnus is watching out for, because Nodirbek is on 4.5 points, just half a point behind Magnus. That's a hotly contested battle, and this is where it gets fun, because these two players are all set to meet each other at the end of the tournament. Look at Nodirbek's road to the Tata Steel Chess India Rapid Championship, and what a performance he's had so far. He started the tournament with a draw against Daniel Dubov, then he wins again. He hasn't lost a single game. Today he's got 3 games. He starts with Wesley So, Arjun, and then finally the final boss himself, Magnus Carlsen. These 3 games, 2 against the Titans, 1 against the newest entrant to the 2800 club. It's a tough day in office for Nodirbek.
Absolutely, absolutely. But I believe he is absolutely ready to, take on this battle and, take on the final boss himself with the white pieces. I'm super excited for that match because, I believe, it's going to be very neck and neck. And him playing Magnus with the white pieces, anything can happen.
Nodirbek's on the board, and the thing is, he believes in himself. He's done it before. He has overcome the challenge of the final boss. He has beat Magnus Carlsen previously. So it's something that's in his head as well. Now, we spoke about Nodirbek's road to the championship of the Rapid. Let's take a look at the road that Magnus has ahead of him as the world number 1. These are the final 3 rounds for him. Let's bring up his road to the championship, and there we see it. Now, Magnus, in classic Magnus style, had a slow start, with the first 2 draws against the 2 Indian youngsters. And then he just steamrolled. What happened there?
I believe the only time he was in any trouble was against Pragg in the first round. He had a slightly worse position there, but after that, I don't believe he had any trouble in any of the games. And of course, he did what Magnus does every single time, just outplay his opponents from basically nothing, squeezing water out of stone. And I believe today is going to be no difference.
We see draw, 1-1-1-1, 4 wins back to back by Magnus. Now this is his road today, right? Vincent, Daniel, Nodirbek. And we saw earlier that Nodirbek is playing Wesley, Arjun and Magnus. And I know all these players are super strong. And Saj, I'm going to put you on a spot here. Who do you think has the tougher road on this last day of Rapid?
Well, if I had, of course, it goes without saying that both of these players have a very, very tough road ahead of them. But I believe, comparatively speaking, to me personally, it would be Nodirbek, because he's playing Wesley So, who's considered to be, an extremely solid player. Then he's got Arjun, who's in the form of his life. He just hit 2800, and then he's got the final boss himself. I believe, for Nodirbek, it's to play Magnus, is as a final boss is definitely a tougher road.
I'll tell you what I want to see today. I want Nodirbek to keep his pace up. He starts with white against Wesley, which is good news for him. He's going to have white against Magnus. I want to see this go down to get decided in that last match. Magnus will be playing against Nodirbek, and imagine a scenario, how it's all worked out. It's a script that you could not have written, that the championship comes down to round 9.
Absolutely, and I think it's going to be a very, very close match. So yeah, let's see what happens.
Let's see what happens. Let's also talk about our women tournament, because there's one player who's running away with it. It's Aleksandra Goryachkina. Now, unlike Magnus, who has a half-point lead, Goryachkina has a full point lead over Nana Dzagnidze. Let's bring up her road to the championship today, because she's been so impressive. Sehaj, what stands out to you as we look at this path?
So she's supposed to play Hampi Kuneru and then Divya Deshmukh and Valentina Gunina, and I think these are all very, very tough opponents. But considering the fact that she's a point ahead of the rest of the field, to me she seems as a favorite to win this championship. But yeah, it's a bit too soon to say.
Yes, because we've got 3 big rapid games coming up. And I look at those final 3 rounds that she's got ahead of her, Hampi and Divya. Now, they're both extremely strong, but in this tournament, they have been struggling with their form. Both Hampi and Divya. And there we've got her on the screen, the girl who's leading the Tata Steel Chess India rapid so convincingly right now. Is she going to start with a win in her first round today? She will be playing against Hampi. It's not going to be easy, but it's clear who is the player who is in better form.
Hampi Ji is known to be a very solid player, and especially with the white pieces, it might be it might be a bit difficult for her to score a win. But it is a rapid format, so anything is possible.
And that's exactly what we love to see. And I also noticed that for Goryachkina, her last round opponent is Valentina Gunina, and she's a player you cannot underestimate. She's a reigning World Blitz champion.
Wow, that is definitely something to watch out for Goryachkina. But of course, going back, to the thing, being 1 point ahead of the rest of the field is definitely something to watch out for. And of course, Nana Dzagnidze is also going to be, she also has a pretty tough road ahead of her. So let's see what happens.
And look who's ahead of us, arriving in the tournament hall, Magnus Carlsen, and we've got ceremonial moves that are about to happen, and it's a little kid, and I'm sure he's a local chess player from Kolkata. How happy he must be feeling right now for this opportunity.
Yup. He must be very, very excited. I know I want to be there to make the ceremonial move, but that's not going to happen.
And this is the one thing that's so awesome about Magnus. Whenever it's about these young kids who come on, you've always seen Magnus with a massive smile, always encouraging, ready for a photo, ready for an autograph. And these moments have a huge impact on the young generation.
Absolutely. You couldn't have said it better. Also, we can see Vidit in the background as usual meditating.
Well, it's been a tough tournament for Vidit Gujarati, this one so far, but he wants to finish on a high today, because let's not forget, yes, we'll have a rapid champion, but there's a whole different tournament that starts tomorrow.
Absolutely. There's going to be a whole different tournament, the Blitz, and that's going to be so much fun. I'm super excited for that as well.
And let's go back to our live scenes coming in from our playing arena. I saw the jackets come off. I saw all the players. They're ready to go. So I think in just a few moments from now, we will have the first moves. It's a packed auditorium. I was out there just a few moments ago. They're all waiting. And it's really interesting. Every time you ask someone from here, who is your favorite player at the Tata Steel Chess India, it's this guy. Everyone has the same answer.
The production team did a great job actually with that timing.
Maybe he's the production team's favorite player as well.
I would not be surprised. And there we have the handshakes, and we will have the first moves for you shortly. Tanya, what do you think is going to happen?
I want to go back. Let's head back and see what actually happens. We've got the handshakes right there in the auditorium. I'm interested to see, for Magnus and for Nodirbek and for Goryachkina, for these 3 players, knowing that they're in the race for the championship, what kind of opening preparation they've got up their sleeves.
Yep, so let's have the analysis board on the screen.
And Magnus starts his day against Vincent Keymer. Now, Vincent, let's not forget, I want to set the stage here a little bit. He's a young German, very strong grandmaster. He is the only player who had the opportunity to halt Magnus at the 2023 World Cup. He won that one game that Magnus lost. The only player to have won a game against him. So he's capable of it. But he starts with the black pieces. It's a semi-Slav structure, as we like to call this triangular pawn formation that we see on the board. What do you make of this approach by Vincent?
It's going to be. Semislav is, has a history of, being a very solid opening, but it also has. I believe this is called Cambridge Springs as well. I believe it's some kind of a hybrid there, and I think the idea is here. The bishop is going to come to b4, and he's going to create some pressure on this knight on c3. As you can see, it's already pinned. I think he's trying to put Magnus under pressure, but it is Magnus after all.
This is a pretty well-known line so far, bringing the queen out early to pin that knight that is on c3. And I think before we deep dive into any of it, let's bring up our bird's eye view to get an overview of everything that's going on all the boards and do a quick opening tour. So if we just zoom out of this one and bring up all our 5 boards. And so there we have it. So the top left, Magnus's board, as you rightly pointed out, once the queen comes out to that side square by black, it's the Cambridge Springs, and there's pressure right now on that pinned knight on c3 that we can see. And then on the second board, as Daniel Dubov versus Arjun Erigaisi, it's Daniel's favorite. The Catalan bishop is out. I see a lot of d4s on the board, a lot of queen spawn opening. Nothing super dynamic except one board that catches my attention is the bottom left board. What do you make of that? Pragg versus SL Narayanan?
Absolutely, because have you noticed that king is not on its original square anymore? So SL is not going to be able to do the traditional castling. That could be a bit dangerous for him, but maybe it's still preparation. From the looks of it, he has a bunch of time on his, and I think it could be preparation still.
Really nicely pointed out there that he's got about a minute more than what he started with. So definitely looks like something he's familiar with. I'm also quickly going to switch and bring up our bird's eye view of the women tournament so we can get a deeper overview of everything that's happening there before we do our deep dive. What strikes to you about the scene in front of us?
Tanya, I'm a big fan of the London system, and we have on the top left corner, we have the All-Indian clash between Vaishali and Harika, and she has played the Jobava London system, I believe that is, and we have the pawn on h5 as well, so Vishy sir is going to love that.
I love it as well, and the Jobava London, as you said, very, very aggressive approach by white. It's one of the most aggressive approaches in the opening once you get your bishop out, and that usually happens when the knight, and that's the top left board, the Harika versus Vaishali, where Vaishali's knight is already on c3. And that pawn, Vaishali's pawn, has marched all the way up, creating some dark square weaknesses around the king. And what about our tournament leader right now? As we take a deeper look, what stands out to you in her game against Hampi? Because that one is already finished.
Wait, is that a bug or is that already finished? Yep, that looks like that game has already ended in a draw. Yep, I think that was a repetition, right, Tanya? Yep, let's actually head over to that board. So I'm just going to put it up very shortly because Goryachkina is leading the event, and this was the opening.
It's still on. If we can go into our arena, we can see if the players are there or not. Let's get our live view of the playing arena because it has ended. Sahaj, as you're pointing out, and
yes.
You've got the empty chairs.
Yep, it has ended because the game ended in a 3-fold repetition. So I believe the players have agreed to a draw. Goryachkina was leading the event, so I think it is a good result for her. What do you make of it, Tanya?
I think it makes a lot of sense. You're absolutely right because she's got a 1-point lead. She's playing against Hampi. She knows it's going to be a tough opponent. She starts with the black pieces. So it makes a lot of sense to just get this solid result, get one of the strongest players out of the way. She knows she's just 2 games away from championship, and she's going to be playing Divya next, who's right now in a battle against Nana, which also has its own dynamics for the championship.
I think that's a really good point and a very, very safe bet for Goryachkina because no matter what happens, even if Nana wins this match, she's still going to be half a point ahead of the rest of the field. So I think it's a pretty safe bet by her.
Well, before we go over to the men's section, let's just get a quick update on Nana's board because Nana against Divya, that's the fight for the second place right now. So if we can bring up our analysis board and have our players on the screen as well, we can do a deep dive into how much of a competition is Nana Dzagnidze going to be for Goryachkina.
Okay, so there we have it. I believe it's the Sicilian system. We can do a very quick. We can do a quick debrief of this game. She played the bishop b5 check, the Moscow system, and Nana responded with knight d7. You know, this variation has a reputation of being a bit more dynamic in comparison to its compatriot, which is bishop d7. And now she goes castle. I'm just going to do it very quickly. a6. Bishop comes back to e2. That's basically a new move. Usually the bishop comes to d3 or you take on d7, but both moves, are mainstream theory. Divya coming up with some new ideas here, I believe. Knight comes out to attack this pawn on e4. She defends it, and she develops her bishop dragon style with bishop g7, and she's going to castle very shortly. Oh, and knight of d2. Divya is being super creative here, Tanya. She goes for this f4 push. I don't think I have seen this kind of an idea before in the Sicilian setup.
This is classic Divya style. She loves aggressive position. She loves to get the momentum going early on, and she's doing that. But I think we've had a few more moves, Sahaj.
Yep, so she plays castle, she pushes the a pawn, b6, and she has a double fianchetto, one over here, one over here. Very appropriate if you want to have a fighting game with the black pieces. White goes queen e1, and now knight to e8, and this is the final position that we are on.
And I love it because white has created this dynamic on the king side that queen from e1 can slide over further to either g3 or h4 and start creating threats against the black king. Once, maybe someday either the knight from d2 can bounce again to the forward to knight f3, g5 ideas come to mind, rook f3, rook h3 ideas come to mind, and at some point a central break as well. So Divya looking for the attack, looking to go aggressive against Nana. We will check in with this one, still early days, because black has no big weaknesses as well to target. Nana has done everything right so far. So this is going to be a big one, but we will zoom out and bring up our men's section right now with the bird's eye view. If we can just have all the boards on our screen, and then I really want to go over to the Magnus board.
Yeah, let's do it.
And that's the reason, because look at the position on the top left side.
Oh wow, what is happening there? Okay, so I believe if my math is correct, this is we have equal material. Although the position looks like Magnus would be down a pawn here. Usually that's the feeling I get. But wait, isn't he losing something? Isn't he losing some material? That game can actually go very crazy. We can do a deep dive of it.
Let's do it. Let's jump straight into that, because also look at Vincent's time. He's touching 27 minutes. Magnus Carlsen at 19 minutes. Has he been caught in the opening?
So somehow it feels like Magnus can play bishop to e4. Actually, let's have the analysis board so we can do a deep dive of this. So what I'm thinking here, Tanya, is that he just responded with b6, right? So here I can play bishop to e4 to hit this rook over here, and this rook only has one square to go to b8. And now keep in mind that my bishop over here guards all of these squares, and then I can play bishop to f4, and then I can guard all of these squares as well. Doesn't that lose a rook? Or an exchange, to say the least.
I would be shocked if this is something that Vincent hasn't seen, because one, that would never happen. Two, Magnus would have played it immediately. So there has to be a repetition at this point. This last move by Vincent, we also see the evaluation bar. It doesn't react as much as it would if it was just a blunder. But we have to look at it. What happens after bishop to e4? The last move just invites this to be played.
Yep, so let's actually do a bit of a deeper dive here. So maybe we can go bishop to e4. So that doesn't change the evaluation much, which means this could be one of the best moves in the position. And now black goes rook to b8, which I believe is the only move, because this knight protects this rook over here. So in case you do lose the rook, at least you're not losing the full rook, you will lose just an exchange. So black goes rook to b8, I believe. That might not be the best move in this position, but now bishop to f4, and I'm not sure what is going on here, although I can see the bar does not like this at all. Maybe the idea can be to just play something like bishop to bishop to a6, or just rook to b7, and to play on the light squares.
I'm also thinking about bishop to b7 here. Is that an option that you could be thinking about as well?
Oh, Tanya. I thought, yesterday was I feel today you are carrying the same energy as yesterday. Bishop b7, I think at the moment you see it, you can't unsee it anymore. And I think this is the move that, yep, you are absolutely right.
And the whole point is that a bishop on e4, which is the star piece, and Magnus is about to make a move. He does play a bishop move. Has he moved it to e4, Sahaj?
Yes, he has.
And bishop f4, we have this position on the board.
Tanya, I would also like to draw your attention to Vincent's time. Look at his time. He's in 26 minutes and 41 seconds, which simply means that he started with 25 minutes on the clock with only 10-second increments. So he is very much in preparation. Wait, what?
It's happened. Bishop f4 has been played by Magnus. The clock that you pointed out, Vincent knows that this is not correct. He wouldn't walk into it. Our engine's pointing out bishop b7 indeed is the accurate move here. If you trade off the light squared bishop, you have not only neutralized all of white's opening advantage, whatever little you have, but also taken control of some key light squares in the position. The queen can slide over to f5 then. The queen can slide over to d5 at some point. You have solved all your problems if after bishop b7 white was to trade. Let's point out what happens. Bishop b7, if white tries to get greedy by capturing the rook instead, Sahed, thank you very much, because give me your other bishop on e4, which is the big piece here, and the tactics work out in Vincent's favor, because next the bishop on b8 will also be picked.
Absolutely right. And I think in this case, Magnus is going to be in some trouble for sure. So I do not expect him to go.
We've got moves.
We already have moves? Okay, bishop b7 and queen e2 is on the board. So already I think Vincent has achieved, what you could hope to achieve against the, the goat of chess with the black pieces so soon. I don't believe I have seen Magnus in this situation before with the white pieces. So this looks really good for Vincent.
He's definitely caught Magnus somewhere in the opening. You look at the clock, you look at the position on the board, you look at Vincent's body language as well, looking really calm right now. Magnus hasn't been able to get any advantage with white. I think it's a good moment to see how his biggest competitor in the field, his biggest rival in the field, is doing so far.
Yeah, let's do it. So let's hover over to the game of Nodirbek, which is coming up right now. And there we have it. Okay, so we have an isolated queen pawn, and it looks like Nodirbek. Okay, looks like Nodirbek is also in some preparation. Tanya, are we going to see rook takes bishop in this opening?
Oof, that wasn't on my radar when I was checking out this position first, but one of those moments that, once you point it out, you realize that that's definitely an option. It's in the air at any moment. And the point is, yes, you give up a rook which is worth 5 points for a bishop which is worth 3 points, but you destroy white's pawn structure, you get very active bishops in return, and you get a clear target on an open E line.
Yep, true. And also you can bring the knight like this, and you can get a lot of activity.
And go queen g5, queen h5, and give a checkmate on h2. Let's just point all of it out.
Yep, absolutely. And all of this is possible. But rook takes bishop is a very, I would say, it's a very common motif in such structures. So it could be possible. And the way to avoid it is to play something like queen to d3 or queen to d2. But now that I think about it, the queen cannot come to d3 because then the knight comes out to e5 with a tempo.
But I think he will try to stop this. Nodirbek is the one who wants to make moves like rook takes bishop, but not fall for them. He doesn't like giving the initiative. And he's going to try to find a way that avoids the ideas. He doesn't. He says, yes, you can come for it. But he makes in another prophylactic move. He simply sidesteps with the king so that if the f line opens up, maybe he can think about some counter sacrifices or jumping with his own knight to f5. Because also rook takes bishop by Wesley would be very committal. He would have to prove the sacrifice.
True, absolutely true. And I think king h1, even though it doesn't stop it, outright, it does prepare against it. As you rightly pointed out, that it's a prophylactic move. I feel when you take rook takes bishop, I take back, then there are moments when you could play queen to e7 and queen takes e3. And in this case, it doesn't come with a check.
It doesn't come with a check, and there are counter ideas like rook takes knight, attacking and winning the d5 pawn as well once the f pawn is out of the way.
That is true. So I think this means Wesley is going to ponder about this position for a little bit. Tanya, any other game you would like us to check out?
Yes, this is also promising to be a very spicy middle game by both these players. Nodirbek, he's taken a lot of time contemplating this sacrifice, but he has to take his chances at this moment. He can't play KG, and also KG is not Nodirbek's style at all. So let's bring up our boards one more time and take a look at all 5 boards and check in with some of the other action that's going on. We've got some big clashes across. We see an all-Indian clash with Nihal versus Vidit as well, and I'm looking at the positions. You know, one thing that stands out to me is that how in all the 5 games, early moves, the bar shows level, but there are imbalances and dynamics everywhere. There's no symmetrical position that we have, no safe KG play by any of the players today.
That's what happens when it's a faster time control. I believe everyone just goes all out for the win. And look at the position on the bottom left corner. You know, I'm still looking at that king on f8, you know, not on the original square. And, you know, SL, as I mentioned earlier, he's not going to be able to castle anymore. So he has some problems to fix in the opening. Should we go ahead and look over on that board?
You know, we're going to do that. But just before we do that, I want to quickly bring up our women board one more time and check in with Nana Dzagnidze, because I want to set that stage one more time, Sahaj, where really it's Nana's fight for the championship. If she's the one who's close enough to Goryachkina, a point behind. Aleksandra Goryachkina versus Humpy has already ended in a draw. If Nana is able to win against Divya, that gap, she bridges that gap to half a point. What do we make of that bottom left board in this one before we go back to Pragg's board?
Right now, I feel Nana is in some trouble because you've got that pawn all the way to f5, and she had no other choice but to capture it, and you know that exposes her king a little bit. And Divya, we know, is a very attacking player, so she would be very comfortable in these types of positions. And I think Nana has to make some accurate moves to not end up in a worse position.
Well, let's just do a quick jump onto that one. If we bring up the Divya versus Nana board, right now a decision has to be made by Divya. How does she capture that pawn? For me, both look equally attractive, and perhaps to make that decision, to help us make that decision, we've got help at hand. We're going to be joined by 5-time world champion Vishy Anand. We will first go live to our playing arena. Let's bring up the players. Let's bring up Nana and Divya on our screen, and then we'll have Vishy join us to break it down further. And if we can go full screen to our playing arena, that would be great, as we do a little adjustment here in our studio.
Yep, there we have it.
And we've got the live pictures coming in, and we can see one board is empty there, as that one has finished in an early repetition, an early draw by the tournament leader. And in our studio, joining us is Vishy Anand to take us through this very, very big day. Vishy, we'll have a champion at the end of this day, and there are some big fights, big players fighting for it. You've got Nodirbek, Magnus at the top of the board. Here you've got Nana and Goryachkina. What are you most looking forward to today?
It'll always be fun to have the winners and, like you say, a close fight. And the key battles are coming up today, so that'll be fun. But so far, I love the quality of the games. The games are exciting, mistakes, drama, everything. So that's the main thing. Hopefully that continues. Then we have, all the games to look forward to, not just one or two.
And the biggest drama could be the fight for the championship if Nodirbek and Magnus playing against each other in the final round.
Yes, that would be a climax, but of course both of them can still break away a little bit. Easier for Magnus because he's leading, but let's see how that goes.
Well, one player who's broken away in the women's section has been Goryachkina. Now, Nana is the one who's closest to catch up with her. What do you make of this position? Divya playing with the white looks pretty pleasant.
Yes, I would not have considered G takes f5. So for me, that is thing. But on the other hand, it's based on. It's a quite a unusual decision because she's basically saying, "I'm willing to weaken my king side. I gave you a choice how you're going to take. If you take with the e pawn, I'll play d5, d4 or something. I'll push you back a bit." But after rook f5, she's going to reroute that knight to d4. Having said that, if white plays something like bishop d1 here, simply protecting my c2 pawn. I could do knight e3 as well. That also protects the c2 pawn. And if you move that knight then from e6 to d4, my rook will stick around g5 or h5.
And starts to look
that,
scary.
so this, I'm assuming, I mean, to my eyes, it's very comfortable for white already.
And it's a very
It's not like
kind
black
of
doesn't
position.
have resources. She'll play knight d4, the other knight to e5, e6, f5 is coming, but you don't make these moves happily when you have a enemy rook at h5. You know.
Absolutely, and also white's queen is looking quite poised to join the party as well on the king's side.
Yes, it would have had to do it alone. Now it's got a rook in front of it. I think practically this is maybe not fun to play. Maybe computers can live with this, but for me, I'd be sweating just a little bit.
Is it at all possible for me to sacrifice this rook on f5? So for example, I go knight to e3, you go knight to d4, and in some way I just sacrifice this knight and my knight joins on the action. Does that?
Yes, but in fact black may not even take it. Let's say knight e3, knight d4, if you go queen h4, I might play e6 or something. Because knight f5 is looking something like this perhaps. And if rook g5, I go knight e5, knight g6, use that knight as the missing pawn, this sort of thing. But I'm not, again, I'm not 100% sure that black is in trouble even, but simply I think now for black, the decisions have to be much more careful.
All right, so Nana has to get on the defense in this one. We will switch over to the open section. We'll first bring up our bird's eye view on that one and take a look at all the 5 boards that we've got going on there. If we can have a zoomed out view of our bird's eye view. And there we have it. Vishy, what's the first thing that strikes to you looking at these positions, and where do you want to jump to first?
Is Nodirbek lost? What is knight takes c6?
All right, that's a big one.
No,
I think
lost is way too strong, but there's a king on h1, so f2 is not defended. So if I go bishop takes e3, I'm threatening bishop takes f2.
and your
And
knight
if you
is
go
hanging.
fe3, I play b takes c6, and you have a double thing. I mean, lost was way too strong, but I'm glad I got your attention. What is Nodirbek's idea with this?
Is it something, other tactics with knight takes pawn at some?
Where? Which pawn?
d5.
Okay,
I
knight
don't
takes
think it
d5, I
works.
play knight takes d5.
Yes, maybe we can just jump into that one and take a look, because this is a big one, Sahaj, for us. Nodirbek, is he in trouble? He's just played the move knight takes knight. So definitely something that he was thinking about. He's got to be calculating bishop takes
Maybe he
bishop.
just felt he was trapped into it, but I mean, he could have gone on queen d3 or something, or no, queen d3, maybe he walks into knight e5.
Vishy, let's bring up our analysis board and take us through these lines.
Yeah.
Yep, let's do that. Also, I was thinking about some rook takes e3 ideas, but I feel those are not possible anymore. But I thought maybe in some
Yes,
way.
maybe that's what he feared. Okay, I think I have it, what he's going to do. He's
You
gonna
have to
play-
show it to us, but
Yes,
I
yes,
want the
we'll get
board,
it.
so I want everyone to be able to see it
Yeah.
as well. Let's have the board for...
Yes, exactly. I
for-
was going to say, he's going to come back knight b4, allow you to take on f2 and recapture on d5, and maybe he feels he got out of trouble.
And if we
But
can...
if black plays d4, we still... But maybe then things are just messed up enough that white is okay. Let's try d4 here.
d4 in this position.
Yes.
Okay, so we push the d pawn and white captures the bishop on f2, and then what happens?
D takes c3, some endgame, queen d7, bishop d7, bc3.
So I take this, you take this, I take. Oh, is it not possible to take? No, it's probably not. That's a bit stupid.
I'll go queen d4, yeah.
Yeah. So I go bishop d7 here, sir. Or knight d7.
Knight d7, b takes c3, knight c5 might be...
Just to defend
but
this
then I go knight... No, if I go knight d3, you have knight e4, so... You know, some slight edge. Yeah, lost was clearly not what I meant, but I just didn't suddenly see what is going to do after bishop e3. So his idea was just to play knight b4 and...
But let's go back to that moment.
That Nodirbek was... evaluated his position as bad enough that he thought this is the way out. So...
To go into this slightly worse endgame
Correct.
with the worse pawn structure, with having to defend e2.
Let's see what
By the
Wesley
way,
has
rook
just
F-
done something.
Rook
What is
f2 d
Wesley?
takes e3 is already on the board. So
Okay, so Wesley also went d4, rook f2, d takes
Wow.
c3, and he's taken queen takes d7.
So we're going to see this position. Saj, can we go back to that moment of knight takes knight, because there were a lot of tactics that we were talking about, and it had you worried as well. So what happened there? Just break it down to us as
in
well.
this position.
No, a bit back.
Knight takes knight.
Yeah.
Knight takes c6.
Knight takes c6, bishop takes e3. The problem is fe3 is that b take, I can take with a pawn, and then I'll just be a pawn up. I mean, your best move may even be e4, just losing a pawn.
Oh, because these pawns are obviously very, very bad, and of course you've protected.
And if
your
I can
pawn.
play bishop f5 and
Bishop f5.
bury that e4 square, or I play bishop h3 and bury it another way,
Right.
this would be very nice.
Maybe I
Okay.
can double up also like this.
Yes.
Maybe in some world.
So instead of fe3, I was wondering why Nodirbek chose this. And so if you go back 2 moves before knight takes c6, that means that Nodirbek evaluated his position as difficult enough
He didn't like it.
that this was worth it.
Yeah. Some sort of a
There's an
bailout.
immediate problem. If I go queen d2, knight a5 may be just very unpleasant.
Oh, because you're threatening, bishop takes d4, knight b3, and you're also threatening knight c4 as well.
Yes. So
So not queen
then
d2.
it's not clear how exactly he's supposed to play. If he goes something like rook c1 instead of queen d2,
Instead of queen d2, so we have rook c1 on the board. Yeah.
maybe he was afraid of rook takes e3 and rook e8 or something. So what we were talking of earlier, these exchange sacks. And anyway, so now
Yeah,
let's get
he
back to the
decided-
ending.
yes,
He's
let's do
decided
that.
that this ending is where he's going to fight.
So we were on this position. Bishop takes f2 was on the board, and he played rook f1.
There's one qualification. After knight takes d7, white may not have to go for this pawn structure. He can play bishop takes b7 maybe.
And pawn takes pawn.
Rook b1.
Let's just have it on the board. So knight d7, bishop takes b7, pawn takes b2, and
Rook
now
b1.
Rook b1. Do I go rook to b8? I believe that's the only move in the position.
Or rook a d8.
Rook at d8, okay?
Rook a d8, you were thinking maybe knight c6, right?
Yes.
There
Ooh,
is
but
no trick.
actually, I was thinking rook d8, knight c6, and I was thinking bishop f5 because you have some bishop e4 ideas, but it's not
Yeah,
possible.
no,
You-
no.
It's just finding the.
Knight c6, yeah. So rook a b8, and then I can play bishop d5. But this is still worse for white.
Yeah, the
Because
bar-
next move black can play a5. So I can play knight f6 here, and then a5, and it's still kind of unpleasant.
Oh, knight f6 is a very nice move because you cannot take on b2 because, of course, knight takes d5 loses a piece.
Yeah. Okay, so still some work. He might just play b takes c3 and live with this diseased pawn structure because at least the piece is active.
But this definitely wasn't the plan for Nodirbek. I mean, it's been a great start for Wesley to even get this position. So Nodirbek's going to try to do some damage control here. Let's jump in to the Magnus board and take a look at that. Some decisions have been made here.
Yep, I think this is the last position that we were on, and he played bishop to a6.
Yes.
Taking the queen, defends it. Is okay. No, that's not a draw for, of course, because you're gonna you lose a rook if you retreat. Bishop takes bishop, queen takes bishop, rook c8, castle. White plays c4. You've got these hanging pawns. Black plays bishop to e7, h4.
A little alpha 0.
A little alpha 0.
It's a big alpha 0 once it gets to h6.
Yeah, but I think here black is well in time to play h6 himself.
Okay, rook b1 happens, queen to h5. So he's not even allowing the move h5, and now Magnus is thinking. So who do you think is having a more comfortable position here?
I mean, black's position looks so healthy, I can't believe it. I mean, it put the pawn on h2, you would not be impressed with white's position. Simply because it went to h4 doesn't mean something is happening. And I'm not terribly impressed. But, Magnus will try to come up with some clever plan. I mean, he can put pressure even in positions where he doesn't have anything to begin with. We'll see.
The one move that comes to my mind here for white would be to put the rook on b5 and try to...
So rook b5, I could go queen g6. I could go queen g4. Queen g6 is nice because it disrupts your queen a little bit.
Is there an argument to be made that after queen g6 that white trades and now then also shifts play to the other side, pushing the a pawn ahead?
Yes. Queen g6 tends very heavily to equality. I mean, I will go rook c6, rook c8. I'll put pressure on c4 instead and so on. Queen g4 keeps a bit more play in the position after rook b5.
So, according to you, in this position, it is good for black to exchange the queens. Why is that?
No, I would say black.
I know something caught your attention, but
and, in other developments, there's a queen on g2 in some position.
we'll jump to that straight after with the queen trade here.
Yes, but also the queen is not going to be easily trapped on g4. So
I think we've got that, by the way. I just saw the moves happen. So your queen g6 is played.
yeah.
It's already on the board.
So we leave to Magnus to decide if he. I think he probably
Just one
Yes.
quick detail. The reason he didn't go queen g4, I think, would be bishop g5. And if you play, for instance, f6, then knight h2, which is
very fancy.
because both knight c5 and knight e5, you take it with the rook.
Yes, and
that keeps things going.
okay.
So this lady is in trouble.
Yeah, you might have to just
I would go back queen h5. You would take on f6 win a pawn,
regret
so
this.
you don't want to do this.
No, you don't want to do this. And Magnus has decided not to trade queens. We'll jump to this, but one game that might end soon, or maybe not, but looks extremely dangerous, and I think, Saj, we have to go to that, is Vidit versus Nehal. Nehal playing with the white pieces, because what is happening here? There's a queen on g2, white's kingside rook is missing, and white has an extra piece. Vishy, can you make sense of this for us?
Initially, I didn't know what to say when the position first popped up. But for me, the most important thing is that extra piece now. For a start, I can play bishop d6, forking, the rook and pawn.
So I think it's black to play here.
Oh, in which case, rook takes c7 is a pretty easy one. Oh, for some reason, I thought it's white to move.
Queen g2 was a check on the last move when he played king to e1. Maybe just back up a couple of moves.
Oh, I thought it was queen g2 check king e1 and he's played rook e7 nudging the thing and I couldn't figure out why. Okay.
Apparently, after bishop takes c7, black had a way to get some advantage, which wasn't capitalized because the position is now equal. I felt.
Is it queen h1?
No, knight f2 is correct.
Okay.
So king f2, queen g2 is correct as well. So king e1. Okay, so Vidit has some
Oh,
advantage.
with it, can maybe some b4 line?
Oh, b4. Wow. Yep, that is correct actually. Because if you go b takes it, like maybe we can show that to everyone as well. If you go bishop to d6, I believe your idea is b takes c3, yeah?
Because the d2 square is missing now.
Yeah, because the pawn controls a d2 square and this would just be a checkmate. So the rook is not hanging anymore. So king e1 and now b4 is the move. Maybe we can also go rook takes e7, but I feel that's a bit slow in this case because the king can run out.
So just break that down. b4, knight e4, what's your point? Why do you want to include b4?
Maybe even f5 you'll go queen b3 check.
Because with his thinking as well, he
I
hasn't
could take on c7 simply.
now, yeah. So
But then queen b3 maybe?
So in this case, why include b4? Because we could have taken rook takes e7 immediately.
Okay,
right?
queen b3 check.
In this position? So after rook takes e7?
No. After without b4 you were
Without
saying,
b4,
right?
okay. So if you go rook c7, queen b3 check, you are right. So we do need to include b4. Is it because the b5 pawn is hanging?
Yes, if you go king f8, I can play queen takes b5. No, you'll take on a1, and if I go queen b8 check, you have rook c8.
Yeah.
So that doesn't work. I could go
King to d2 maybe? Wait, can I castle or no? No, wait, I cannot
no,
castle.
you cannot.
yeah, this looks complicated. By the way, Vidit hasn't made a decision yet whether he wants to capture immediately or push b4.
Well, it's very tough because
It's a tough
the
one, yeah.
path to an advantage might be very narrow and
Yes, and he doesn't have the bar helping him like we do.
Yes.
But again, I think we have to
Okay,
move
go.
on maybe to some other boards
Sure.
because there's action all around. So Magnus, a few moves have happened. We did mention that queen trade did not take place. I think the Nodirbek board, because it's so many pieces are hanging right now, Sahaj, and there are ideas, and even though it's an endgame, it's a really interesting one. Or I think Vishy,
SL's got a king on e7.
your favorite bomb-clad king has appeared against Pragg. Would you want to go there first quickly?
Theme of the tournament.
Of the tournament.
Okay, no, but not seriously.
So this is the bomb-clad king?
Nodirbek Wesley, if
is okay, but it's
Shall we go
it's
to
going to be
Kolkata
unpleasant
next,
anyway.
Wesley?
Yeah.
Okay, let's
No,
do
whichever
that.
you can. I'm enjoying the panel a bit more. That's all.
So this is the position we were discussing. Knight takes d7 here, but he goes for bishop takes d7 instead. White goes b takes c3, knight g4. Maybe he can take the e2 pawn and so on. Maybe
he did, and then bishop takes b7.
Bishop takes b7. What do you make of this, sir?
So rook e8 maybe.
Rook a8. So that move. Just I want to point out for the audience that if you go rook takes h2, king g1, and then rook e8, then there's a nice tactic with rook takes g4, and you lose the piece over here. So bishop takes b7, and now rook takes e8 immediately. It's very hard to make moves for white here, so I think.
Yeah.
Can I go bishop g2 maybe? Just to defend this one?
I go knight f2 check, king g1, knight h3 check, bishop h3, bishop h3. And after that you'll always have problems with, I think, first of all I'm threatening rook g2 check. I'm also threatening g5, pushing you back. So this might not be...
Also back rank can also be a very big issue. So for example, if I go rook f2, rook e1 check is just
over.
Game over.
Yeah, this looks very unpleasant for
Vidit, in
Nodirbek.
fact, just taken on c7. He did not put in b4.
Yeah.
Which means what? Queen b3 check, king f8. Maybe queen d5 is just a draw. That's the thing.
Which game is this?
Vidit,
Vidit
Nehal
game?
Vidit.
Okay, so let's jump over to the Vidit game.
So queen b3 check, king f8. He can play queen d5 here, and that ought to simplify matters completely.
Queen d5.
Because if you take my rook, I'll go queen d8 and take on c7 with check. So it's not going to work probably.
Oh, right. You're also taking with a check. You're absolutely right. So queen d5 is just straight equality. Is it a bit far-fetched to say that maybe Nehal can play on in this position?
I don't really buy it. But you know, those pawns on c5 and b5 are slightly looser in endgame, so you might be able to put some pressure.
I see. So basically in the last move itself, something bad happened. So he didn't include the move b4 like you recommended.
I mean, we can spend some time figuring out why it's better.
I think
to
Vidit
b4,
spent
but
a lot of
probably we should
time.
move
Yeah.
on.
Vidit spent a lot of time trying to figure it out. Eventually went for this. Also, I think our marquee matchups are the one which count the most for the tournament standings. So where do you want to go to next? Should we go to the Magnus board?
Is actually quite fun.
Let's do it, because we left it last when a queen trade was declined. So if we bring that board up and start from this position where Magnus retreated with the queen, so not going into the end game, and Vincent continues.
Locking in with h6, and now that's
not
bishop
g5
g5.
h6 anymore.
Yeah, but also all these bishop b5 tricks and so on.
Yeah.
And a4, queen g4, g3, a6, rook bb2.
And this is what we have in front of us. What do we make of this?
There are a couple of things I would consider. One is finally a5 and just to play bishop b4 and sort out that b6 pawn that way. And also it gets my bishop out of the way somehow.
But would that give white the time to actually put the rook on that really nice square?
That's the disadvantage. You'd go rook b5 and you're safe forever. I would play bishop b4.
Yes.
And
I really want to trap the queen from g5 somewhere. I'm trying to make it work. Somewhere to play bishop g5. So I might have to put my king on h2 or g2 before doing that.
well, in fact, if you play a5 and you play queen d3, you're threatening knight h2. No, you need a lot of moves. I have the h3 square as well. And so on.
Yes, which is I wanted to put the king on either g2
Okay,
and...
I mean a5 is by no means the only move. Let's see if there are any other plans. I can play some quiet move like bishop f6 and just keep trundling along.
Bishop f6. Okay. In this case, is it? Okay, no, I was thinking about some a5 and to create a passer over here, but I think that would not work.
It's an interesting try though, right? To give up this pawn, this a pawn to also get entry on the b file.
So do you think it's a bit early to do that, or is that not a good plan at all?
Okay, try it. a5,
b5,
c5. Maybe knight c5 is the way to go.
Oh, knight c5. Yeah, knight c5 is nice. Knight c5 is really nice.
So pawn takes knight, bishop takes rook, rook takes bishop.
Rook takes c5
rook
and
takes
black
c5.
has.
And this is, you've got active rooks, you've got a couple of extra pawns, and your king is relatively safe. All right, let's get our live board up because Vincent's taking a really long think right now. With Nodirbek in trouble, if Magnus is able to put pressure, then he might be able to increase the
Wesley
gap.
went rook b8, by the way, not rook e8. So I don't know if that was important at all.
Rook
b8.
Rook b8 in Wesley's game. There we have it. Okay, so he went rook to. Okay.
Which the computer also thinks is reasonably strong. So I think the point is knight f2 check is a very big threat here. Knight f2, knight h3, all that.
Right. And the back rank and the g2 square, like you mentioned earlier, is going to be a huge
Like
problem.
bishop d5 is a blunder here because of knight f2.
Oh,
So now Nodirbek has to decide if he's going to play.
Yeah, what do you play? Is it bishop f? No.
Bishop a6 is one idea, but that allows rook h2 check with a free pawn. I can go bishop f3.
But then knight f2, knight h3, knight f4?
Hang on,
Or
there's
king g2 maybe you
King
want to
G2.
play.
king
G2,
g2,
yeah.
but bishop f3. I think you can go rook. Can you go rook h2 check
Rook h2. Okay, I go king g1.
and rook h3?
Oh, rook h3. Isn't there king g?
Knight
oh, no.
e3.
Yeah, knight e3, but king f2, and then I would have to play rook e8 maybe.
Yeah.
But it doesn't look as comfortable as I hoped.
Still an extra pawn, but yeah, the bar does not like this
Yeah.
position.
By the
as
way,
much.
really sorry, but this ending, we will come back to this. Something big has happened on this board. And I don't know if it's something that we missed, but the h4
What?
pawn was hanging.
No, but he forces with knight h4, and then he's going to play g5 later and thing. Oh, that is clever because he's in fact attacking 3 pieces, not 2. So here it is. White will play knight takes h4, queen e2, rook e2, g5, and c4, f4, h4 are all under threat. Okay, but
So you
Magnus
lose
is
one of the
throwing in
pawns.
a5 or something?
Yes, he has. He's
Magnus
just
has thrown in a5.
which has been captured.
Yeah.
Okay, so he's captured it.
I mean, you have to pick up the h4 bishop, right?
You're down 2 pawns otherwise.
On either flank.
That's a good point, Tanya.
So, can we just check out this line? Vishy with knight takes bishop, what you were talking earlier?
So queen e2 is forced,
Queen e2, rook e2,
and now g5 is forced.
g5.
I mean, white could normally cozy up with some knight g2 and knight f4, but then c4 is still
Rook takes-
hanging.
And
But c5 is, what about c5, yeah?
Maybe that's the point of including this a5 earlier, so you could save this pawn on c5.
Yes, so he has gone
he
c5.
has. But did he take on h4?
Oh, he didn't even take on h4.
Didn't even.
He hasn't taken on h4.
That's even. So Vincent comes back to f6.
And now he's 2 pawns up.
Plays bishop g5.
I mean, the a pawns are not worth that
Fair,
much.
fair.
Has he gone to g5 or f6?
He's
g5.
gone to g5, yeah.
Oh,
Should I trade
That
this?
surprises
that
you?
is bizarre.
Should I trade this bishop or should I go bishop d6 in this position?
I mean, I would have thought Magnus could. Vincent could simply go bishop f6 or even bishop e7 and knight f6. I don't know. Because it's not easy to advance those.
So
that
bishop,
c-pawn.
bishop e7 because you don't want.
Oh, sorry. After bishop, the rook is on c2 then.
Yes.
Oh, so if bishop f6, then c6, knight f8, c7. I mean, the pawn's going very far very quickly. So,
Oh, okay.
so
Everything with
he
tempo.
played bishop g5 to challenge that a little bit.
But you can still get that, right? You take on g5 and you advance the pawns.
How?
Bishop takes bishop, pawn takes bishop, c6,
Knight f6.
c7. I mean, this
rook
is a forcing
f8.
line, so just want to check it
Yes,
out.
but my knight will now come to d5.
It's just that the
And you
bishop
don't have a bishop on f4 supporting
Yes.
c7, so you've got
So
one
it's
less
clever.
there.
Bishop g5 is clever.
Yes.
No, I was thinking here's maybe a move like c6, but it might be a bit far-fetched here because my idea was that after c6, if you go bishop takes bishop, I can do pawn takes knight,
Okay, rook takes c2.
rook takes c2, rook takes c2. Now you cannot take this because I have this
Rook
weird
c8.
tactic.
Yeah, but I have a
c8
nice
and-
thing. I'm going to play bishop takes g3.
Oh,
And after fg3, queen g3 check, you're not going to be able to do anything with just a single pawn left.
that's true.
Yes.
That's true.
So bishop takes g3 would be a nice intermezzo. I mean, you can go rook c8, but then you're really living on hope as well.
So this is the position on the board: bishop g5 and Magnus in deep thought.
Yeah, it's an important moment, and Bishop G5 is actually really nice by Vincent to get rid of this very strong bishop. Let's not forget he's up 2 pawns right now, so Magnus, for him, time is really of the essence. He has to keep the momentum with these central pawns. Meanwhile, a decision has been made on the Wesley board when Nodirbek did return with the bishop to G2, so controlling the H3
and
square.
Now knight f2 h3 is a question. But then I would have liked the rook to be on e8 because then it gave possibilities for back rank mates and such.
Yeah, so knight f2 check, and you think the rook on e8 should be better, yeah. So knight f2 is basically forced here because if I don't play this, do I have a way to...
A5 is that, but then you go knight d3 and you stop everything. So perhaps it's not a move that you want
knight d3 I can continue with rook d2.
Yeah, I would love to get that other rook to b2. Oh, we've got another move which was not on anyone's radar. No a5, no knight f2 by
he's
Wesley.
gone g5, okay. But now Nodirbek goes rook d4.
So knight f3 is...
Again, g5, for me all Wesley's moves look stronger with my rook e8 than with his rook b8. This is what I don't get. Knight f2 h3 would have been stronger with the rook on e8. Rook b8 only makes sense if you combine it with a5 and try to do that, or you get in rook b6 and you come in that way.
Yes.
This way I don't see what Wesley is aiming for, quite simply.
Also in this case...
But the computer still gives him maybe just a nice long-term edge for black. And that's why the computer still likes black.
Healthier pawn structure, pieces look more active, but right now there's an immediate threat which how do you suggest you should deal with? Where does the bishop go right now?
Yeah, I hate these kinds of decisions because a bishop which is just minding its own business, suddenly you tap it and say, now I don't know, I have to think e6, f5, where the hell do I go?
It's
Knight
probably
f6.
between these two. Oh, knight f6 you
Knight f6, but rook f1 could be awkward. Yeah, I mean, suddenly I'm forced to take a decision when I would rather not take a decision.
So Nodirbek asking questions in both players about around 5 minutes.
Vidit has and Nihal have gone for an interesting ending. Here,
Take a quick look.
I think the pawns on e2 and d3.
By the way, just want to point out that he just played rook e8 and there is only one move for Abdusattorov to play rook f1, at least according to the engine. There is nothing else here that equalizes.
Wow.
Oh, that's
a big moment.
Can I just repeat that rook e8 instead of rook b8?
Yes, you haven't said that before, even once, Rishi. No, you're completely right. I mean, he does reposition the rook to e8. And even though there is an inaccuracy, I think that's we can just ignore that because it has a very strong threat. And if Nodirbek has to find the only move to keep an advantage, is it the only move to keep an advantage? Well, there is rook e1. So what else can you play? Probably not the hardest move then. Is Wesley smiling? Something amusing him.
Yeah. Maybe he realizes he could have played rook e8.
Maybe he's thinking I should have listened to Vishy.
He's just thinking somewhere in that player's lounge, Vishy is thinking, why didn't you play rook e8? Why do you complicate your life with rook e8? No, but hang on. So if I go rook d7, you go rook e1 check. It's a cute mate actually, so we might as well point it out.
Yes,
rook e1
sure.
check. Takes. Bishop f1, rook f1. King g2, knight e3. King h3 is the only move. And now rook f6 threatening rook h6 mate. g4 is the only way to avoid mate. And rook f3 is mate.
Wow.
So, that really
When did you calculate this? I mean, we were talking about rook e8 and you just saw this entire line through.
well, it's a cute finish, isn't it?
It's very cute. Nodirbek is not falling for this one. He'll just sit down, calculate it all the way through.
First of all, there's no reason to get into it because it's not like there's any upside for white in this, even if you miss this. So he would play rook f1 or
Yes.
not king g1. He would play rook f1.
He hasn't played it yet though, so he has some alternative in his mind right now. Because you can't go rook d1, there's knight f2.
Knight d3 is an option.
Knight d3, okay.
But then a bishop move attacking that knight would come in
h3. I mean, something along those lines you would consider, but.
So bishop f5, h3 just to attack this. So if you take this, I will take that. Maybe I go knight to e3, just attacking the bishop, attacking the knight.
It's not fun anyway.
Yeah, but rook b8 is a mistake according to the engine. So there was something better there.
I told you.
I wonder what that could have been said.
I've been telling Tanya since since I got here. play rook e8, play rook e8, play rook e8.
How
did
did this sound so easy?
Pragg lose all his pawns? He had an F and E pawns, I'm pretty sure.
Okay, we're going to check in with Pragg, but I think now that Nodirbek looks like he's in trouble. By the way, he didn't find rook f1. If we go to the live board, Sahaj, he didn't find rook f1 and he went bishop f3. So, how do you continue this attack against the white king?
Knight f2 check.
Alright.
King g2 or king g1?
If king g1, knight h3, you might be lost. It's just mate. So you have to go king g2. It's the only way not to be mated. Now if I go bishop h3 check, now you go king g1.
So you've taken away the h3 square from the knight.
Right.
King g1 now?
Well, it's the only square. And then how should black play this? Rook b2.
Rook b2. Okay.
Knight e3?
So
yeah,
I'll
but then I'll take and play g4, kick your bishop and play the other rook to e2 or something.
Not pleasant.
G2 square is covered, but on the other hand, I win the h2 pawn. So
Also, white's rook on a1 not playing. By the way, Wesley has taken a decision. He's captured the h2 pawns, so he decided to go another way.
this is clever also. Knight e5 simply
Gets
defends
the pawn.
d7, defends h2 indirectly, and so on.
A brilliancy, but perhaps also the only move in the position.
Yes. Knight f2 wasn't bad at all, but this is clean. This is very clean.
I mean, now with 3 versus 1 on one side and all the piece activity, Nodirbek has to start looking for some tricks along that maybe f6 square, try to reroute his knight to the center of the board at some point, but where is the time to do that?
Okay, he's gone bishop g2, basically condemning black to live on this h5 or h6, very awkward squares. Rook h6 though.
I like rook h6 so that...
The f6 square is defended with the knight d5 idea.
also after rook e1, now you'll have knight f3.
And now he's gone
nice.
c4. I think he went c4. Yeah.
So, fair to say, Wesley doing great in this position. Is this closer to a Wesley win or a Nodirbek hold?
I'm going to say closer to Wesley win, though Nodirbek has been defending well, and that c pawn is going to give him some counterplay.
Alright, well, moving on from a C pawn to a D pawn that's arrived on the 7th rank. Let's bring up Magnus versus Vincent. We've had some moves there.
Okay, so bishop g5, c6, bishop takes, pawn takes, rook takes, and rook takes. So
Isn't this the line we were looking at?
yes, it was.
Saj, your rook
So
takes
bishop
pawn.
takes
Bishop
g3.
takes g3. Wow.
Wait, so this is very likely to end in a draw now. As you said, with that one extra pawn on D4 at the end of this line. Something.
Yeah.
Yes, but after rook takes d7, sorry, queen f2, king, if rook takes d7, I think Vincent, can I go queen d6? No, then you play knight e5 defending that pawn. So I would have to play rook takes
that
d7. I don't have time to.
You have to get.
He's taken it. Now will he go rook c8 is the question.
Vishy, what are the chances that Magnus missed the bishop takes pawn resource?
No, I don't think he missed it. See, the point now is he's gone rook c8 and queen e4. And if g6, he's going to go queen a8 and threaten to haul that king out.
How dangerous
Though in fact,
is
no,
that?
it is not dangerous. It's quite paradoxical, but I can just play g6.
Yes, and get your king to f6 and
No,
nicely
the
hide
point is
that.
if queen a8, I play rook d5, cutting the connection between the queen and the knight. And then the knight has to move and then the white king is exposed.
Yeah,
right
and then
now, the
who's
knight is
playing
defending all the checks. There are no checks for black.
Yes.
But alternately, I can go queen g6, I guess.
This is getting fun.
But after queen g6, if you capture, I have to capture with the f pawn. I cannot capture with the king.
Because there is knight e5 check.
Yes.
F
So, but if queen g6, maybe then queen a8 is strong. I don't know.
So you don't capture the queen, okay? Queen
Let's
a8.
try it. Queen a8. I can go queen b1 check and or queen d3 check and what have you. Yeah. So king f2.
King f2
And then I go rook b7. So I'll try to bring a rook to b2 and
oh wow,
knock around a
so
bit.
Rook h8 check, king comes
King
here.
g6 for the moment is not mate, and especially with my rook on b7 smothering your queen.
Yes,
Your queen's not
really
going to
nice.
participate in a mating attack.
You'll put your king nicely on f5 and no checks. King on the center of the board. And then black might be the one who's checkmating white's king with nothing around it.
It's very hard to checkmate with a knight on f3. King
Yes.
on g3, you're missing always key squares to just deliver a mate, you know. It's
If the knight goes on e5.
it's funny, both sides are struggling to deliver a mate, though they've got the queen and rook batteries. Both sides are sort of struggling. Let's follow this game.
Let's follow.
It's,
It's really
it's the
interesting.
most fascinating one right now.
Also, Vincent has about a minute. He hasn't made a decision whether to go g6 or queen g6 here.
Even f5 can be ruled out, but it feels the weakest
queen
of the three.
G6,
He's
by
gone
the
queen
way.
g6.
Queen g6 on the board.
So
I don't know if there was something wrong with g6. Is there something we're missing? I mean, not queen e5 because the queen takes f3. What
It's
is
a
he?
check.
I don't know, something.
Maybe after
that.
queen g6 I have queen a8, just to have rook h8, queen
Yeah,
f8
but then I go
check.
rook d5.
Yeah, it's the same story, yeah?
Yes.
I mean, by cutting that link,
White is
you're not-
struggling.
well, you can play king e2 still, and life goes on. That's true.
So in
Okay,
my
so he's gone queen
position-
g6
yes.
thing.
Yeah.
So he's going for the queen b1, rook b7 idea, I think, then. If queen a8 happens.
Okay, but if white was to trade, black is in no danger of losing that position, which is one pawn on d4.
How do you trade? Queen g6, f g6, and
Yes.
then?
Yes, I mean queen g6, f g6. This position,
Yeah.
can black actually get ambitious here?
The pawns are too loose to be ambitious, but I think there are enough of them to save the game. I mean, if you go rook c6, I just play g5, and already you have a hell of a time defending the d4 pawn.
Just g5, g4. So you have
Yeah.
to waste some time getting your king.
So you'll play rook c4, you want to take your king to e4, play knight e5, and then capture the e6 pawn, something like that. But black will play g5, g4, maybe a chuck in an a4 somewhere. I suspect... No, maybe this is the safest one Magnus can try, because he's probably not running any risk.
Yeah, it's a big
But,
decision for Magnus here, no?
He
Because
can... Queen g6 is tempting for him.
yeah, because if you don't trade at this point, that's taking big risk with your own king right now. Going into this queen a8, queen b1, rook
Queen a,
b7.
queen b1 is a can of worms.
He trades.
Okay, he trades, queen takes
So
g6,
safer
f g6
option.
on the board.
And king e2 is gone, yeah. So he's now... I think Vincent should just...
Should just...
Maybe
either rook d5 and... No, rook d5, you go rook c6. So I go g5, he'll go king e3, and then maybe just make a move like rook d6. And wait a bit. But then it is unpleasant for Vincent.
So rook d6 here? So, or
Or I can start with g5. It doesn't
you can
matter
just
too
g5.
much, yeah.
When playing such
But
a
it's
position...
harder because the pawns are so loose. I mean, the two a pawns don't impress, and then it'll be hard to push these three on the king side as well.
Yeah. So, such a position, such an imbalance on the board, right? I'm trying to do the math really quickly in my head. That's 5 pawns for a piece, Rishi. 5 pawns in an endgame for a piece. From a human evaluation perspective, what do you think the players are feeling about their chances right now?
I think Vincent is not even considering playing for an advantage, because 2 pawns are just... the only value of the a pawns is the time it takes white to get rid of both of them. So all you've got is a weak e pawn and double g pawns, which also is worse as a passer. And you've got to... So he's gone g5 and rook d6.
Worse than a flank pawn.
Correct. I mean, Magnus can play something like knight e5 and king e4, and that king is also trapped. But if Vincent can now sneak in king g6,
Which he can.
Okay.
yeah. So I think Magnus should have played should play knight e5,
Yeah, it's his move.
because once you allow king g6 h5, then that king can help the g pawns go, and I think there'll be enough counterplay. But if Magnus plays knight e5,
He
which
does
he has
it.
done, then that king for the moment is.
As white, are you looking at keeping the rooks in this position? That would be important, right? Because if the rooks are traded, the knight...
Once you take the a pawns, I don't know, but right now I need the rook to first collect the a pawns before I trade anything. Because a knight, even if I put the pawn on a4, that knight will have to spend quite some energy covering that pawn.
Yes.
So Vincent's chucking a4. Magnus, if he goes rook c4, then Vincent may play a5, h5, rook takes a4, g4, and that gives him just a little bit of space.
Yeah, I'm wondering about this situation where after h5, Okay, right now h5, knight f7, attacking the rook in the pawn. There's still rook to d5. And rook c5, you don't have enough time.
He's played rook c4?
13 seconds. He's gone rook c. Yeah, we've got the live board.
Yeah, no, rook c4 is
A4
what I
is on
played
the board.
here. A4 is on the board. He's still thinking it. So, any chances for a Magnus win here?
It's always a chance for a Magnus.
There's always a chance that it's close. I don't think Vincent, there will have to be 1 or 2 bits where you'll have to calculate it accurately. And Magnus is very good at this.
So the clock.
There'll be a race somewhere. And I think.
And with 13 seconds, is that a factor at all, even with a 10-second increment in this
There
position?
should be, no?
Yeah.
I mean, Vincent's made it unnecessarily exciting for himself.
With queen g6. Would have loved to see that.
No, I mean with 13 seconds.
Oh yeah, that too. So king comes forward. He's decided to wait with rook c4 for now.
By the way, Tanya, I just want to update everyone that Abdusattorov seems to be in a completely lost position.
Let's go there quickly. Let's check in with that and we'll come back straight to this because that is our other second very big matchup.
This is the position. Okay, so I'm just going to go through the moves. Bishop h3, c5. So you were right in saying that black is.
In fact,
actually, Wesley has already won. So
Wesley's won, yeah.
let's go a bit faster. Knight d5 happens. Rook d8.
Okay.
Rook to c3. Knight c6. Rook d3 takes, and knight e5. There must be some tactics in this position. Okay, rook e6 first. Knight b6 happens, rook e2 check only move, king f3, and now rook de8. And here in this moment he played rook. Oh,
He blundered.
He could have gone, what, rook e3? No. Then knight d4 check. What should he have gone?
Oh, he blundered. He walked into. But let's just show that why that's a blunder. Rook d6, rook e4, and there's no way to fight a checkmate.
Yeah, so g4 mate, and after g4, knight e5. It's,
knight e5 is.
And then you just lose the g4 pawn and probably get checkmated. We'll analyze this further, but we have to go back to the Magnus game. Vishy will take a look at that last position later.
Okay, so we have a5.
But you have to take us through this ending.
So this is very nice. I mean, for the moment, Vincent is keeping that. Did he need to go king g8? Couldn't he have started with h5? Because if the pawns are far enough apart, then they keep the knight busy. So he could have gone h5. Now what will Magnus play? Some knight d3 or something?
You mean after king g8?
Yeah.
Knight d3 looks good. I also really like the idea of knight c4 and rook f5. I'm not sure if that is good.
King g8 is a bit strange.
Okay, knight d3
I mean, might as well start pushing your pawns, right? G4 or h4, something it gives you.
Okay, the players are, I think, making moves quickly. So knight d3, knight c5 on the board.
Also, Magnus seems to be slightly better, at least.
Yes, because now that rook, there's a question. If you go rook 8, I'll go king e5, threaten to capture on e6.
Oh my gosh, every
And
move.
then, but now he just he abandons that pawn, he goes g4. If knight takes e6, g3.
Knight takes c6, g3. By the way, I would like to point out that the bar says that Magnus is close to winning in this position already.
Yeah, because the black pawns haven't moved forward. I mean,
g3, maybe d5 works, I don't know.
Oh, d5, yeah.
Or even,
I was thinking rook a3 actually.
Yeah, maybe rook a3 is faster, yes.
But it all comes down
But
to
imagine,
this
had he
thing.
started at h5, that pawn on g3, he could just defend at g4. And the king also might sneak in king h6, g5. I mean, on
Exactly,
f7, it's
this
trapped. So
this-
king g8 was a very serious mistake then.
Yeah, it felt very unnecessary because the king would have been closer to the pawns once the knight
So
moved
Vincent
away.
has gone h5.
He's gone completely wrong in the last few moves.
Now d5 should be winning.
d5, he's going to push the g
G
pawn
pawn,
ahead.
of course, yeah, hang on.
ahead.
Then
Maybe d6 even, although I'm not sure.
Wow, 16 seconds for Vincent, but it's Magnus's move right now. He's trying to calculate d5, g3. It's a race.
is it much of a race? d5, g3, d6.
g2.
3 d6. So let's just have it on the board.
Okay.
Or let's just-
g3 d6 g2. Okay, so
Oh, the advantage dropped a lot.
the
Okay.
advantage drops here. So maybe g2
Okay,
because
let's stick to the live board side and use arrows because the players are playing pretty fast.
okay,
And we
d5,
might be
g3.
seeing this position.
So is Magnus going to play rook a f4 check just to tap that king and see? Because if the king can't go to e7 because of d6 check, so you might as well get a bonus.
Why is this king on f7?
If I go rook f4, king g6, then
Rook f5.
oh, rook f5 is nice because rook g5 check is the idea. Oh, actually, he's going for it. No,
He's going rook a1 or
rook
a2
a1 or rook a2. Rook a1.
Rook
Okay.
a1.
is he going to start pushing the h pawn now? But how much are you going to push? Because when you get to h3, there's knight g5 check. Yeah, Vincent with a shake of his head, he knows it's all gone wrong. And he had 5 pawns at one moment.
Okay, h4, d6 is already on the board.
How does Magnus do this?
Yeah, he calculates very, very well.
Yeah, but in these endings, how many times we've seen him just turn these things around from
Some moves on the board.
positions which are so difficult.
Knight g5 check. So finally the king should go to where it should always have gone, king g6.
Also where it was for a while.
King g6, and then Magnus plays knight h3, and then what does it want him to do?
Knight f4 is a big threat.
Oh, he plays king f8. Oof.
Do you just go for the g pawn, rook g1?
Yeah.
No h3, this pawn falls.
But apparently
everything
that wasn't the
falls.
best move. I'm really curious what
But
the best
it's
move
got to be
was.
the most human move. Oh wow, by a lot it wasn't the best move.
Oh, h3 is a blunder.
Yeah, I mean he's playing on seconds.
You just capture this pawn and put the rook on a2, and it's.
He's about to increase his lead to 1 point with 2 rounds remaining.
It'll be 1.5.
Yes, because Nodirbek lost.
That's a good point. Yes, that's going to be his 5th win in a row.
So rook f2, and he's just going to place the rook on the a file next.
Okay, so king e8.
If you had to point out one moment, would it be king g8 when everything went wrong for Vincent?
At the moment, in the absence of anything else, I would say yes.
Yeah.
King g8, knight g5, because a2, rook a2 wins anyway. So this is tough for Vincent. Yeah, now it's.
I love how casually Vishes just mentions these things.
It's like so sharp, Vishy. And
we're down to 2 pawns for Keymer. and the nicest pawns have all gone.
They've all gone, and Vincent resigns, handshakes there. Magnus Carlsen takes a 1.5 point lead with just 2 games remaining. Once again, the Magnus touch in the end game. Getting a dub. 5 pawns for a piece, and he still makes it happen.
Wow, that's incredible.
And that was our final remaining game in the open section.
What happened? Pragg beat SL. Okay.
Yeah.
Nihal beat Vidit.
Nihal won that game against Vidit. Pragg beat SL. Nodirbek lost to Wesley. And Daniel Arjun finished in a draw, and Magnus Carlsen wins. And we've still got action in the women board, and there's a really exciting position. I think we should quickly rush over to Vaishali versus Harika. Magnus looking quite pleased.
Actually, Vaishali Harika is probably just
Remind us
lost
of an
anyway.
other dynamic we just saw. A piece versus... Oh, but this is a piece and many pawns.
Yeah, but look, if I go king g7, I go queen f6 check.
Yes.
King
You have to
g8.
checkmate.
King g8. And knight takes h6 check. And knight f5. You queen your pawns if you want. I'll play queen g7 there.
Oh, okay. So king
it's
g8,
just
knight
over.
h6. Okay, king h7. You just play queen f7.
Well, queen f7 and knight f6 also
Yeah.
works, and so on. So.
This is just over.
Yeah, she's playing this out. So you allow black to queen, but you
I mean,
win
if
the
I want
game.
knight e5 wins, so.
And it's 2 checkmates, not just on h7. You can cover one from queen b1, but queen g8 also wins. So this is just over. You can give a queen check on h1 and then queen e5 check. Does that help at all? Probably not. g3 and there's nothing.
Yeah.
If you just, if
That's
I could just take away these 2 pawns, maybe I can go for some stalemate ideas.
Yes.
But that's just wishful thinking.
So that didn't happen, and Vaishali gets a win. And Nana versus Divya is still on, but
Let's just go to the final position.
yes.
Okay, we are on rook b2. Oh,
And Nana has an extra exchange.
oh wait, this is already we're on this position. I'm sorry about that. Rook c2. The players are moving really fast here. This should be.
Is she going to sacrifice the rook for the c7 pawn?
h4, and that pawn is too far advanced. And how do you?
Yeah.
No, the king is not going to come back on time. So after knight e7 and c8, I can even play king c8, and then the black pawn is too fast.
But why does the clock show 000?
We're still playing, so it's probably not caught up. Or, yeah.
Yeah.
I-
Okay, so this one is being won by Nana. So that GFI thing actually paid off, though.
Yes.
Maybe it's the kind of risk you have to take.
Yes, it's the only remaining game. Should we maybe just catch the end of this one? But has she lost on time? Has Divya not noticed, or are our clocks wrong? Probably our clocks.
Probably. So let's just go to one move. Okay, it doesn't show the clock. Yeah.
What do you think about it now with the 2 rounds remaining, 1.5 point lead?
Yes, it doesn't look so exciting anymore.
But they do play against each other. So for tie
But
breaks,
what are the
what would we
colors?
need?
What are the colors?
Nodirbek's white. He's got Arjun next. Nodirbek plays Arjun next
Okay, and then he's got white. Okay.
with white. So what do we need for tie breaks to happen if this had to go into a blitz playoff
There's only one way with 2 rounds to think, which is Magnus has to draw one and lose the last to Nodirbek,
to Nodirbek?
and Nodirbek has to win both. There's no
Yes.
there's no other way for this to start.
So what Nodirbek
Or
needs,
Magnus has to lose both games, and you get the drift.
So Magnus is playing Dubov in the next one, and that's quite an. I mean, Dubov's unpredictable. So it's.
Have you seen his games with Magnus though?
Yes.
They're not exactly teetering on the edge of unpredictability. So they often play some shock theoretical battle. I mean, it could go. It depends. I mean, if Dubov takes something, he's fully capable of shaking things up. But
So Nodirbek is at least hoping for a draw in that one.
yeah,
Yes. And that's it. I think Divya resigns. So Nana, she catches up, doesn't catch up, but bridges the gap with Goryachkina to half a point now.
Yes.
With an early draw.
This is going to be a much closer race, yeah, with only half a point, and it's between these two players. And Vantika also scores a win, I believe.
Yeah,
No, she
Vantika-
drew. She drew against Katrina Lagno.
so what are the scores? Dzagnidze 5 and Goryachkina 5.5.
Yes. And Vantika on 4.
So that the women's tournament is still very much
Everything
in
to
play.
play for, yes.
But the men's tournament, it does look like Magnus
Is running
away.
away with it. Yes, I mean for the next game, Nodirbek is hoping that Dubov is able to hold Magnus at least. Nodirbek will have to win that, and then we get a fight in the end. Where Nodirbek with white will, of course, I mean, you can't write that off completely.
In fact, if Magnus is white, there's thing which is that Magnus may try to clinch this in the 8th round, and Dubov has amazing black openings, and anything can happen. I mean, Dubov will come up with some interesting scheme.
I managed to convince you a little bit.
Yeah. No, I'm almost beginning to see that thing. No, but sometimes when Dubov is white, but it's true that maybe I've just happened to be there when neither of them needed to burn all the bridges, but I think here they'll be having fun.
Yeah, they'll be having fun, and Vishy, we hear that today I'm getting some info that it was an absolute house full. We had a lot of audience at the auditorium. That's
Yeah.
amazing.
No, it's fantastic. Yeah, it's good news for this tournament, and there we can see the audience a little bit.
And so many kids here
Yeah.
who come to watch, and whenever I ask them who's their favorite player, it's Magnus and you. I mean, those are the maximum answers that we end up getting from the kids here. So it's awesome to see that happen, and of course the action continues. We've got 2 big games coming up to decide the champion in the Tata Steel Chess India men and women. Vishy, thank you so much for joining us. Will we have the pleasure of your company?
No, the next 2 games I do have another engagement, but I'll be watching you.
Yeah, the reason I ask you is so that I get a confirmation on camera, and then you can't run away from it. But this time, I guess it's not possible.
No, this time I actually got to go somewhere else.
All right, well, enjoy your evening, and thank you everyone for watching. Stay tuned with us. We'll be back in just a few. The stage is set for the penultimate round at the Tata Steel Chess India here at the Dhono Dhanyo Auditorium. If you're in Kolkata, you've got about 1 hour to get here to witness all the action, and especially that final matchup, which might be very critical in both men and the women's section. That round one had me on the edge of my seat. How are you feeling about the action that we witnessed, Sahaj?
First of all, Magnus as usual running away with the events, with the 1.5 point lead. But in the women's section, I think it's a very, very close fight between Goryachkina and Nana. So I'm super excited for that.
I want to talk about these two dynamics because Magnus had this position where he had an extra piece and Vincent had 5 pawns for it. It's hard for me to imagine that Magnus at that moment thought he could win that game.
Yeah, but I think it was a d4 pawn. It was a central pawn. So at some point I was thinking, because black's pawn structure was a bit ruptured, so it was still possible. But yeah, against 5 pawns, he managed to win. That is completely insane to me. Yeah.
There's Magnus doing Magnus things in an end game, and somehow makes it look easy every time. Right now, he's got a 1.5 lead, and we've also got in the women's section Goryachkina, who's only got a 0.5 point lead. And I want to talk to you about that because she went for a really quick draw against Humpy, and then her closest rival, Nana, beat Divya. Do you think she's regretting that decision of a draw, or is she still fine with just the 0.5 point lead? Because that's a really close gap.
I think it makes sense in the bigger picture because she was playing with the black pieces, and Humpy G is a former women's world champion, and she's a very, very solid player. So Goryachkina got her break, and now she's going to be playing against Divya and Valentina, and I believe she still has 0.5 point lead. So I think it was a smart decision.
I would agree with that because she also starts with white next and she's feeling good about her form. And as you said, Divya coming out of a loss. Can she deal with that? Let's bring up our standings as we set the stage for round 8 here at the auditorium at the Dhono Dhanyo. Amazing venue that we've got here with a house full today as we bring you the standings from the Open. And right there, a 1.5 point margin there. The day started with just a 0.5 point lead for Magnus Carlsen, but Nodirbek, he lost his game to Wesley. And now Wesley and Nodirbek are tied at the same number of points, tied for second. And then you've got Pragg at 4. And of course, the fight is just between, actually now it's a 3-horse race really. Magnus, Wesley, Nodirbek. We could have a tie, but for that it means Nodirbek and Wesley in this next game are really rooting for Dubov.
That is absolutely right because Magnus is up against Dubov, but Magnus is having this insane run already, with 5 wins back to back. It seems to me that he is basically unstoppable at this point, Tanya.
Well, if anyone has to stop him right now, it has to be Daniel Dubov, or it might be too late for the other players. Magnus Carlsen, if he wins the next game, it's pretty much over. Now, for Wesley and Nodirbek, what they really, really need is for Dubov to at least hold Magnus. Before we deep dive more into the dynamics of what could lead to a tie in the men's standings, let's take a look at the women's standings. Now here the picture's a lot tighter, Sahaj, with just a 0.5 point margin between the leader and Nana Dzagnidze.
Yep, a very close fight indeed, and Vantika is, right behind them, and she's only, 1.5 points behind the leader, so she can also theoretically, make a comeback in this event as well, or at least finish top 3. So I think a very, very close fight indeed.
And what a tournament it's been for Vantika, this one. I mean, she's one of the youngsters here. Look at the field that she's playing against. I think she is the lowest rated player in the field here in the women's section. And right now, going into this 8th round, she's on 3rd position. It's already been a fantastic tournament for her so far. And the big question is, can she keep up the form when it really matters?
I believe she does because she was your teammate not so long ago, and I believe she performed wonderfully in that in the Olympiad. And I personally felt when I looked at Vantika's game that she is definitely going to be a grandmaster sometime soon.
Right now, she's definitely playing like one. We've seen her right at the top of the leaderboard, but the fight for the championship in the women is, it comes down to Goryachkina and Nana Dzagnidze. We'll, of course, keep our eyes out on all the games. But right now, let's bring up our auditorium as the players are ready to go. We see they're seated, well, some missing. But the most important one in the men's has just arrived, the world number one, Magnus Carlsen. He's sitting opposite Daniel Dubov right now. We can see Daniel's silhouette against the beautiful backlit DGT boards right there. And of course, surrounded by cameras. It's a packed house. So it's a great day to be Magnus Carlsen right now. Look at that, Sahaj.
Wow. But Tanya, you know, every day is a great day to be Magnus Carlsen.
That is absolutely true. And especially when you're on this winning streak that he's been on. What is it, 5 matches back to back now?
Yes, it's 5 matches indeed. And one more match. You know, I did not even think about the fact that 1.5 point lead means that if he wins one more game, then he would have effectively won this event with 1 round to spare. That is insane.
Now, it's easy to make all the cases for Magnus, right? He's a favorite regardless of where he's playing, who he's playing against. But I want to make a case for Daniel Dubov. Now, Daniel Dubov has been a second to Magnus Carlsen for a World Championship match against Jan Nepomniachtchi. He knows and understands Magnus' style really well. Dubov is considered one of the most creative players. He's extremely unpredictable. What does he need to do to get past Magnus today?
Well, I think he needs to do what he's been doing throughout this event, you know, because he has made 7 draws in a row. You know, I don't think, I mean, I've been following Dubov for a very long time, and, you know, I have played Dubov myself once in the World Olympiad.
7 draws.
7 draws is something, you know, you don't expect from Dubov.
I mean, we just spoke about he's the most creative player, he's unpredictable, loves the chaos, and then not a single decisive game.
Well, Tanya, one thing is for sure, that Dubov making 7 draws is definitely him being unpredictable.
That is true. That is very well put. That is the most unpredictable thing about Dubov in this. But can he do it against the world number one? Because there are 2 other players in the field who definitely won that result. Wesley So and Nodirbek Abdusattorov. They are hoping that Dubov can continue with the same momentum of holding his opponents. We will bring up our live view of the arena back with us as we saw handshakes, and we are off.
And we have liftoff, so let's get down to the boards. Which board? Shall we go to the bird's eye view first, Tanya?
Let's do it. Let's get an overview of all the 5 openings that have started, and I can see them in front of me. And it looks like so far we've got all standard chess going on. So if we bring up our bird's eye view, and I see we've got 2 queen's pawn openings, 2 king's pawn opening, and 1 c4, the English. What has been Dubov's choice of play against Magnus?
I think he wanted to play the Sicilian knight off. At least that's my prediction. But Magnus did not go for the most. He didn't go for the open Sicilian. He went for the Moscow variation instead. A bit more solid. You know, it has a bit more solid reputation than the open Sicilian. But you know, the game is still on.
And that's the bottom right board right there. We've got action all along, but I think our focus in the open section will be on Magnus, on Wesley, and on Nodirbek, because these 3 are the players who are fighting it out for that top spot, who still have a chance, Nodirbek and Wesley. We will come in and check in on this one, but first also let's get a quick bird's eye view update on how the women boards have started. Sahaj, what stands out to you?
Okay, so we have Goryachkina versus Divya, and we've got the Queen's Gambit declined there. I think that's going to be an interesting matchup. Let me take a look. Nana is playing Exchange Slav. Wow, so Nana basically is a half a point behind, but she went for the Exchange Slav. I think that's an interesting decision, Tanya, because you know when you're in a must-win situation, you tend to go for more dynamic openings. But Exchange Slav has a reputation for, you know, let's say it has a bit more solid reputation.
Absolutely. That is a cagey approach at the start. It promises to be a bit of a long grind game and everything's very symmetrical. So we will keep an eye on that one. All the games, I would say, a slow start in this round. Nothing looks absolutely crazy except that top right board. And I think we should do a quick jump into that one as I see that Divya Deshmukh with the black pieces against Alexandra. Should we just get a quick look at that, Sahaj?
Let's have the analysis.
With the tournament leader.
Let's have the analysis board for the Divya game, and we have it up on the board. Tanya, am I correct in saying that we saw a similar opening in the open section yesterday, or was it day one? I remember some crazy opening where, Black, we were discussing this idea of Black going long castle. Was it a Magnus game, or was it a Nodirbek game? It was one of them, I'm pretty sure.
It was, and the Black Knight lands on b6
Yes.
and defends that c4 pawn, which often becomes a tender spot that you don't want to give up. Right now, there's pressure on that c3 knight, so some tricks and threats on the board. We sometimes see sacrifices as well in this opening. And will Goryachkina go for one? Well, she's inviting Divya to take some material on c3. It looks like some sort of preparation here, a forced line, and this is a beautiful formation. You see a traffic jam on that diagonal, and you'll be surprised. Everything's hanging, but the players are moving fast because this is all theory, well-established theory, Saj.
Yeah, Divya, proving Divya playing some theoretical battle here for sure, and I think she's winning the theoretical battle for now. At least looking at the clocks, that's my assumption here. But if right now I think Goryachkina has a pretty difficult question. Which piece would you take here? Because both of them seem, if I looked at this position without looking at the clocks and without looking at the players, I would say, okay, white is maybe slightly more comfortable. But somehow when I look at the clock, I feel like it is Black who is in preparation.
I think both players are. It's too early to really say anything. Both are kind of blitzing out their moves. But this opening is so tactical in nature that if you go into it, you better be prepared. And if we just quickly back up a few moves, because there were a lot of complications at that point when we had this diagonal covered with pieces. And right here, when knight d5 was played, putting pressure on that c3 knight, we saw instead of defending that, Goryachkina puts pressure on the black bishop, inviting it to give itself up for the knight. But that's a bad idea, because then you lose a very key piece in your position. So Divya takes the knight with her own knight, and now a really interesting moment. Your queen is attacked, you can't recapture the bishop. So there are threats of a discovered check with the knight moving back as well. So first, Goryachkina puts the queen on d2, and the point is that now if the knight falls back to d5, you can pick up the if the knight falls back, you can pick up the bishop, and the queen from d2, it guards the b4 pawn. Again, this is well-established theory for players who are familiar with this line, but it's extremely tactical. Divya is aware of it. She's one of the best prepared players that I have seen. She plays so many different setups, and she does her homework really, really well. So instead of falling back with the knight, she picks up the a3 pawn, and I think Goryachkina immediately reacted by picking up the knight, not allowing it to stay alive on those central squares. Now Divya falls back with her own bishop, challenging white's key dark squared bishop here.
Yeah, and Goryachkina takes the pawn on c4, gears up for castling, and Divya also castles first. And I believe this is the position where Goryachkina is thinking, okay, she just made a move. Bishop to g5, a very interesting move. So one thing is for sure, I think Goryachkina is looking to play for a win in this position, because she does not want this bishop to be traded anymore. And she gains some tempo with the queen. The queen is going to move away, and then she's going to castle. I still think Goryachkina looks slightly more comfortable to me, although this bishop on d6 and this other bishop that is going to arrive on b7 look a bit dangerous to me, because they're looking exactly on the king side, both of them. And my king, I'm sorry, I'm saying my king because I'm looking at it from the white's perspective. The white king is, it has to go on the king side in this situation. And with these bishops looking all the way down, it looks slightly scary.
It does, and I think it's going to be a fun game, and whether a player is playing for a win or not, you might have to play for a decisive result here. I think a draw is the least likely outcome in so many imbalances along the pawn formation, and like you rightly pointed out, bishops attacking each other's opponent's pieces. Now, I want to go back to our open section, bring up the games there, and let's jump into the action. Goryachkina, we will keep an eye out on her game as well as Nana's game. We'll jump into that. But if we zoom out and get on our 5-board view to do a quick update, because we have moved forward from that opening stage of the game.
Yep, that is true indeed. Okay, so there we have it. I just looked at the Magnus board, first, and I was thinking Magnus and Maroczy bind structure with the e4 and c4 is a very, very dangerous combination, Tanya. And also, let's not forget Arjun doing Arjun things once again. Look at that board on the bottom left with his pawn on d4, pawn on f4, the knight on e5. We're going to see that attack on the king side. Maybe he's going to push that king pawn with g4, g5. It looks really scary for Nodirbek.
I don't know how Arjun manages to do it, but he just finds a way to create a position where really anything can happen. You know, there are all these different complex dynamics, and it's an absolute mess. And right now, not that much has been traded off, and yes, it looks safe, but again, you can imagine an attack building by Arjun once we see a pawn storm on the right side of the board, and I completely agree on that bottom right board that you mentioned, Sehaj. The thing is that Daniel Dubov, right, he wants some dynamics in the position. This looks like a positional strategic battle right now, where white's the one who's got more space. You've got a beautiful knight on d5. It's a game for 2 results, and usually that ends in 1 result, and that's a Magnus win.
But also, let's not forget, Daniel Dubov has made 7 draws in a row. So, you know, we have this battle going on between these two players. Tanya, what do you think are the chances that Daniel Dubov finishes with 9 draws?
Well, it's possible. I wonder if there's a prize for that as well. But right now, for Daniel, I think this is the big one. It's clear that he's not ambitious in this game, right? He can't be. Compare everything on the board. You've got this big pawn chain that white has established with the strong one on d5, giving white a lot of space. The rook on the open e line is targeting the e7 pawn. If black tries to open up with pushing that e pawn forward, it will result in a lot of weaknesses in his camp. Daniel, how does he break free in this position? White, meanwhile, can put the queen on d4, a nice centralized square. At some point, try and push the h pawn. Perhaps do a rook lift, double up on the e file. I'm looking at this position, finding all the plans for white. How does black manage it? What are black's plans here?
You know, this is pretty standard for accelerated dragon positions, and generally it is said that having only major pieces on the board, so just the queens and the rooks, is very good for white. So Magnus is looking really comfortable, and you know, all the ideas that you've said is exactly how we should be playing, I feel, to go h4, h5, you know, alpha 0 style, and getting the rooks on the e line, playing queen d4 check, putting pressure on the e7 pawn. Maybe you can also push h6 as well, just like how, again, I'm gonna remember Veshi sir here, because you know, in every game, whenever h4, h5 happens, he gets really happy, and yeah, it looks really comfortable for Magnus here.
You say Alpha 0, but it's Alpha Magnus in this tournament. He's got a 1.5 point lead right now, and he's the one putting pressure. And to many of us, this position might look very, very balanced. But this is really a nightmare position to play against Magnus. It's the kind where he can do everything, slowly improve, keep grinding, keep putting the pressure, slowly massaging his opponent's weaknesses. And yes, you can keep the balance till a certain point, but how many times have we seen his opponents collapse, you know, 50 moves later?
I don't think it's going to be a 50-move game, because it looks very hard for Dubov to defend this. You know, Tanya, I was also thinking that maybe this h4, h5, this rook on c3 can also join in on the action to h3. And then you are looking at some mating attack ideas on the h6 square. So, it's looking quite risky for Dubov already.
And look at Magnus on the screen. It looks like he's finding all the ideas on the other boards as well, not just his board. The problem with these positions is that black has such little chance for counterplay. You have to try to break somewhere. Either break with the b pawn, b5 at the right time, or find a way to break in the center, which often doesn't work out in these positions. So for Dubov, he's got to be feeling the pressure, but it's far from over. Oh, he does it. He goes for e5. So he's inviting Magnus to trade, and this is what we were talking about, that this committal decision can backfire with weaknesses.
True, and there is a weakness on the board indeed, because you know. But I think if looking at being in Dubov's shoes, would you rather allow all of this attack and Magnus to get comfortable, or would you rather, you know, break open the position, get some activity, and you know, in exchange you're saying, okay, fine, here, have a weakness, but at least my pieces are now active.
I would rather not be in Dubov's shoes in this game against Magnus right now. But of course, he is a very resourceful player. He'll try to find his tricks to neutralize the advantage. And in chess, we have this concept of two weaknesses. One is not enough to win a game. So can Magnus actually maximize his chances by creating something, combining the d6 weakness, by also creating something on the king side with a pawn advance or on the other flank of the board? Saj, this is going to be a grind like a grandmaster. And we will come back to this. But let's head over to the Nodirbek board, because that looks like anything but a grind down position.
Of course, he's playing against Arjun, and I am not surprised at all, because I'm going to make a prediction here, and Arjun is going to play the move g4 and g5 very, very soon. Actually, he actually went away with the knight, so maybe not anytime soon, but it's going to happen sometime in the game. But it looks like a pretty comfortable position for Arjun, at least for now. Also, I like this knight in the center. I like these pawns on d4 and f4. It's kind of like Maroczy, but like on the other side of the board. Maroczy, just like in the Magnus board, the pawns were on e4 and c4, but now we have the pawns on d4 and f4. Both seem to be really good in the center, and Nodirbek right now struggles with space.
And also he struggles with his mindset a little bit, because he's coming out of a loss against Wesley, where he had the white pieces and things went wrong very early on. Now this last move by Arjun, it's actually a very, very tricky move. It looks like, hey, Arjun, why are you putting your knight to the corner of the board? But the point is, there are so many sort of concepts and geometrical ideas that exist in this position. Now, one thing to make clear is that Nodirbek takes the knight on e5. That favors Arjun. That trade will favor Arjun. It'll be a pleasant decision to capture with the f pawn or the d pawn, depending on the tactics in the position. And once this queen from f3 lands on the h3 square, the queen and the bishop are eyeing the h7 pawn. And if we just have arrows and all these markings on the both sides, the knight on f6 needs to defend the h7 pawn, but the knight on f6 also needs to defend the d7 pawn, the d7 knight. The queen from d8 now has to defend the b6 pawn along with the knight on d7. So you're already setting a lot of tricks, and I want to explain that with perhaps just some moves on the board. Let's say black plays a5 here, just
A5.
to show our idea. We go queen h3.
And now maybe I will... Okay, I don't even know what I'm going to play here, because the b6, it feels like...
Let's make a non-move. Let's play rook e8 just to show the point.
Okay.
And now suddenly you can take on d7, because all of black's pieces are overloaded. Why? Because of that knight on a4. You take with the knight, you lose the h7 pawn. You take with the queen, you lose the b6 pawn.
Right, and if you go queen takes d7, you lose the b6 pawn. Also, Tanya, I can also play bishop takes h7, because the knight, as you rightly pointed out, is defending d7 and h7, and of course you're not going to be able to take the h7 bishop in this position. And maybe I can follow up with bishop f5 as well. There are so many tactics.
You can play many things, you can find ways to win this, but just to demonstrate why knight a4 was played by Arjun. That's the point of this entire thing. That he is not only combining the threats on the king's side, but sneakily overloading that queen on d8.
That is a very, very good point, Tanya. And I must say that, the idea of g4, g5, let's say you put the queen on h3 and then you play g4, g5, only adds on to the pressure.
Yes.
Because now the f6 knight is not able to move either. Maybe, just like how in Dubov's game, when he broke through and gave a weakness on the d6 pawn, I believe Nodirbek can do something similar by going b5. And
He's done it, by the way.
Has he played b5 already?
It's on the board,
Oh,
because
wow.
you can't just sit still here. With all these threats that we're pointing out, the g pawn advancing, the b6 pawn in positions hanging, you have to take this drastic decision. But now this is fire on the board, because there are so many options, and I'm glad we've got our engine helping us inform that the best move here for Arjun is to take that knight on d7, break that down to us edge.
So knight takes d7 feels quite natural in this position, because any other move would mean, if you brought the knight back to c3, it means you're just wasting a move. Taking the pawn on c5 feels a little premature in this position, because I feel taking the knight on d7, let's actually play this move out on the board. Black goes knight takes d7, and now if I go knight takes c5, I'm technically opening up this bishop line, which only adds on to the attack on the king's side. So it was important to take this knight away from this diagonal, and I think that's the idea behind knight d7. Has he played it already, or is he still thinking?
It's b5 on the board, and Arjun hasn't yet made the decision to trade the knight, because it's also so tempting to just keep the knight on e5. But if you do that, I don't think Arjun wants to take on c5 because that solves so many of black's problems. Trading everything on c5 is you just end up giving Nodirbek a lot of play in that case. So through the process of elimination, Arjun will perhaps realize that it's time to take that knight on d7 to keep the pressure going.
Yeah, I think knight takes d7 is going to happen in this position. Tanya, while Arjun thinks, should we look at any other board? Is anything else happening interesting?
Now I'm going to pass the ball to you and bring up our overview of all the action that we're seeing, all our 5 boards, if we can have them up on our screen. And Saj, wow, you asked for action. There's action all around there. Where do you want to go to next?
Ooh, I really like the game between Vincent Keymer and Vidit Gujarati. I like that knight all the way to f5. You know, it can pose some problems on the king side for Vidit. I like this position for Vincent Keymer quite a lot. Second board feels a bit dry, at least for now. I feel SL could have some pressure there. Okay, so this is the women's section, and
oh, I'm sorry. I'll go straight back to it. I didn't realize I switched the other one. We will check in with the women's section, but continue with, you mentioned about Narayan's position, Wesley versus Pragg. What do we make of that? Because Wesley also has an outside chance if Dubov was to hold Magnus.
True, absolutely true. This looks like a Sveshnikov, and Pragg seems to be comfortable for now. It seems to be a pretty standard position in the opening. Although, you know, you have that pawn, the center pawn on d6, you know, right above the knight on d5. I think Wesley could put some pressure there, but I don't see Pragg, you know, breaking down. Although it's a bit early to say. Any other? Oh, by the way, Arjun has played knight takes knight on the bottom left corner of the screen, and also Magnus grinding as usual with that d6 pawn. You know, out of all the boards, you know, Magnus is the one leading, and still Magnus's position seems the most comfortable to me. I feel like that game, he has it's essentially, you know, a 2-result position for Magnus, and I feel like having that pawn on d6 is going to be fantastic. Although, Tanya, more to your point, Magnus is going to need another weakness besides that isolated pawn on d6.
Yes, I hear you, and it's true, but you know, let's not forget that to defend this kind of a position is also really difficult because, and that's the bottom right board we're talking about. You know, Magnus has lined up the queen and the rook against Daniel's rook. At some point, the B pawn moves one step ahead. The C pawn moves one more step ahead. And you can really start clamping down on that D6 weakness. So yes, you want 2 weaknesses, but sometimes even putting more and more pressure on one makes your opponents collapse. Saj, before we do a deep dive on any of these boards, I'm going to quickly switch over to the women's boards, and this is the overview here. Just take us through what stands out to you on each of these boards right now.
Okay, so let's see. I like Nana's position now, I think, because she's got that imbalance between bishop versus knight. You know, we were talking about the exchange Slav, how symmetrical the position is, and usually it's harder to win at chess when the position is entirely balanced. So I'm happy she created that imbalance, so that gives her a better chance to win. You know, she is right behind the leader Aleksandra Goryachkina, so this gives her a good chance to win. Although the game is, you know, far from over. We can see the bar says the position is equal. And black can definitely defend this position really well. Also, the game between Goryachkina and Divya is starting to heat up quite a bit.
Should we jump to that one?
Yes, let's do it. I think that is the most exciting game out of all of them. Can we have the analysis board for the Aleksandra Goryachkina versus Divya Deshmukh? And there we have it. 1 second, I will have it up on the board. Okay, so we were on this position. She moved the queen away, and then Goryachkina castled, she got the bishop out, and knight to e5. Okay, if I didn't have the bar guiding me here, I would not think that knight e5 is a bad move. Because you are just activating your piece, you're putting your knight in the center, you're gaining more space. Everything makes sense. She's following the principles of chess. Why is this a bad move?
It's a very human move to make, and I completely agree with you. I mean, that bishop from b7 was an absolute sniper, and it was hinting at destroying white's king side pawn formation. So you also have to take care of that. And you pointed this out, that the 2 bishops that Divya has right now, you want to find a way to blunt that. This knight has jumped from f3 to e5, also clearing up the path for that f pawn to start moving forward and try to look for your own dynamics. So Goryachkina trying to find her own play. But the bar does seem to say that black's doing well here.
Tanya, sorry to cut you off, but
Not
in
at
this
all.
position, I think Divya has a tactic.
And that would explain a lot, because otherwise this is the most logical move.
Yeah, and look at the tactic. I'm not sure if it's correct. I think you can play knight takes knight, pawn takes knight, and there is bishop takes pawn, queen takes bishop, and there is queen c6. Although the bar doesn't like it at all. Why not? Oh, because there is queen g3. Look at this, Tanya. Queen g3, you defend
Wow.
this. And if you take my bishop, I go bishop to
Wow,
h6.
that is
Wow.
crazy. That's a great, by the way, a great plan spotted by you for black and a great refutation spotted by you with white. And now it's white who ends up winning the material.
Yep.
So it's actually a trap that has a counter trap, and now who's going to fall for what? So we do have a move after knight e5,
So-
and she doesn't trade on e5.
However,
she dodges it.
However, I think she could have changed the move order, Tanya, because after d takes e5, you don't have to necessarily take the
start
pawn.
with-
You can start with queen c6, and I feel the position is
And next you're threatening a checkmate in one, and the idea of bishop takes pawn.
exactly, and you take the bishop in the next move. So this was
Wow.
possible, but Divya does not go for it, and we have the bar guiding us, and the bar says that it was not the best move in this position. So Divya goes for knight b6 instead, which is much better than what we were recommending.
And look at what happened. Goryachkina, the best move that's being pointed out by the computer is to simply come back with the knight. That's where it jumped to. And Alexandra finds it. She played knight f3.
Oh, this is a very, very, very hard thing to do at chess. When you play a move and it's a mistake, and then you have to, accept that it was a mistake and bring the piece back.
Admitting your mistakes is the hardest thing to do, not only in chess. That's a life advice right there. But sometimes, for the best scenarios, you have to do it.
True. And she does it. She accepted the fact that knight e5 was a mistake, and then she rectifies it immediately after. And now Divya in deep thought.
But also because after Divya's last move, f6 was a big threat, forking the bishop and the knight. So Goryachkina now realizes, and I wonder if they'll get a second chance. I'm not expecting Divya to go back with the knight to d7. Saj, we leave Divya. Yes, you want to make
Just
a point?
one more thing, Tanya, because I saw the similar tactic in this position, and I'm sure you would like it as well. Because if I move the bishop away, you can say that okay, moving the knight back is a bit hard because you just moved the knight. Let me move the bishop away instead, but that's a blunder because I can go bishop takes knight, pawn takes bishop, and queen to c6. The same idea essentially, and then you take the bishop over here, and there is a mate in one threatened as well, and it's game over.
A double attack, very sharp, Sahaj. So this motif is so important in this one, and both players are not falling for it so far. So let's move on to our men's section. We'll of course come back and check in with Goryachkina and Divya later. This is where we left Nodirbek's game. I believe a few more moves have happened. Let's get up to date.
So knight takes knight happened on the board. This was the best move. He captures back with the knight, and now knight takes c5. Supposedly this is not the best move. Maybe there's like a 0.1 difference. So I don't think it matters
So
much.
Arjun found the best way forward.
Yeah, he's playing the best moves. Knight takes knight, pawn takes knight, bishop takes knight. A lot of things have simplified here, but now we have this nice weakness on d5, which he could capitalize also. But Arjun has to be careful as well because he has a weakness on e3 as well. By the way, queen h3, which is what he played, is, according to the bar, the only move to keep his advantage. And he does it, threatening mate in one. And Nodirbek defends it. And now another very, very sharp move. He plays rook to f3. Tanya, do you see the threat?
I'm looking at all kinds of sacrifices on
Yeah.
g7, on 8-6, and I think queen takes pawn
Yeah.
is the big idea, and I see that gets you very excited. It's a queen sacrifice. Let's show that line, Saj. You know what? Let's say that black just for a moment
Please.
loses focus and plays b4.
So b4, you're right. Whenever there is a queen sacrifice, I get excited because queen takes h6. It's not a mate though, because after takes rook g3, it looks like a mate. A better thing would have been if black would have played something like queen c7. That would have been a mate instead. But here black can play queen to g5. But after I capture this queen,
Still lost.
you are still lost. You're still
Busted.
it's completely. But look at these beautiful bishops. Look at this beautiful rook. It's a very, very nice tactic that Arjun has.
Yes. Another life advice. Queen sacrifices on the chessboard, really good. But in life, try not to do that. So queen takes pawn here is a really, really big threat. A rook f3 sets up all these ideas. And that's what Arjun is so good at, right? You remember that move knight a4? It's sort of the assist to the goal. you set things up for yourself before you go in for the kill. So Nodirbek has to be really careful in this one, and he does block out that bishop on b2 with his last move. This position has completely exploded.
Indeed, Tanya, and I would just like to point out that in the last two moves, Arjun has had to play the only move to keep his advantage, which was queen to h3, as you can see by the bar. Queen h3 was the only move here, and after h6, rook f3 was the only move here. And Nodirbek again tests Arjun and plays d4, and once again Arjun has to find the only move, which is queen f5, to keep his advantage.
He's awesome at finding only moves. I mean, that is one thing the tournament's made pretty clear. Even though the results have not gone his way, he's stuck to his style. He's found difficult moves in extremely complicated position with very less time. Let's see if he can find it for the nth time in a row. But we will come back to this. Let's head over to the Magnus game, Sahaj. We see that right now, I mean, I have the board in front of me, and I can see that Magnus can in fact win a pawn on the next move, unless Dubov finds the move that's being pointed out by the computer.
Queen to e5. It looks like the only move in this position, because I would not want to be a pawn down anymore. But somehow after queen e5 also, Tanya, I feel queen takes queen. I'm assuming you're going to take capture back with the pawn as well, because you don't want your pawn to be hanging here. So let's say you go pawn takes queen, and then I go rook d7. This doesn't feel comfortable.
It just looks like a really sad position to play and try and hold. Your opponent's rook is so active, having all the fun, and you're just trying to defend one weakness from another. The king will join the party as well, coming to the center of the board. White is the one who's going to end up creating a passer with a 3 versus 2 majority on the left side. Meanwhile, black will struggle to create any counterplay. This is an absolute nightmare. By the way, I see he's played queen e5, and Magnus doesn't even blink an eye. He immediately trades off the queen. Defending this position against anyone's tough. Against Magnus, I'll go as far as to say it's close to impossible.
It's indeed impossible. We just saw Magnus win a knight versus 5 pawns, as you pointed out. So in this case, the position is balanced, and Magnus is playing essentially a 2-result position, and we know he's going to grind this out against Dubov. This is not looking pretty.
So vintage Magnus grind coming up?
Yep, we are ready.
I don't know how ready Dubov's feeling, but you can also tell from the body language of the players right there. Dubov just looks very disheartened. And there's no reason to be disheartened with if you lose to Magnus. It's something that happens all the time. But just the way, it's about the quality of the game, right? It's about how Dubov never really got a chance. He never got any counterplay. Magnus just so far managed to get a position that he's going to play on forever. And Dubov has this unhappy future of defending it for the next 50 moves. And he might do it. And that will be incredible. But it's not going to be a happy battle.
It's not going to be a happy battle indeed. And I just think that Magnus has been on a winning streak, and Dubov has made 7 draws in a row. So and this is exactly, both of them are being tested, because Magnus is trying to push and Dubov is trying to hold down the position. So it is going to be tough. But I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that this looks very, very pleasant for Magnus.
And he got up. He was checking out the other boards. Dubov took the queen back on e5, and then now immediately Magnus again just dashes up his rook on d7, and Dubov has to think again. That's the part about this position. Like, Magnus doesn't need to spend so much time. And I believe we have a move. So a5 on the board. And how does he continue? You simply just get your king towards the center. I would love to get that king on e3 or on g4. Or do you continue attacking the b6 pawn?
Yeah, I think rook d6 was the best move in this position, and he does it. I believe the idea of rook d6, Tanya, is that he did not want black's rook to be on e6 to be defending this pawn on b6. And if white plays rook d6, black has to go rook to b8, which is a horrible, it's a passive square. You don't want to play these moves. You have to play these moves. So it's definitely not pleasant. And you're right in saying that the king is going to join in on the center, and black just has to wait, which is not going to be pleasant.
So there's a possibility we might have our rapid champion right after the penultimate round. Magnus looking good in this endgame, but he's got to show the technique that he usually ends up showing. Now, the one game that's completely gone crazy is Arjun versus Nodirbek. Well, actually, it was crazy when we left it last as well. But let's go to that, because a lot of exciting things happening. Saj, if you can bring us updated with all the action.
Yep, we have this position on the board, and as I was mentioning to you earlier, there is queen to f5, which is the only move in this position.
Try to checkmate in one when you can.
Yup, and he goes g6 to attack the queen, and then he goes on to pin this, threatening again a mate in 3 with rook takes g6 happening in the next move, and he defends with the rook c6, and Arjun finds another only move with queen h5. I think that's 4 in a row, or 5 in a row. That's 5 in a row.
We were just talking about this, how he has this immense capability of finding the best moves. I mean, look at that. The e3 pawn's hanging. He doesn't care about that. He says, come and take it. I'm just going for your king right there. There's threat after threat, attack after attack. He's really putting the pressure on Nodirbek in this one.
That is true. And if you take d takes e3, Tanya, I'm so afraid of bishop takes g6 in this position. I don't know if I can even calculate that.
Why do you even want to calculate it? Take queen takes pawn and enjoy yourself in that position.
Yeah. Oh, let me show a very crazy line here. So let's say if you go d takes e3, I go bishop takes pawn. You play e2 check, hoping for some counter play, and I don't know if I'm right about this, but I was thinking I have queen takes c5 even. Oh wait, that doesn't work. Oh, there's queen d1 check. Intermizzos after intermizzos. That's the issue. That's the problem. But I was thinking, you can go bishop f5 and you can go for some mating attack ideas, but sadly that does not work. Maybe after e2 check, you can just move the king away to h1, and there is no queen d1 check anymore because our queen guards this square really well. And I think it is GG for Abdusattorov.
It's GG for Arjun. He's the one who's going to be taking that away. Queen h5, we see an exclam on the board right there. A threat of bishop takes pawn, queen takes pawn in the air. This might just be over very soon. What move number? This might be a miniature. We're on move 22 right now. I mean, Nodirbek, he's been on this power pack performance, loses to Wesley, big trouble against Arjun. It's like seeing the whole dream collapse in front of your eyes.
True. It's definitely not pretty. Oh, I see another really nice tactic here, Tanya.
Does it involve a queen sacrifice?
Yes.
I feel like you're really in the mood for a queen sacrifice.
Yes, I am indeed. Because let's assume that black plays king to h7. Okay, I'm just going to make a random move here because I want black to take on e3 here. And I'm sure you know what I'm talking about already. So let's say I'm going to play something random. Let's say I'll play rook e1 because you cannot take my queen over here. Don't look at the bar. I'm just playing this move just as a filler. You play pawn takes pawn, and now do you see it? Queen takes pawn. And it's GG. Because if you go king takes queen, rook h3 is a checkmate.
What do you have against queens?
We get to sacrifice queens so little in
That's
chess,
true.
and whenever I have the opportunity to do that, I will do that each and every time.
But the thing is, right, we know this won't happen. But I'm so glad you're showing these options because this is what's going on in the players' minds, that these are the different motives and concepts that exist that you have to be really careful about. To me, even though the bar doesn't give a massive winning advantage just yet, it looks like a position that's really hard to defend from a human perspective.
Absolutely.
You
and
could get checkmated in the next 3 moves, like you just showed.
It is definitely hard to defend this from a human perspective, especially when Arjun is sitting in front of you. Arjun doing Arjun things. Is there anything else happening, Tanya? Is there any other board that looks interesting to you? Or should we stick to this one?
We can... Well, I've got my eyes on all the boards and I'm just trying to take a look at what is happening all across. Let's bring up our bird's eye view, Saj, and take a look, and you can just point out, an overview of the evaluation all across.
Let's do that. So let's bring the bird's eye view for the open section. And there we have it. Let's go. Oh, this is the women's section. Okay, so Nana looking quite good again. Okay, but she has pushed e5. That means she's looking for some counterplay. And looks like she is successful at that as well. Oh, by the way, Tanya, again, you remember in one of the earlier days, we did not see the pawn on a7. Again, in this board, in the center, in the top center board, black doesn't have a pawn on h7 either. Completely missed that.
I just noticed that. And that's a big one. And we haven't checked in on Nana yet. So let's do that. Let's do a quick deep dive on Nana versus the reigning World Blitz champion. And Nana is just half a point behind the reigning World Blitz champion, which is Valentina Gunina. And Nana playing with the white pieces is only half a point behind Goryachkina. And magically, an 8-7 pawn has disappeared for Valia.
Yeah, I think she's not a pawn up because she's also missing the pawn on f2. So I'm not sure what happened there, but...
Yeah, how do you trade an H-pawn for an F-pawn?
I'm trying to understand that, but it doesn't make sense. Maybe we can do a deep dive if you can get the analysis board. Yeah, there we have it. So I'm just going to go through it very, very quickly. Okay, so the pawn was on g6 already. Maybe she pushed f5 or black pushed g5, something like that happened. So let's go queen takes knight, rook comes ahead. Okay, so she, rooks should be on open files. We know that. Queen e7, queen a3, g5. Okay, there we have it. Queen f2, pawn takes, queen takes, and there we have it. That's how you exchange the h pawn with the f2 pawn, folks. Black plays a5, which is a slight mistake because I think you give up the b5 square in the longer run, and she responds with h3, and now e5, queen comes back to f2, and now e4. Tanya, I would have preferred her to play e takes d4 or keep the pawn on e5. I somehow don't like this pawn on e4. I would much rather have this pawn on e6 instead because it protects the d5 pawn. If you put the pawn on e4, then this pawn kind of becomes a weakness in this position.
And especially with that rook on c5 already poised to be attacking that weakness, the queen can go to f5 now that there's no pawn on e6. But first, you have to move the bishop. So she still hasn't made a decision where she'd like to go. I'm already thinking of ideas. Maybe you can reroute it to a g4 square, bishop e2, bishop g4, try to get active like that is one option. Or is she thinking about bishop to b5?
She actually played a move, and it's bishop to b1.
I like it.
I like it as well because her idea is to go bishop to a2 and sort of, put additional pressure on the d5 pawn. Maybe you can also put the rook like this and the other rook like this, and put all forces on that d5 pawn because that is the weakness in this position. And Valentina responds with knight to d8, and I think this is the position where Nana is thinking. By the way, Tanya, we should also address the fact that Nana is 10 minutes below on time.
But Nana's a super fast player with little time on the clock. She's very used to. She's somebody who thrives on time pressure. But of course, a few extra minutes would have been great. It's also the kind of position, it's so simplified, Sahaj, that you're not trying to kind of counter a lot of tricks and targets. She's going to put her bishop on a2, the queen wants to land on f5 and try to get to that d5 pawn. But meanwhile, Valentina's queen on c7 also provides counterplay. I think it's a balanced game. Both sides have their own ideas to get to. One wants to get to the b2 weakness, one wants to arrive at the d5 weakness. Should we go back to our open section and get on date with what is happening on the Nodirbek board? Any queen sacrifices there.
Tanya, great timing because guess what just happened? Black played rook to e8 and guess what Arjun played in this position? It's not a queen sacrifice.
It's not.
As much as I would love to see it.
No queen takes bishop, no queen takes pawn. Well, Arjun is the king of mayhem, so it must be something crazy, Sahaj.
He went ahead and played a brilliancy in this position, and it is also a sacrifice. Bishop takes g6.
A brilliancy, what a move. And he's obviously calculated his way through because I look at the camera and the players are just blitzing out the moves. So let's get on with it.
Pawn takes bishop, rook takes pawn, rook takes, queen takes, and I think this is all. I know the bar is not going as high. Okay, so no, it's +3. It's pretty comfortable winning advantage, I would say. I see winning some material. Okay, king f8 happens on the board, and now Arjun is thinking.
Take. Just take the h6 pawn. Why is he thinking right now?
Because I'm thinking he wants
to go queen f5.
Yeah. I think he wants to take this as well. But Tanya, if I had the choice, why not just take the pawn and then take the bishop as well? I think you can do both, no?
Yes, because if the king goes to g8, you can force it with queen g5, queen g6 check and then win it next. If you go to e7, you've got to check from the 7th rank, Sahaj winning the other bishop. But you might have to do that because where else are you hiding? I mean, this looks really bad for Nodirbek.
Yeah, Nodirbek definitely is definitely not having a good day. This would be, he lost his first round of on day 3, and this also does not look pleasant for him as well.
That's an understatement. Does not look pleasant. This looks absolutely busted. If black loses a bishop, you're down 3 pawns.
That's true. I think this is complete, and also it's Arjun playing. You know how Magnus does Magnus things, and we expect like a grind. When we say Arjun does Arjun things, we expect mayhem on the board, and it is mayhem on the board at this very moment. And this is Arjun's specialty.
Yes, this is his biggest skill, right? Well, right now it might be too late for being a bigger skill. It might be already over, but just the way he conducted the entire attack. Nice, starting from that move knight to a4, bringing all his pieces to the king side and eventually striking on g6. Well, this is what we've got on the board right now. 3 extra pawns on the king side, 2 extra pawns overall for Arjun. Black's king absolutely in the open right now. So the pawns are not even his biggest problem. Black can't really start advancing that d pawn any further because the bishop on b2 would be an absolute monster. That would be a checkmate coming in.
Absolutely, absolutely. And look at how composed Arjun is even now. I mean, he's completely winning. He knows he's had a great game so far, but not a single facial expression. He's so calm, so composed, and yet his moves don't reflect that.
Nodirbek cannot be feeling any of those emotions that you just described right now. Saj, let's get an update on the Pragg and Wesley board, because Wesley is also 1.5 points behind Magnus. In case Magnus Dubov ends in a draw, but then he would need Magnus to lose the last round, and Wesley will have to win the last round for the tie to happen. So that's very wishful thinking, but an outside chance, because Magnus will be playing against Nodirbek in the final round. Let's get a quick update on this, because Pragg looks like he's really steamrolling on the queen side.
It looks pleasant for Pragg. Also, he has a double bishop advantage. I really like this bishop, this Sveshnikov bishop in this position. Also, he's got a great queenside majority going in. I think this looks very, very pleasant for Pragg. So if this game ends in a draw and Magnus also draws, then Magnus has effectively won the championship already. Because Nodirbek is
if
losing.
If Nodirbek loses his game,
Yeah.
or even draws his game.
Oh, wow. Oh,
Yes,
wow.
because Nodirbek would have to win both games. Magnus will have to draw right now for that chance to happen in the final round. If Nodirbek loses and Wesley draws, then Magnus is going through before the final round.
Wow.
Just another day in office for Magnus Carlsen. Can we get a quick update on the Vidit board? Because not going to go back and do an action replay on it. But Vincent, is he... I just saw the bar and I'm trying to understand what happened, as the world is hanging right now.
The world is hanging indeed. I think he's losing a lot of material here, because if he goes queen to d7, for example, which feels like the only move, you can't take the bishop, because I will take your rook over here with a check, and then I will take your bishop. I will take something in that position. I feel like everything is hanging. Actually, no, Tanya. There's also knight f5 check coming in. There's so many threats. But black can play queen to d7, and if you do that, then I can take on c8 with a check. You can take back, and then I can take this, or I can take that. It feels like anything is winning in this position. This feels completely lost for Vidit.
And look at the clock. He knows it. 1 minute. Let's go full screen on our players. This might be ending any moment, because Vidit cannot hang on to each of his pieces anymore. He's about to lose big material. The queen is overloaded, defending the rook and the knight. The bishop on g2 is hanging. The knight on d2 under attack. White's knight on g3 doing a phenomenal role of keeping his own king defended. The only threat that probably Vidit had. He's taking time, but he could have an hour on the clock and he doesn't save this position.
Absolutely right, and the bar definitely confirms that in this position. You were right in pointing out, Tanya, that right now, out of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pieces, 4 of them are under attack.
4 of them are under attack, and White just needed one piece, that little knight, to defend the king, and everything's under control. So Vidit's giving up an entire rook on c8 right now. He's looking for threats, he's looking for tricks in the position. I'll be surprised if this lasts much longer.
Oh, I see this idea, Tanya. If you take the rook, let's actually have it on the board. I think he's going to play it anyways. King g7, bishop to f8 check. And I was really liking the idea of once black...
Sorry, 1 second. He's gone for this. Can you take queen d2, your queen sacrifice?
In this position?
Rook takes rook, king takes rook.
Oh!
And it's on the board. The one time you wanted
Tanya.
it is on the board.
Tanya,
Queen
come
takes
on.
knight.
I'm a big fan of queen sacrifices, and finally we have it on the board. Wow, what a find, Tanya. Well done.
It's happened. I mean, this is a fancy way to finish it. You've been manifesting this on different boards. It happens here. And the point is that if Vidit Gujarati recaptures the queen, knight to f5 is a checkmate, and he lets Vincent play out the checkmate. It's game over. It's handshakes. And with that, Vincent gets a win.
I think it's very nice of Vidit to allow Vincent to do that, because most top players would not do that. It's very nice sportsmanship by Vidit there.
Yes, because it was also such a beautiful, it's one of those t-shirt victories you want, like take this photo, put it on you sacrifice the piece, sacrifice the queen. Well, there are no queens remaining on some very important boards on the Nodirbek and the Magnus board. Which endgame should we go to first? Let's check in with Magnus, Sahaj.
Yeah, we haven't done that in a while. So we were on this position with after rook d6 and Dubov played rook b8 as we were discussing earlier. This rook on b8 is a passive piece and this is something you don't want to play. You have to play this. He goes king g2. Your idea, Tanya, on bringing the king into the center. King f8, rook d5 happens. Rook e8 again. King f3. Okay, slight inaccuracy by Magnus. He goes rook e6. And now the rook goes to b5. The bar says 0.2, but somehow, I feel this is very, very hard for Dubov to defend, even though his rook is in a more active square than b8.
But I actually think this could be his best chance because, yes, white can get the king to d5. Right? The rook is beautiful on b5. You get your king to d5, but what's next? Where are you breaking at? Because now black has a healthy pawn structure. Everything's connected. The e5 pawn, and you've got this one weakness on b6. The rook is guarding it. Your king can come towards the center of the board. It's not a pleasant hold. Also, to point out, Magnus has extra 10 minutes on the clock. I also saw him checking out the other boards. I have no doubt that he was looking at Nodirbek's position, what's going on. I think Magnus is going to make Dubov sweat for this draw. But now I feel like there's a big chance we might be seeing that.
Okay, so a quick question, Nanya. You know Magnus, really, really well. I'm sure Magnus knows that if Abdusattorov loses with a draw, Magnus is going to confirm his title in this event. So, considering that they have worked together, they're probably friends, would he offer the draw to him, or would he make him sort of suffer in this position?
Well, if Nodirbek loses, then it doesn't even matter what happens to Magnus's game. I mean, he still goes through. He could even be losing and he'd still be champion. But depending on what happens to Wesley's. But I can't imagine a universe where Magnus loses this position.
Absolutely not. So does he offer him the draw, or do you think he will play on and make him suffer?
I won't be surprised if the game ends soon in that case. Because, there's another round to be played. He's done all the hard work already. And it's really, let's say you want to play this position. And as I say that, Dubov makes a move that I wanted to suggest for black because you want to push your own pawns forward. You want to get your king. And I think it all relies on the fact that now, at some point, white is going to move the king sideways to e3. And is he going to push f4 and try to get his king forward? Is that the point? But I don't see that happening, Sahaj.
I'm not sure because, if I push f4, Tanya, then black can play e4 and kind of get that protected pass pawn. First of all, I'm just going to say this because I've been repeating it so many times that f pawn is the golden pawn, as I've, and whenever you push it, it's usually a bad move. But, in this case, of course, it was necessary, at least from a practical sense. This is exactly what I would have played as well because I don't like this king coming onto d5. But I feel after f5, Magnus always has this idea of playing c5 at any point, and when you take this, I will have this weakness on a5, permanent weakness.
I love that.
And I think
c5 is really nice.
That's his idea here, I think, and I think he will play it soon. And again, you mentioned this to me because I didn't look at the time, but having 8 minutes more than his opponent in such a position is definitely not ideal.
And you want to play c5 at the right moment, right? Is it now or is it later? Do you want to improve your king's position, perhaps get it closer to the b3 pawn? Because Magnus is calculating right now. This is how his head is maybe working. c5, pawn takes pawn. Which pawn do you capture? Because if you take the a5 pawn, black might be able to slide his own rook to b6 and target the b3 pawn. So you might want to take the c5 pawn, eyeing e5 and a5.
That's a good point, Tanya. And I had calculated that line, but I missed something really, really crucial because let's actually play that out. So if after c5, pawn takes pawn, rook takes pawn, rook to b6, attacking this pawn on b3. Initially, Tanya, I was thinking about playing rook b5, but I missed the fact that you can just capture this.
And the king is close enough.
And the king is in the box, as they say. And once you play king e7, and I think it is black who is winning this position.
Because of a better pawn formation. Alright, so Magnus is taking his decision while he decides whether right now is the moment to go c5 or not. It's our moment to jump over to Nodirbek's game. Because Arjun has simplified it into a winning endgame. And that's great chess. Traditional chess wisdom that once you've won your material, you've got a material advantage from the tactics, you try to simplify and go in and put it and sort of transfer your advantage into a technically winning position.
That's a good point. Whenever you're winning, just try to trade material as much as possible and, go into the end game. And that's exactly what he has done.
So opposite color bishops here, but how much of a hope does that give to Nodirbek?
Generally speaking, if it was an absolute opposite colored bishop endgame, without the rooks on the board, I think the chances would be higher. Although in this position, I don't think there would be a chance. Even in that situation, I still think it would be winning for Arjun. But having the rooks, I think, only adds on to the pressure for Dubov. Sorry, for Nodirbek. So I feel like this position is very, very difficult for him to hold. But, anything is possible in that sense. Tanya, if I remember correctly, Arjun had 3 pawns in this position, and now he has only 1.
He has 1, it's true, but 2 of them are on one side of the board. So they're sort of connected passers. While for black, it's really tough to make a passer out of the pawn. That 1 pawn on b4, it's taking care of 2 of black pawns.
True, absolutely true. And not to mention, Tanya, that this h pawn is the right color with h8.
Just I want to point out one thing. Just don't play g5 in this position. You watch out for some tricks, because the opposite color complex of the bishop, it's so much about king safety. g5, and you get checkmated in 1 with rook to h3.
Yeah, absolutely. I think if you could have a, what's the worst move in this position, that would be g5.
Easy winner.
Because
Easy
it's
winner.
an easy win. Yeah. So yeah, g5 definitely not possible, but now Arjun has to find correct technique to convert this into a win. The game is not fully over yet. I think he can still put up a defense. According to the bar, at least initially when we saw this game last, Arjun had an advantage of +3, but now he has an advantage of only 1.7, which is not theoretically winning, but practically, of course, there's a lot of chances.
Yes. And he's going to put maximum pressure, so we'll see how this one turns out. By the way, meanwhile, Magnus did take a decision to go c5. We'll jump to that, but before that, Sahaj, I see Vaishali is completely winning.
Let's take a look at that game. Vaishali's game against Lagno.
She is crushing it. How many pawns is that on the left side of the board? That's 4 pawns. 2 of them have gone up the board. She's 2 extra pawns in this position. And look at the way the queen and the rook, she's played on the dark squares to stop black's pawn advances. No attack on the white king. This is over for Lano.
Yeah, this is completely over. I mean, f4 again, that's, I think, desperation. You don't play these moves because you want to. You just want to create something, some kind of counterplay. But I think it's a bit too late for that.
I mean, I'm looking at ideas of even going rook h4 at some point and trying to get some sacrifices in, Sahaj.
Yup. And also I see a crazy tactic here once again. If let's say Vaishali plays a random move like rook f2, for example, because your pawn was under attack over here. So you want to just defend that pawn, because why not? There is rook takes b3. Because if you go pawn takes, that's a checkmate in 1, because you can still play queen s7, but still it's a checkmate. So that's another crazy tactic on the board. But of course, Vaishali is not going to fall for that.
She's not going to fall for that. I'm expecting a checkmate on black's king at some point with rook h4, rook h6 ideas in the air as well. So things looking good here for Vaishali. Meanwhile, even for Harika, she's playing against Alexandra Kosteniuk. She's crushing it in that ending. Let's get a quick look at that one as well, Sahaj.
Ooh. Oh, this is over.
This is just over. White's pawn on a7 ties down the black rook. Meanwhile, the white king is going to go pick up the pawns on the other side of the board, and it's the h pawn that will end up winning the game. So this looks over. Saj, do you want to go back to the open section?
Yeah, let's do that. So on the open section, we were looking at Arjun versus Abdusattorov. Are there any games that have finished besides that? By the way, we did not mention this earlier, but SL Narayanan and Nehal Sareen has ended in a draw. And I think the other game that has finished is Vincent Keymer versus Vidit, which we have already looked at.
The queen sacrifice that finally
happened.
And what about Wesley's position? Let's get an update on that. Pragg playing with black. Last we left it, things looked really good for Pragg, and I think they continue to look pretty good for Pragg. I like his position. He's got the more active queen on c5, the the double bishop advantage. There are direct threats on the board on that knight on c4.
Yeah, is he repeating his moves? I think he's going knight a6, knight b4. The Wesley making a polite draw offer. And I think if Wesley draws, then Abdusattorov also draws, let's say in some scenario, then Magnus has effectively won.
Regardless of his result, right?
Yep, regardless of the result.
And not that he's losing that position, which we'll check up on now. It's about what is Pragg's mindset. Because Is he going to impolitely refuse the repetition?
Of course, it's Pragg. Of course, he's going to refuse. He knows he's better in this position. He knows he's got the bishop pair. His opponent has got the isolated pawn on c3. White's knights are a bit awkwardly placed. He knows he's better, so of course he's going to play. This is Pragg we're talking about.
All right, let's go back to the Magnus board really quickly. Pragg looking good here. He probably will continue. And we left it last. Serge, we'll have to rush through the moves because Dubov is playing on his last seconds.
Okay, let's go a bit faster. So we are on this position. King e6, a5, king d6, and king d3 has been played. So this is also... So, Magnus could have drawn and, gotten into... and still could have won. But he says, no, I'm going to win this game and, seal the deal myself.
And it looks like he's about to do that, right? Because yes, f4 has been played, but I'm actually trying to think, what is the clear path here for white? Do you just take on f4, put your king on e4 and capture that pawn? Or is there something better?
That's what I was thinking as well, but I think king e4, there is the only counterplay that Dubov has is to play c4. So, because right now Dubov's rook is tied down to his own pawn. So, and he wants to keep it that way.
Serge, what about a direct line like rook b6? Does that work? He doesn't go for it. He just goes for king c4 because rook b6 would require so much calculation. You don't want to go into that and looks too risky. Magnus, he plays it quickly and it's obviously the best move in the position. Black doesn't have moves left here.
That's what happens against Magnus every time. We don't know how he does it, but eventually his opponent runs out of moves.
But he's threatening rook b6 next. This is the point. Black cannot create a passer on the right side of the board with 2 versus 3 because you have to sacrifice the pawn, and after h takes g5, the h pawn is equally fast. But rook b6 was a big threat.
True, but I feel, Tanya, he didn't even need to play that move because his rook is so much more active. He can just keep the rooks as it is. And as we spoke about this earlier, his position, he's just running out of moves here. So why exchange pieces and can give your opponent a move? I believe both of these ideas are winning, but it's just a matter of a choice what he goes for. But Dubov does not give him that chance. He goes for g5 and he aims to push that pawn all the way down. Again, this feels like something that Dubov had to do that, not something he wanted to do that.
Let's go full screen on the players because these are the final few moments in this game. Magnus is just calculating the race against this h pawn. He's also thinking about the idea of perhaps trying to defend that pawn from queening because yes, you can think about g6, but you could also simply get the rook into the defense. From rook b7 or b8 to that h file as you're nicely drawing it out with the arrows. And that just feels like simpler to me. Doesn't require calculation. Or will Magnus go for a more direct pawn push karo khush raho?
I believe when in doubt, just follow the basic principles of chess. Rooks should be behind passed pawns. Whether it's your passed pawn, whether it's your opponent's passed pawn, they should just be behind passed pawn. And he does exactly that, yeah? He goes rook to b8 and he's just aiming to go rook h8. He knows this position is winning. And I think with this win, he already seals the deal. Tanya, this is amazing. 1 round to spare. 6 wins technically in a row.
Some might argue he sealed the deal when he arrived in Kolkata. King to e5 played, and you can see it on Dubov that he knows there's nothing to be done here. It's sort of just making hand moves right now. Magnus can pick up the h4 pawn, give up the g5 pawn, and the king on the left side will assist that a pawn to victory.
Yup, and I think this is virtually over. You go rook h4, king takes g5, and this a pawn is going to seal the deal for Magnus here. And also, the clocks do not help Dubov's case at all.
He's going to now come back and perhaps put the rook behind his pass pawn. And he comes back to h3. But there's a little bit of an interesting moment. I saw the bar go down a bit, but doesn't matter. f3, and now the king moves forward. And I'm expecting Dubov to throw in the towel.
Yep.
A6?
I think he was going to push a6, push karo, khush raho.
Push him, baby, as Yasser Saravan says. It's handshakes. Magnus Carlsen has done it. He is the Tata Steel Chess India Rapid Champion. 1 round to spare. He drew the first 2 games, went on to win every single game after that. Back-to-back victories. He's the man of the moment right now, and he knows it.
Wow. And with a 2-point deficit, like he's up by 2 points, with the rest of the field. What a moment. 7 wins in a row. 6 wins in a row. That is crazy.
Just amazing stuff. I mean, he just makes it look so simple, but we've still got non-simple action going on. We'll, of course, it's still a fight for second place. You know, there's big money on the line. So let's go back and bring our players on the camera screens as well. As Nodirbek, he's hanging by a thread right now. Can he hang on to dear life, or is it all collapsing?
So let's try and navigate on that board. This is the position. This is the absolute opposite colored bishop ending we were speaking about. This is completely over. You just move the king away, you push the pawns down. An important motive in these positions, Tanya, is to not put your pawns on the dark squares. This is what you were mentioning a bit earlier, because your opponent can build up a fortress. Although, now that I think about it, Tanya, you can also play h6 here. Because your idea is just, h6 to play h7, and if your opponent defends via king g8, then king g6. You sack this pawn, then you push h7, h8, and it's GG.
But he can do that now, right? Or the point is, he wants to go bishop f7 check for that same idea.
I believe that's also... Is that going to change anything? Actually, yeah, it is going to change something. So maybe he needs to make a waiting move.
But perhaps that's winning anyways. Even after king to f6, you push the g5 pawns. Can we have the arrows, Sahaj?
So let's go
h6.
h6, okay.
King g8, king g6.
King g6.
Bishop f7, king f6.
Then I go
and just g5, g6.
No, actually, if you go... So let's say h6, king g8, king g6, bishop f7, king f6. And in this position, Tanya, what I'm going to do is I'm going to play bishop to e8. So if you go g5, then I'll put my king on h7, and I've got this clamp on the light square.
Nice.
So nice little tactic by, trick by Nodirbek there. But, Arjun's of course not going to fall for it. He knows that the pawns should be on the light squares because it's opposite colored bishops. Whenever you have opposite colored bishops on the board, put your pawns on the alternate color of your own bishop. So the bishop is dark, so your pawn should be on the light.
So
he wants to play g4, g5. Of course, he doesn't have to rush. He needs to first put his king like this to h4, right behind the pawn. So when black plays king h6, his pawn is not under attack. And that's it. That's GG. The only thing, Tanya, that I think he needs to watch out for is this one crazy scenario where, Nodirbek sort of sacrifices this bishop for these two pawns and then, pushes a5 and magically this king finds its way to a8. And I don't think that's going to happen.
Arjun doing everything right, and it's been a nightmare of a day for Nodirbek today here, the final rapid day. He still has one more game to fight, but behind him I see that Pragg and Wesley have also wrapped up their game, and that one finished in a draw. So indeed Pragg decided to repeat in that moment when we checked in last. Arjun, he continues to follow through with your idea, Sahaj, of putting the king at the right spot before advancing his own pawns. Notice how that one pawn that Arjun has, it just stops all counterplay for black with that extra pawn on the queen side.
Absolutely, and this position is busted. He will go king h4, push his pawn, and I think we will see a resignation very, very soon here.
So what happens in the next game when Magnus plays Nodirbek? Magnus is already the champion. Nodirbek potentially coming out of 2 losses, playing with white. Do you think Nodirbek will be as motivated in that game?
Nodirbek is, known to be, have that killer mentality. So, of course, he's going to play this game, even despite the 2 losses. At least I believe he will, because I think he plays every game till the end. That's what separates him, from the book. And, wasn't it Magnus himself who says he's the hungriest out of all of the youngsters? So, who else is better to be hungry against?
And when you had a bad day, and if you can wrap things up with a win against the world #1, you can forget about most of the bad things that have happened. And let's not forget, there's a blitz coming up for these players. We will start with Tata Steel Chess India blitz tomorrow, which is going to be over 2 days, 18 rounds, so you want to finish on a high. So I agree with you. A player like Nodirbek, he's not going to be less hungry to try to create his chances. And right now, he has to give up his bishop for the pawn. White's got this really nice bishop pawn on b4, and now black's king was close enough. Black could have pushed a5 and it would have been a draw.
Yeah.
But black's king is just a little too far to make that a reality. And Nodirbek tries to race his king to the other side, but he's not going to have enough time. White can even go bishop c7, bishop a5.
Bishop c7, bishop a5 is the easiest way
just
to not allow it. Oh, he just resigned before Arjun even had a chance to make a move. It just goes to show. Yep, that is it. Magnus wins by 2 points, yeah? Is that it for the open section, Tanya? Or do we have any other games?
Magnus does take it away in the rapid, but the fight for second place continues. It is between Wesley and Nodirbek because Wesley is a half point ahead of Nodirbek. But Wesley can now take some relief in the fact that Nodirbek has to play Magnus in the last round.
That is true. That is indeed true. Coming back to that point, of course, Nodirbek hasn't had the best day today. But, if he can seal the deal with a win against Magnus Carlsen, that's still a W, I feel.
Absolutely, Saj, but I think the form that Magnus is playing in, we might see a 7th win in a row by him. I mean, 6 back-to-back victories. Meanwhile, we've still got a game on in the women's section. It's a very crucial one. So let's quickly jump over to Nana Dzagnidze versus Valentina Gunina as the two are still fighting it out.
By the way, just to mention, Goryachkina did win her game against Divya Deshmukh, so it is a must-win situation for Nana here, because if she draws this game, then Goryachkina will be 1 point ahead of the rest of the field, and if she loses, I don't think this position is, but just theoretically speaking, if she loses, that makes Goryachkina effectively the champion in the women's section.
But I look at the position, I mean, it might be a must-win situation, but I think it's a must-draw position that we've got in front of us.
A must-draw situation.
A must-draw position, because how does either side make progress in this one? If anyone, I would think that Valentina Gunina can jump around with her knight, but probably not, because you can't allow bishop to c6. That's the one trick you need to watch out for.
Exactly. So both players need to be a bit careful here.
But you just shuffle around with your king. To your point, Saj, Aleksandra Goryachkina, she had a half-point lead. She had a half-point lead, right?
Yes, she has a half-point lead. Now she has a 1.5 point lead.
She won her game against Divya.
Yes.
Nana, if she draws, there's still something to fight for in the last round. But she'll be hoping that she can win her game and Goryachkina loses her game. Goryachkina showing immense form for that to be a realistic reality.
True.
And right now, I think this one is most likely headed into a draw, so we might have that scenario. This ends in a draw. Goryachkina goes into the final round with a 1 point lead.
Absolutely, and she's who's she up against? She's up against Valentina Gunina, who's not having the best tournaments herself, in this scenario. So I think it's she definitely must be feeling comfortable with the position that she is in this tournament.
I'm just thinking, is there a way to actually make something out of this? Because white can use that g-pawn, the outside passer, to deflect black's king to the g file and then enter with your own king to e5, trying to create a d passer, win the d5 pawn. The drawback of that idea is that you give the e pawn a free hand to move forward. That pointed out that bishop on b5 does control an e2 square. So are there such plans available to white?
Whether they are available or not, I think Nana has no choice but to go for something like that, because if she doesn't, then she effectively, is not going to be in the race going into the last round. So she's in a must-win situation, in a must-draw in a must-draw position. I'm still thinking about that. So.
Wait, what do you do in that kind of a scenario, right? Because there's also, you don't want to mess up, go all out, because there's a big gap between the second prize and the third prize as well. There's a lot of money on the line. So you go for this idea of trying to do something, and then you get to a point which is a point of no return.
Absolutely. And I was thinking about this move, the G5, G6, G7 idea that you mentioned earlier, Tanya. And I thought because the knight is, very well positioned on D8, it can give this check on E6. I'm not a big fan of what Valentina played last, because when she played knight B7, she effectively took that idea away from the equation. So I feel now Nana's chances look a little more bright for me.
Maybe it's one of those moments when, again, you have to accept your mistake and say, you know what, I did something I shouldn't have, and the knight belongs where it came from, and come back to d8.
So the takeaway from today is just accept your mistake. Just accept your mistake, whatever it is, and you will have a good chess match.
So,
by the way, also another thing, Tanya, sorry to cut you off. There is another thing in this position, and also, there is an imbalance between the bishop and the knight. And the reason why the bishop is a favorable piece in comparison to the knight, even though Valentina has this protected pass pawn, which is considered to be a very good thing in the ending, but Nana has more practical chances because the bishop is a long range piece. The bishop can move around from one place to another very, very fast, and Valentina is not able to do that. And just like how you mentioned, she can push this pawn all the way up. You can deflect the king and find its way to e5 and d5. It's just that Valentina has a lot more to watch out for simply because the knight is a short range piece, which is not ideal in these situations.
Yes, and this is actually a very big question that's being asked. Where do you place your king? It's not a very easy answer to it. You need some time because if you go to the left side, the g pawn moves forward. If you go to the right side, you're actually allowing the white king to step ahead to e5. And sure, the bar says balance, but in a player's mind, you get the feeling that have I already done something wrong? Is it already lost for me? Because it looks like the white king is moving forward, the pawn is coming in. Valia doesn't know that it's still under control. In fact, we've got the bar. I still don't know how it's under control.
Wait, knight e6 check is the only move in this position. Okay, so I was thinking in my mind that I can take this and go king g5, and I will be able to push my pawn. But the problem with that is that I can also push this e-pawn all the way down. So I think Nana has to be a bit careful. But right now, Valentina has to play the only move. But I feel this is pretty standard. Yeah, knight e6 check is a pretty standard move in this position. Because if you don't play knight e6, you effectively allow Nana to queen, which is of course not ideal.
Yes, she's going to find knight e6 because nothing else works. You fall back with your king to get closer to that passed pawn, then the white king moves forward to e5 and your whole center collapses. So with no king e7 available, whether you like it or not, whether you have enough time to calculate that king pawn ending or not, you play and you pray.
Play and pray indeed. Okay, so Valentina has some time on the clock to decide, but I think knight e6 check. This is a very crucial decision, as you can see from the board. It is the only move in this position that saves the day, and she's taking her time to decide whether she needs to play it or not. Tanya, the thing is that I don't see any other move. I don't see any. Maybe there is king e7, which but it allows me to play king e5, and I can take the pawn on d5.
Yeah, that's exactly what I said. So now knight e6 has been played by Valia. It's on the board. And Saj, I want to just maybe with arrows we can do it, but your line. Take us through your line of bishop takes knight because that's a 4 sequence of moves.
So bishop takes e6, king takes e6, king g5 was my idea, but black can play e3, and if I go king to h6, then e2 happens on the board. And I think black just queens right into... Oh, that is happening on the board right now.
It had to. And that's the point, that now black queens on time, white queens on time with a check, but black's king is close enough to the pawns to defend them. I think Valia's found the way forward, and now this is elementary, I think. Is it fair to say that?
Still, I would say she has to make... I'm thinking, for example, if you go king to d6, I think is the only move, because you don't... Wait, what? Don't I just take this pawn?
Yeah, but then you have got a million checks, and I think she's seen it.
There's queen e6 check.
And, you just trade.
I think even Valentina can win that.
It's possible because white's king is so offside, and black's king is very close to the white pawns. Queen takes pawn. What? She's done it. Wait, but it's still fine.
No, that's a blunder.
What? She missed queen e6.
She missed queen e6 check.
But Valia here, has she seen? She does it, and now Nana will react. Can we go full screen on this? Because Nana has just made a massive blunder. She missed this idea.
Oh, that is very, very unfortunate. Chess is brutal.
I think our arbiter just realized it.
Yes.
And Nana was expecting a bunch of checks and perhaps just thought that Valia will find a way to repeat the position with checks. But what a heartbreaking moment, forcing a queen trade, and white has an extra pawn and a king pawn ending, but the king being offside, black's king is going to go on the players if we can go back to them in the playing arena.
Oh, this is sad. Just one move she missed.
She missed queen e6, and Sahaj, I'll be honest, I didn't spot that till you mentioned it. I was looking at checks, that there's no way the white king escapes from the checks.
It's a very, very easy thing to miss, Tanya, because there are so many checks, you just miss the one check,
And that's it, she resigns. And it's so counterintuitive, because if you're down a pawn, going into a king pawn ending usually means you're completely busted. But this is one of those rare scenarios where the side who's down a pawn wins the endgame.
Yeah, and because, Nana's king was so badly placed on h6 for this position, and, she just didn't have enough time to, get her king to safety. And yeah, very, very heartbreaking indeed. By the way, this means that Goryachkina has already won the women's section, Tanya. Right? Yep, she has a 1.5 point lead above everyone else. So we have a winner in both sections.
Yes, it's. We'll have to get a confirmation on that, Sahaj, once we've got the standings in. And I see them in front of us. You're absolutely right. Because Goryachkina is on 6.5. Wantika and Nana are now a point and a half behind. No way to catch up. So we've got a winner in both our sections. One round to spare. It's a fight. It's a race for the second place.
Yup, that is true, and but very very heartbreaking for Nana indeed. I was hoping for at least a draw, so there would be a closer fight, but chess is brutal at the end of the day.
Yes, I think this last finish that we just witnessed between Nana and Valia, and maybe Sahaj, we can just have, that Queen E6 moment up on with us, because it's so easy before D5 pawn was taken. And right here, there are a million ways that white can draw, but Valia, she sets up. And credit to Valia to find this final trick as well.
Yep.
She just sets up the absolute last trick in the position. White can repeat this in a million ways. If anyone, white's the one that's checking the black king.
Absolutely. We know what a poisoned pawn is, but in this case, this d5 pawn is poisoned for white, because let's assume, Tanya, that in this position after queen takes d5, black plays queen e6 check, right? You take, and this king has this extra square on d5 because black doesn't have this pawn here anymore. Now imagine in this position, let's say I go queen g7 check, any random check that I'm going to play. Black plays king to d6 and I go queen f6 check, and then you play queen e6 and queen takes e6, king takes e6. We have the exact same position that happened on the board, but in this case Nana is winning simply because the black's king does not have access to d5 anymore. Just removing one pawn of your own can end up in a winning position. How crazy is that?
Just unbelievable scenes here, and that means because of, Goryachkina would not have been able to believe the turnaround that happened in this game as well. And with that, we finished the penultimate round. We've got the final round of the day coming up. We've already got the winners of the Rapid, but the race continues because there is a lot of money on the line for the second place finish as well. We will have round 9, the final game, underway very soon. You stay tuned with us. And we're back with the final round of the Tata Steel Chess India. It's already underway, just a few steps away from us to a packed house at the Dhono Dhanyo Auditorium. Let's go straight to our playing venue first, Sahaj, and check out the atmosphere.
Yup, let's do that. We already have 2 winners in this event, Tanya. I mean, when does that happen? That is crazy.
That happens when there's a certain Magnus Carlsen playing in a tournament and he decides to run away with it, winning 6 games back to back. And what's really fascinating is how this man, he started with 2 draws. One against Pragg, one against Nehal. And I'm still thinking about that first game against Pragg that he had. Let's have him back up on the screen, because who wants to watch us? We all want to watch the players in action. You know, that game that he drew with Pragg, the very first game, he was close to being busted in that one.
That's the only opportunity, and it's no surprise that the only opportunity was given to Pragg amongst anybody else. I mean, Magnus is big. Magnus really likes Pragg, and Pragg is the one who sort of gets the better of him, from time to time. And I think the games have already begun, right, Tanya?
They have, and for Pragg, it's been an up and down tournament, Sahaj. Before we dive into just doing a quick overview of things, he's had some good positions but not been able to convert them. But you're right, the players have started. We should get to the action. Let's bring up our overview. Let's bring up our 5 board action that we've got, and you can round up the openings for us.
Yep, let's get the bird's eye view of the open section first. Okay, and there we have it. Okay, first thing that caught my eye was Nodirbek versus Magnus, because what is happening there? I have no idea. Okay, we'll come back to that. On the top left corner, still mainstream theory, nothing too crazy there. Let me see. I think it's still a bit early to say what's going to happen in any of the boards. On the bottom left corner, I think it might be a really Wesley type of position. Like, I would expect Wesley to be white in this position, but Wesley's playing as black, of course. So yeah, very, very level-headed there. And I think looking like a pretty solid game. The only game that catches my eye, and it wouldn't come as a surprise to you, is the game between Nodirbek and Magnus. I feel that game is quite dynamic in this at this very moment.
Yes, and I think the top center board that you pointed out.
Yeah.
Now, Magnus versus Nodirbek, that could have been the fight for championship, but Magnus was in no mood for any of that happening. He stormed through already and won it, but it's still a really important one, because Nodirbek wants to finish the day on a high, 1, and 2, there's a lot of prize money at stake as well. Now it's a race for the second place between Nodirbek and Wesley So, who's playing against Nehal Serene. That's our bottom left board right there. But Sahaj, the position that we've got right now, let's jump into Magnus and Nodirbek. It looks like a very non-standard opening, and I have a feeling that this is perhaps an opening that Nodirbek had prepared against Magnus even before the first round of today started.
It is very much possible, and according to our bar, Tanya, it actually feels like there we have the men's standings, of course, and Magnus Carlsen running away as as usual with 7 points, with the 2-point lead over Wesley So.
Yes, and then the fight we were talking about, it's actually not just Nodirbek and Wesley, but Pragg is in the race as well. Pragg, Nodirbek, Wesley, they're all fighting for that second place. So still everything to play for, and the focus is on those top 4 players, because yes, Arjun just won his last game against Nodirbek, but he's had a slow start. It's too little too late. The rest of the players are 3.5 points, so not much to play for them. Saj, let's get back to the board, and please continue making your point.
Yeah, true. So thanks, Tanya. Actually, in Magnus's board, I would like to point out that our engine was actually saying that Magnus has committed a mistake on the 4th move itself, which is not normal. I think it's a pretty rare thing. Shall we go into the analysis board? Can we have that on the screen, please, so we can do a deep dive of the game between Nodirbek and Magnus Carlsen?
Absolutely. Let's bring up our board, because, I'm seeing the position and I'm feeling what you're saying right now. White's queen is out in the open, that top center board that we see. Let's bring up our board, our players in action as we get this crazy opening.
Okay, and okay, not not this one. If we can have the analysis board, so we can do a deep dive of the open section and the match between. There we have it, Nodirbek versus Magnus Carlsen. And Tanya, this was the move that I was talking about earlier. That in this position, first of all, a very weird opening from both sides, and Queen G4. I don't know what this is, and he attacks the G7 pawn, and Magnus plays G6, which apparently, according to the board, is not the best move in this position. And now he goes A3, bishop takes knight, pawn takes bishop, knight comes out and he pushes the D pawn, and black responds in the same way. Of course, now the board is fairly balanced once again, but if I was in Magnus's shoes, I would feel a bit uncomfortable around all of these dark squares. They just feel a bit uncomfortable, but considering it's Magnus, he's probably fine.
It's only in the chess world that you can make a sentence like, the bar looks very balanced right now. Every other scenario, that's usually not the case, but you make a great point for the dark squared weaknesses in black's camp, and white being the one with the dark squared bishop. So at some point, you might have to watch out for that. For Magnus, the pressure is off. He's already done the difficult part, he's won it, but we all know him. He still wants to finish the tournament on a high. I think this game is more about him having fun, getting a fight in. We're going to see some fireworks in this one. But it's going to be a while. I think right now, we might even see that H-pawn moving forward, Nodirbek trying to get everything in.
Absolutely right. The at H-pawn always finds its way to H5 or H6 in almost every game. But Tanya, I must also admit that with all of these weaknesses around on the king side with the dark squares, I think Magnus is not going to castle on the king side. I think Magnus is planning to castle on the queen side. Instead, it feels a bit safer to me. Like, for example, I can play something like Queen C7. Maybe I develop the bishop like this, or maybe I develop the bishop like this. It really doesn't matter. And then I castle over here. I feel like I'm a bit safer there because all of Nodirbek's pieces are positioned on the king side. For example, the queen is on the king side, this bishop is looking on this side, and as you mentioned, Tanya, this whole H4, H5 stuff is also targeting on the queen side. Sorry, on the king side.
Completely agree. It would take a lot of guts to put that black king on the side where all your opponent's pieces are eyeing. And now this little queen retreat move, Nodirbek has already played his queen twice. It kind of moves away from all kinds of threats, right? The knight jumping forward, hitting the queen, the e-pawn moving forward to e5, and then hitting the queen. So making sure none of that happens, he plays a sort of a prophylactic queen to g3. Sahaj, we've seen the standings here. Magnus is on pole position. Well, pole position, leave that aside. He's run away with the championship. The fight for third place is between three players. Nodirbek is one of them. Then there's Wesley, and then there's Pragg. So I want to take us through these other two players as well. And it's really fascinating positions because it's also Pragg versus Arjun. I think that's the next one that we take a look at.
Pragg versus Arjun. Let's do that. Okay, so we have some Tarash system here, some semi-Tarash version here where white gets this great center, and black finds its way. Black finds the counterplay along the C file somewhere. In many positions you take, and this rook comes to C3. It's a pretty standard thing to do. But I must say, a very good choice in the opening by Pragg. This is the type of opening you want to play when you're playing for a win.
Pragg and Arjun, any game they want to play for a win. What are we even talking about here? And what are we even talking about? Anything. Look at that beautiful venue that we've got in front of us, Sahaj. I'm looking at that packed house right there. It's just incredible to see that. And these two have so many fans. They're called the walking friends because they're always going for walks together, Pragg and Arjun. We've seen them even on the biggest stage when they were playing in the World Cup, when they had to play against each other. I think it was in the quarterfinals of the World Cup. They were still continuing the tradition of going for their long walks and kind of, being friends off the board, but absolute rivals on the board. And there's a lot at stake in this one.
You couldn't have said it better, Tanya. But coming back to the game, I feel Pragg his chances are looking quite good to me. And but knowing Arjun, I feel like even now he's going to find some crazy idea and make the position imbalanced. And because that's what he likes to do in every position. But for Pragg, more is at stake here. That's for sure.
Because he's fighting for that second spot. So there's a lot of money on the line. Arjun, he just beat Nodirbek. but he hasn't had a great tournament. He hasn't made enough points to fight for the big bucks right now. So we'll check in with this. It's a very dynamic opening. That last move by Arjun, he's opened up his own bishop, eyeing that central pawn. Very often it becomes a race. Does black get onto the queen side first, or is white able to give checkmate on the king side? So we are going to be seeing who comes first in that. Let's check in with the other player who's fighting for the second spot. Nihal Sareen is up against Wesley So, and that is a completely different kind of position, Saj.
Oh, Nihal, of course. Nihal is playing it very solid, and I must admit it's probably a smart thing to do in this scenario, because he knows that Wesley is looking for a win, and if you hold the position down, if you hold the fort down, then maybe Wesley over presses and maybe ends up in a bad position. You see he's playing bishop e5 in this position, although his bishop is slightly stronger. I think that's the strategy here.
I really like how you break that down, because it's easy to forget the psychological aspect of of these kind of tournament situations where your opponent needs to go for more, needs to take his chances. So you say, come at me. You go for a more solid approach and let them decide, and maybe those chances backfire. And right now, the only player who has control of the e-file is Nihal, and we are not the only two players in our studio right now. Joining us is our good friend, Sagar Shah. He's here with us. Sagar, come on in. I think you'll be on this side because you'll be here. Yes. Last day, last game.
Sagar, bye.
Final moments.
Hello Sahaj. Hello Tanya.
Hi,
Good
Sagar,
to
bye.
see you guys. What a tournament we are having.
What a tournament we're having, and Wesley right now up against Nihal. He's got a shot at second place, but a position that doesn't promise too many chances.
Yeah, I think overall Wesley would be happy with a draw here, because then I think that almost seals his second spot, unless of course Nodirbek beats Magnus. Right?
But there's also Pragg, right? Because all three are on the same points.
I think Wesley is half a point ahead of.
Wesley is half a point ahead of Nodirbek and Pragg. So Wesley is looking for, still I think he needs to win to... is there queen e5 happening in this position, Sagar bhai?
Ooh.
That looks risky. Or is there some tactic that using the tactic.
Hey, he played it.
Wait, I was thinking about knight g7, and if you play knight f6 and queen f6.
Wow. Oh, he did play knight g7, Sahaj, you are right.
Oh, he takes on e8, yeah.
Oh, wait, this is just heading to a draw now.
This is a draw.
It's a
Rook
draw.
takes knight, but Saj, maybe you can also quickly show that line once this finishes, because I have a feeling the players are just racing towards that draw.
Yeah.
But the thing is, if Wesley draws and Pragg wins and they tie, the prizes get shared.
Right.
The prize money gets shared. But okay, this is the position you have to play. There's just no universe in which Wesley wins this. Nihal's looking at him. There's icon. It's like, ho gaya.
Wesley was not ready to sort of offer the draw first, let Nihal do the offering. But yeah, this is a good event for Wesley. I think beating Nodirbek today was a very big result for him. And yeah, this is great. And by the way, guys, I want to tell you that today has been a spectacular day from the viewer perspective. The entire auditorium was packed to the brim.
Amazing.
Wow.
There were no seats empty. People were standing on the staircase, and that just goes to show how interesting this event is for people.
It's just awesome. But I'm not surprised, Sagar. Every year we come to Kolkata for the Tata Steel Chess India, and every year it's amazing to see how much the players are loved by the fans here, how they always come to the playing venue. And right now, on this year, you've got a certain Magnus here. He's got a lot of fans as well. Speaking of, should we check in with his game against Nodirbek?
Yes, and I think Magnus would definitely want to finish it off with a draw or a win. Like you win a tournament, one round to spare with a 2-point gap, but then you sort of lose the last round. That's not a pleasant feeling.
Especially when you've got another tournament coming up tomorrow, Saj.
Yeah, that is true. And by the way, the position looks quite interesting to me. Like, it doesn't feel solid to me at all. I feel like a result is going to happen here.
Yeah, Nodirbek is like, I want to win this. Come what may, even if I lost both my games today, I want to win.
This is what Tanya and I were discussing earlier. He hasn't had the best day so far, but if he can finish it with a win against the GOAT of chess, then it's a W.
Yeah, then he goes back at least with something to cheer about. No, like this game, by the way, everyone was looking forward to it with so much of interest that it would decide the tournament. But Magnus won both his games, Nodirbek lost both, so there's nothing about the tournament victory now on stake. But still, this is such an important one.
And that's because the intrigue for the championship's gone, but once more, it's about that second place spot, right? And Nodirbek wants
Not even second, it's just like if you beat Magnus in this tournament where he's 7 out of 8,
you forget yourself for everything.
That's the biggest result, no?
It really is, but I think knowing Nodirbek, what we've seen of him, he would have, everyone would have, but for him it's about the championship as well, It's not just, okay, now these players are off that mark where it's just about playing against Magnus. And it's a big deal. He wants to finish on a high. Magnus isn't going to allow that to happen too easy, but it's a complicated position. Sahat, take us through.
Knight to A5. I have no idea what's going on in this position. I'm not going to lie. One thing is for sure. I think initially I was thinking that Magnus is not going to castle on the king side because there were a lot of pieces aimed towards that side, and also the dark squares were a bit weak. But somehow now I feel even the queen side is not safe. So Sagar, what do you think? Where should Magnus's king go? Or should he just keep it in the center, or should he go to the...
No, I think he should castle, I guess. That's why he's pushed his pawn to F5 there. Mm-hmm. Short castle might be a very good idea. Also, it feels like it's come from the Nimzo Indian, but actually it came from an English. Mm-hmm. And pawn went from D2 to D3 and now to D4.
By the way, guys, look at both of them on screen. Identical poses right there with a packed audience at the back.
Yeah. And you can see Magnus, he's such a professional, he's won the tournament, he didn't come to draw, he wants to fight till the bitter end. Amazing.
It's an absolute party in our studio because we've got a fourth guest who's joining us. He's just drawn his game and is Wesley So. Wesley's ready to take us through all the action. Wesley, come on in. You sit in. Because you've got lights.
Oh yeah, that's the game.
Yes. We do have you here with us, Wesley. First, before we deep dive into all the chess that we're seeing, we're going to get your thoughts on it. Sort of a relatively pleasant, quick draw against Nihal. Was that the strategy going into this final round?
Yeah, why not? I was very concerned about my last game with Pragg because, but again, so I was happy to draw that. Like, I got absolutely nothing out of the opening, and then I misplayed it, missed something, and then could have lost the game. But fortunately, I had the better clock management that last game. So again, against Nihal is a very strong player, and if you're black, I don't see a reason why to tell him no to a draw. Yeah. Also, no one can catch Magnus, and I'm hoping he, doesn't lose the last game.
That's because of the fight for the second place. Are you overall happy with the way the Rapid has gone for you?
Yeah, I'm pretty happy with my play. I think I didn't make too many mistakes. I think I played relatively well, considering it helped a lot that I had an extra white actually. So I had a very good pick. Like it's weird because my last few tournaments I always have had an extra black. Like Shankland would complain. So it went well. The extra white certainly helped, and I didn't make too many blunders. Overall, my time management was very poor, according to my mother, which is right. So I have to play extremely quickly on the blitz. Yeah, but because my only loss was against Magnus, and it wasn't really my fault in that loss because we were following Fury. And I don't know why I ever went for this line.
Vishy had the exact same question for you. He was commentating on that game.
Well, because I played it against Hans Niemann on the US Championship. So I thought, okay, play against Hans, it worked. Play it against Magnus, see if it worked. But apparently he checks Hans Niemann's games. I was hoping, if it's mortal enemy.
But
he
you
wouldn't look at
out-prepared
this
him, no?
Who?
Magnus?
No.
Like he wasn't prepared until the very end. Like you played bishop c5 and then he was not prepared. Like
What? He did this tell you?
no. But I thought he was taking time. He took 3-4 minutes, so I thought no, he was just remembering.
No, he's not remembering. He's trying to fool us all.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's trying to fool us all. I mean, because if he played everything like in 10 seconds, then we would know. Okay, then I must start to think, because I had options. Like I didn't have to. But no, he prepared everything. Even Rook G1, he prepared until he won the game. So yeah, that's unfortunate, because I was hoping I only played this game once, and then maybe Magnus is just chilling, relaxing, enjoying the Indian food, having a good time with his girl. I thought, okay, Magnus probably just showed up to play, but he came. No, he took things way too seriously. I mean, he prepared this line like it was a very low chance for me to repeat this line, because normally play the Berlin, or I could also go for the mainline Petrov. But he knew until the end. But actually, I had options. Like after knight c3, I knew g4 was risky, and I knew h5 was safer. But in any case, I didn't like. It was a worse endgame, and it's
Yeah,
not
very difficult endgame, that one. And
not a good idea to play against Magnus. Maybe.
yeah, so it surprised you that Magnus follows Hans's games. That was the biggest surprise in that one.
Yeah, or that he would be well prepared. Like, okay, maybe he'll look, but not checking the engine all the way to the end.
You mentioned about him enjoying the food here. Have you been enjoying it?
Yeah, for sure. It's my mother and I enjoy coming to
Yes.
India every single year, and I must say also big shout out to you guys. You got Sagar. I enjoy Chess Base India videos on YouTube. I watch.
Thank you.
Watch most of them, but really good job. Also, I want to say big congratulations to the Indian chess community. Double gold in the Olympiad, and Gukesh probably going to be world champion in a month or so.
Big year for India.
Yeah, it's. I mean, I saw it coming, but I didn't realize that the Indian chess players would improve this much, like 220, 800s. I didn't see that.
Yeah, but here Magnus has had quite a good performance against the Indian players. Wesley, will you give us some commentate with us? Tell us what's happening in the position in the board we've got in front of us. What's going on here?
Well, I can see the bar, yeah.
Unfortunately, you can't turn that off.
I just look at the bar. Huh? I mean, I'm hoping Magnus doesn't overpush. I mean, okay, maybe it's not that big of a deal, but clear second is better than tight second, yeah. So also Pragg has to win, but anyway, it doesn't matter. But I think, yeah, I mean, I think Magnus has pretty good position. Yeah.
You see the bar, we all do, and it says level, but to my eyes, it just looks like a very complicated position. A level bar doesn't mean it's a draw.
No, I think Magnus is playing for a win. Also, he's almost 8 minutes ahead on the clock. That's a big advantage. And Nodirbek lost his last 2 games, so all the advantage is on White's side. Well, I thought White was better earlier because I saw the bar, but now I like Black's position very much because it's very easy. Like the only way White can create counterplay is if he can activate the dark squared bishop. But with Rook G8, this threat, G5 is coming.
Ooh,
So, I mean,
is G5 coming soon?
well, Rook G8 and then White has to retreat Knight F3. Then Pawn
stop
C4
that.
is weak. Like, okay, it's very complex, and Nodirbek enjoys these positions also. but yeah, I mean, he just suffered 2 losses. All the momentum is on Magnus' side. So, and 9 minutes ahead on the clock. So looking great so far. But
we use this word momentum so much in commentary. As players, do you feel it as well when you're playing?
Yeah, for sure. When I think it, especially in faster time controls, if you lose 1 game, it could easily snowball to 2 games. So like whenever I lose, for example, 1 game on a blitz, especially, I keep in mind try not to lose the next game because
You can go on tilt very quickly in that.
Yeah.
So this one to round up looks good for Magnus. Sagar, Sahaj, where should we go to next to get Wesley's thoughts?
Maybe to see if Wesley can finish clear second. So Pragg game.
Pragg, yeah?
So
Yeah.
Pragg versus Arjun
Ooh.
coming up. Ooh.
Yeah. Okay, I'm looking at the bar, huh? So all good. Yeah, I thought Arjun played a bit risky opening, but now he's still a bit dangerous, but I guess black is completely fine now. Yeah, Arjun plays a million openings with both colors. It's just insane. The way he scored 10 out of 11 in the Olympiad is just totally insane. He's a machine. But he didn't play good rapid this tournament, so he used all his energy, gaining 90 points in the classical, and so he also plays non-stop.
Yeah, so I think in this event you beat two of the most talented youngsters, Arjun and Nodirbek. So that's amazing. Yeah,
Again, Arjun is out of form in this event because, as I said, he used all his brain to gain 90 rating points, and he maybe is on his way to 2,900. He just needs to gain 99 more points. But I'm a big fan of Arjun. He's a great kid. He's down to earth. He's humble, and he's a very good chess player. He has a bright future ahead of him. I mean, there are some kids nowadays who are also good at chess, but they're not down to earth like Arjun. Like, you really root for the guy. He's such a
wow.
Are you gonna give us some names?
No.
Okay, fair.
There are at least two I could think of.
So you'll give us a number but not the name.
At least two that pop out of my head. Probably three. But Arjun is exceptional. Gukesh also, and Pragnananda. They're great kids. They're very nice. You really root for them.
Yes.
Has
it been playing in front of so many fans here who are rooting for all of you, and you're a regular here in Kolkata?
Yeah.
So they know you very well. What's the feeling like to play to a packed house?
To a packed house.
Do you like it?
It's wonderful. Yeah, for sure. To have spectators, to have someone. That's the only reason why we're playing chess.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
And that way chess is really changing, no? We had this at the Global Chess League as well.
Yeah.
Also here the fans are just unbelievable. They are all the time wanting to get a picture with the players, an autograph. The energy is just outstanding. So I'm very, very happy. It's like really the city of joy.
Should we bring up our bird's eye view?
Yeah.
And Wesley, you can give us your quick thoughts on each of the games. And then also we'd like your thoughts on the women's games before we let you go.
Goryachkina won already, right? Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
So 1.5 point lead going into the final round.
But she doesn't have 7 points, right?
No, she's on 6.5.
Okay. Close.
Because Nana had that blunder in the last round with that Queen E6 check. She was going for a win, but if she made the draw, then it would still be a fight. But now it's now it's a 1.5 point difference between her and the second and the third spot.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Well, Goryachkina's on fire. I noticed she also won the FIDE Grand Prix.
Yes.
By the way, crazy stuff going on the top center board.
Yeah. it's
Magnus
like these
Nodirbek,
4 pawns
this one.
opposite each other.
Oh wow, D5.
Yes. The bar still says level, but this is crazy.
Yeah, that's a very nice move. I have no idea what's going on, actually. Yeah, I guess black is not advised to take either pawns. Maybe bishop a6, interesting to attack the pawn c4. But it's a very beautiful position.
It really is. Should we just quickly jump to that one, Sahaj?
Yeah, let's do that.
Kind of looks like a horde with all the pawns, but except it's white and black.
Oh, some moves have already been played.
Also, Magnus is going for your plan right now. So, Sahaj, you can get us up to date with what's happening.
G8.
Yeah.
Knight f3.
Knight f3 is already on the board. If you can have the analysis board.
Yeah, I got a bit nervous with the bar, but it's only 0.2.
But can he not take e takes d5 here, black, and then win the e5 pawn?
No, he just played knight f3.
No, the knight is defending, no?
You mean last move, yeah?
Yeah, now it's defended, okay.
Yeah, because normally you don't want to get rid of the double sequence, like e5, cd5.
And suddenly Magnus's last move is a huge mistake, it seems, at least according to the bar.
Yeah, because I guess maybe ED and knight e5 is coming.
Yeah, I think ED and knight e5.
Maybe, yeah, the knight very well placed.
Oh, that looks really strong.
So our evaluation is saying, the bar is saying that the only move, the engine's helping us with that little blue arrow that we see, that rook e1 is the move for white here,
Yeah.
which
Crazy.
is just so strange. There's so much tension, and then you make this little rook move where you're lining up against the queen. So
Yeah, I guess it defends the bishop on e2 because after
Yes.
e5 then you can take with the c pawn.
But then isn't c4 pawn hanging? Like rook e1, bishop takes c4?
Yeah, it is hanging. Yeah, it is hanging. Guess then just take and bishop, or I guess just take and bishop f2.
Ooh, Magnus showing his confidence there, getting up from the board, looking around.
it's easy to be confident when you've already won the tournament.
That is true.
Well, also he's 10 minutes ahead on the clock, and
Knight g5.
Although, yeah, I guess it's a very difficult position to play, so the clock matters a lot.
Okay.
So if I go knight takes g5, f takes g5.
Maybe he's gonna take ed6 after knight g5, right?
Oh.
That's the plan. Or no, maybe just maybe you're right. Knight g5, f g5, then bishop f4 is coming.
Yeah, bishop
So-
f4, and then the dark squares you will have something there. So is it, what should black do? Should I not take on g5?
Yeah, I think ed5 maybe.
E takes d5, okay.
Making use that the pawn is pinned, like ed5, and then
Yeah, now we don't have the rook on e1, so we can't capture back with the pawn. So should we,
maybe rook d5,
rook takes d5, okay.
bishop c4 maybe.
Bishop takes c4. Should we have it on the board? Let's actually play this out. So ed5, rook takes d5, bishop takes c4.
Maybe, yeah. Yeah, and then
I think you just played that pawn takes pawn.
Yeah, he just took e takes d5 in this position.
e5, rook b5, bishop c4 gets very complicated. But the good thing is that bishop on e3 is dead. Like it takes a long time. That's why a computer likes rook e1 with the idea maybe bishop f2.
Because if the rook was on e1, you could take back with the pawn, yeah?
Yeah, that too, and then also you could threaten bishop f2 one day, queen h4, just to activate the.
With these kind of highly complex positions with so much tension on the board, isn't this also very Nodirbek's style to trying to get this on the board?
Yeah, normally because he plays for a win every single game. I remember in my game against him in Romania, in a classical game, and he had the black pieces and was equal. And the best thing for him was to take the draw, but he kept fighting for a win. He kept playing for a win, and then he very nearly lost. But also in St. Louis, like he fights for a win every single game. Good position, bad position. So, but yeah, I think it's not a good idea when you had just suffered 2 losses. Although he's just going all out.
He's going all out, and yes, Sagar.
Pragg is actually in a very good position against Arjun. So
Yeah.
Let's actually switch to that board.
Wesley not too happy to hear that.
No, Arjun is not in good form in this tournament. Although he should have won Chennai, right? Yeah. So I mean, yes, for him, classical is all that matters, and he's got a good point. But what went wrong?
If you can just back
So
up
in
on
this
that.
position, it was rook b1. That's where we were. He went queen d6, bishop f4, queen f4, queen e7. And supposedly queen to b8 is the bad move here.
Yeah, I guess queen c7
Maybe queen c7, but
or rook c7.
rook c7 looks. Oh, this bishop h7 check. I think.
Good. Yes.
Yeah, I'm not,
Yeah.
not sure, but
Nice. Yeah, rook c7, bishop h7. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
very nice.
I thought, so what should he play instead? Queen c7 maybe?
Queen c7. Yeah.
Queen c7, yeah.
It's the other move.
Yeah. Because the queen b8 is the mistake. So supposedly he has to find queen e4, which he does, and black plays g6, and now there is queen to h4, and this is where we are.
wow.
Yeah, Pragg's playing very well, finding all these queen moves.
Also, the black king is very weak now. So I think Pragg is in great position.
Yeah, also the pass deep on. Just keep push. But fortunately, black is not lost yet. So I guess queen d6 was a mistake on move 18.
Move 18
Yeah,
over
I
here.
thought maybe-
So in this position, queen d6.
Maybe it's a mistake because it allowed white to.
Get this counterplay
Yeah,
all the way on the center and the king side.
Yeah.
King g7 and Yeah, Pragg looks a bit more
Or-
comfortable. Would you play d6? No, d6 doesn't look very good.
Yeah, maybe not necessary, although it's probably also good. Maybe thinking knight d4.
Knight d4?
Yeah, just to get rid of the knight.
I like your idea, because if I take the pawn on d5, then you will play knight f5 check.
Yes. And then the king's very weak.
Oh, that looks very, very nice.
Yeah, I think knight d4 and then just push the deep one. And then black's position.
Somehow I'm
Falls
feeling
apart,
that.
yeah.
Somehow I'm feeling that if the pawn is on d5, like if I play queen d6 later on, maybe I can hold down a clamp. Is that possible, or do you think?
Oh, he took. Maybe take is also fine, yeah? Take, and then just take the pawn. Maybe rook b3.
Rook takes b3? You're just a pawn up in
Yeah.
this case. Yeah, that seems.
Yeah, maybe that's the plan. Rook b3, and then queen d6, c4.
Rook b3, queen d6, and then c4. That looks really good.
Yeah, very solid.
Yeah, it's just a
all
clear
according
pawn up.
to Pragg style.
Absolutely right.
Yeah, very solid.
And that's the opposite of Arjun's style.
Huh?
And that's the opposite of Arjun.
Yeah, you guys can.
I mean,
tell me
it's
all
also
about it.
your style. Wesley.
No, the thing is, it's hard for me to play these youngsters like the three Indian kids, also like Alireza, Nodirbek, because I don't understand their style. They play very different kind of chess. Like Arjun has 1,000,001 opening ideas. Actually, I was thinking that in order to get opening ideas, I don't need to look for them myself. I just look at Arjun's games.
But are you also a bit surprised on how these two at least are very good friends, but also fight on the board? Like off the board, they are always very, very good friends, and they go for walks and all. Does that surprise you about these youngsters?
No, because chess is a very individualistic sport. Unfortunately, it's not. But the other sports not team events. So, I mean, they're talking about their careers here. Huh? Also, their livelihood and a lot of money can be at stake, long term. But yeah, I guess it's you just focus on your improvement. But do they work together?
No, but I think they're very good friends. Just
Yeah, you can be very good friends outside the board. Yeah? But in chess, it's pretty much every man to himself.
Yeah.
Unlike other sports, as Gukesh said, but yeah. So I guess you can tell me who Gukesh against are. I was thinking Pragg is not doing anything,
We'll
Arjun
reveal
is
that
not
off
playing
camera.
anywhere. Because I know Ding's team is pretty much the entire Chinese national team, except Wei, maybe. Because I saw the video, so I guess maybe Bishi is part of Gukesh's team.
You really want to know Gukesh's team? That's what you're thinking about right now.
No, I'm just really curious,
Yeah. I think they all reveal it post the match. I mean, except the ones that are already known. So let's swiftly move on from that conversation and move on to the Magnus board, because it's really the most exciting position that we have.
Yeah,
and
I guess you're
there's
right.
a lot of tactics.
Because Pragg means just a boring pawn up position.
Yeah, he's just going to try grind that, and Arjun doesn't really have much play. So a lot is happening on this one. Saj, I think we had a few more moves from here.
Magnus
We have it.
versus
So rook
Nodirbek.
takes d5, bishop takes, bishop pawn takes. Okay, where are we?
Queen d7.
Queen d7, and this is where we are.
Yeah, I guess I still like Magnus' position, even though the bar, because he's up on time, and also the bishop on e3 is not yet active.
Right, and the moment you exchange these bishops, I mean, I think black is looking a lot more comfortable. So what should he do? What should white do? How is this? How should it be equal?
Well, because he has a pass deep one, it's very strong.
So good point.
I guess you can take,
And he does.
yeah, and then either knight f7 or rook d1 or rook
He
d1.
goes rook d1.
Yeah, not bad.
He's putting his strength on this pawn on d6.
Because he cannot take knight f d6, rook d6.
Yeah, very good point. Knight d6, rook d6, and he goes rook to
Rook
g7.
Oh,
Wow, this is looking a bit sort of clumsy, right? The move rook g7. But it does
Yeah.
make sense. He wants to win the d6 pawn.
because it's very dangerous to take that pawn, right? But maybe you have to. Like after bishop f2, if
Bishop
you
f2 in this position.
if you
Let's
take-
actually play it out on the board.
take queen d3, yeah?
Knight takes d6.
Yeah, queen
Knight takes
d3.
d6 and queen d3. Yeah, that looks very unpleasant for
It-
black here.
But I guess you can go like maybe queen e7.
Queen e7.
Yeah, don't. Oh wait, you also have knight b2, right? I don't know. Queen e7.
Queen e7.
Oh, but then you take. Okay, yeah.
Rook takes
It
9.
looks very, very uncomfortable.
Wait, what
here.
if rook d8 instead of queen e7?
If I go rook d8, that's possible.
Ah.
According to the bar, it's one of the best moves here.
No, this is a bad position for black. The pin on the d file is something bad will happen. Okay,
Yeah.
maybe get some knight b2 tricks, but
But Sagar, if you have to make a move like rook g7, you start feeling like something's gone wrong in your position, no?
Yeah, it does feel so. And actually, Nodirbek bringing that bishop back, he clearly sees this queen d3 just like Wesley. I mean, we have like a super GM who makes the moves before the players do it. So
no,
you know,
I thought bishop f2. Huh? Oh,
but he played bishop f2, right?
might.
No, he's gone bishop
Oh, he
c1.
found bishop c1.
Yeah.
Wasn't that
Oh,
the
nice.
best move?
It's the best
It
move in the
was.
position indeed. I think.
Isn't the threat, Saj, like to move the queen to d3, push the knight away, and then play c4 and put the bishop on that
Ooh,
long
that's
diagonal?
Nice. That's super nice.
Sagar, wow, what a find. Queen d3, yeah, and then c4 eventually.
But
That's
I don't
a
think he'll
nice
move
find.
that knight away
Yeah.
from c4. You'll
Yeah,
go
he won't.
b5.
e5, yeah.
You can't allow this idea because that will just be deadly.
Yeah, exactly. But then why is bishop c1 so strong?
You're just
Wesley,
protecting
please
the
take that question. That question is for you.
No, yeah, black has no moves, yeah, I guess. I mean, what can you can't play h6 because knight f7.
Rook d8 is the move that
It's the only move here to not, I think, be in a very, very bad position. Even now it's 0.8 as we
Queen
can
d3.
see. Rook d8 and queen d3.
b5, right? And then
No, but c5.
No, c5 is hanging.
Maybe it's not hanging. Rook c5, queen d6.
Then, no, yeah, that is working, yeah.
I think things went bad quickly for Magnus and the pass d pawn, probably. But he's still up on the clock, so
Yeah.
Somehow,
it's
I
going to
don't
be a
see
factor.
the point of playing rook d8, Wesley, because you can't take the pawn on d6. So is it just a waiting move or is it?
Well, also like so you can move the queen later on because
Okay, that makes sense. Because d7 wouldn't come with the tempo.
yeah.
Okay, that makes sense.
Also because you have no other moves. I mean, it's hard to find move for black. Like knight g5, f g5 is not helping. This, h6 doesn't really work. So yeah, rook d8 just to slowly improve your position. And
That makes sense.
and
Maybe-
yeah, I mean.
I also like the move b5, maybe just to have your idea of slowly improving the position.
Yeah,
but
why not?
Not really sure. It's so hard to make moves for black here.
Yeah, maybe b5. Can white play rook e1? No.
Rook e1 to go on e7.
Yeah, and then force black to take on d6. No, but it's probably stupid knight f d6.
And before we move on to, I want to get your thoughts on the women board. I have one question. Wesley, Magnus said this, that out of this younger generation, he thinks it's Nodirbek who's the hungriest of them all, who's got like the strongest killer instinct on the board. Would you agree with that assessment?
I don't know. Well, Magnus usually knows better. I mean, I don't really know too much about these kids because they like a new one pops up every 6 months. Yeah? But I think Gukesh also, right? Like Gukesh just keeps improving, and then in his interviews he also keeps saying, "I just want to improve." He's already so good. He still wants to improve, and he said, I mean, I see some of the quotes by Gukesh saying, "I don't really care about predictions, all that. I don't care about results. I just wanna, be world champion." And I think Gukesh probably, and maybe Arjun, but Arjun is very quiet. He doesn't say anything. He just beats you. No, but I practiced a little bit with Nodirbek last year because we were teammates in this World Rapid team, with WR, with Nepo, Badim, and he told us he works 10 hours a day on chess. Lotis doesn't believe it. I don't believe it either. Well, maybe I could believe it. I mean, if
How
you're-
many hours do you practice in a day?
Oh, me? Maybe averaging 1. No, I mean, okay. Well, I don't work every single day, but if I have an upcoming
Lotus
event,
is not happy with that answer.
I just pretend to. He said Wesley always works on chess, but I think it's like quality work time is also different. If you're just browsing on Twitter what Kramnik says, what Anish says, then it's not really quality time. You know, like let's say you work 6 hours on chess, but half of it is on social media, then you only work 3 hours. But I think it's more effective when you're working on chess to cut off all internet. You know, cut off all, like put your phone away.
Now we know why we never became GM.
Yes.
Yes, that explains a lot.
I mean, I can work hard, but I usually have long breaks. Like for example, January, February, March generally free for me. So
It's a lot of months.
Huh?
It's a lot of months.
Yeah, the winter months are very relaxing. But when I have an upcoming event, maybe I work like 2-3 hours a day.
Okay, so Wesley, should we take a look on the women boards?
But also Mishra's dad, he always boasts that his son works 10 hours a day and his son is only 14. And I was like, isn't that child abuse? But we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I think these kids have this huge propensity to work on chess so much, and they really enjoy it. Even the Indian kids, and they're having fun while doing it. So
Yeah. Well, I guess when you get
clearly works.
when you get to our age, then you
Yes.
kind of relax a bit. Yeah.
Yes.
I've also heard that this little kid, Anish Sarkar, also works really hard, like
He's
many hours. Yeah, 3 years
At
old.
3, that's
But-
amazing.
Yeah, I find it hard to believe that 3-year-olds can play that well. I thought 3-year-olds don't even know how to move the pieces. Like, you
Yeah,
can't even
exactly.
reach the table, right?
The rules of the
He
game.
can't reach the table, but he knows the moves. So
And he's already 1500, right?
Yeah.
Get younger. No, I still don't believe a 3-year-old could play. Well, I guess Faustino's already very strong. Like his chess.com rating is higher than mine.
Oro.
Yes,
Yes.
Faustino. Yeah, and he's only 10, 11. He's already incredibly good. So it's unbelievable.
Every generation, the age seems to become less and less to break it to the top. And I think after this generation of Nodirbek, Pragnananda, Gokesh, I wonder what the next will be. They'll all be super GMs by the time they're 12 years old
But
or give up playing.
Is that the same for every sport? I'm thinking because of the internet and because of chess programs that makes it accessible. That's why chess players are getting younger. But I'm not sure it applies to every sport. Maybe. But yeah, I was telling. So I told Vincent last year he's already getting old. Yeah. He's no longer a teenager.
So if you're a teenager, you better already be fighting for the world championship
Yeah.
cycle, and
he just
it's
turned
tough.
20 today.
Yeah.
So he
Today's
fin-
his birthday.
Yes, today's Vincent's birthday.
Oh wow.
Yeah, and,
So
Yeah.
his
Happy birthday
teenage
to him.
ended today.
You didn't know?
No.
Yeah, that's why he's no longer a teenager today. Well, actually,
And you said he's too old for chess now today.
no, he's not too old for chess. Like, I think you can play at any age, but I mean, he's not. I mean, you see 10-year-olds,
Yeah, so
11
it's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. All right, we're going to quickly jump back to chess for a bit, Wesley. We'll bring up our bird's eye view on the women board and get a quick update on what's happening there. So Goryachkina has already won the event. It's once again a fight for second place. And Saj, maybe you can tell us, there's Nana and Vantika who are currently on second place.
Wait.
These are the positions.
It seems like Vantika's game has
Yeah,
already
Divya
Oh,
won.
she lost.
Yes, Divya won her first game today. It seems like.
so Vantika lost already. Oh, that's...
Because Vantika was fighting for second place, so that one is over. And what about Nana? If we can just check in with this position, if we can just deep dive into Kosteniuk versus Nana.
Yeah.
Ooh, looks really
What do you
tough
make
for
of this?
black.
Yeah,
No?
tough, yeah? Yeah, I mean, well, see the bar. Well, white's a pawn up. Also, I mean, also it looks like she's getting checkmated. Well, it's not getting checkmated, but his king can hardly breathe. Or her king, sorry. But,
You could be also getting checkmated with this bishop b1, queen c2 ideas at some point.
I was thinking the
Yeah.
exact same thing here, Tanya.
oh, great
Yeah, it
point.
looks-
Yeah,
I didn't even see
I
that.
was thinking bishop back on f2 and queen e4. Same.
Oh yeah,
sort
that's
of-
also
yeah,
nice.
that's even
Actually, can you go bishop
Bishop
c1?
f2.
Oh, bishop c1.
Bishop c1. Yeah, you guys are too good, yeah?
Oh no, bishop c6 at the end. Bishop c1, queen c1, queen e4, bishop c6 at least.
I also have king f8, king e8, I think, because the bishop joined. Bishop defends with f8.
Oh yeah.
That's sad, but only if it worked, yeah?
Take things a bit slow, yeah? Imagine you're so happy how you play bishop c1. Well, might as well play bishop g5, yeah? Grab up one on the way. But yeah.
Oh, yeah, bishop g5 also works. Yeah, you're
You know, because you said that, I'm thinking about h4 now.
Yeah, h4. Yeah, I actually like h4. I don't know. But I have to think about it. h4, queen a4, hg5, bishop
g5, h5, bishop g5.
Or I guess you're right. h4, queen a4, then ba6, and then white is not risking anything. Just grab the pawn on
queen
g5.
a4 and ba6.
Yeah.
Somehow I wanted to keep this pawn on b5 because anytime I play queen e4, there is bishop c6.
But what do you do? Bishop f2?
Nice.
Bishop
That's a
f2 looks
very tough
solid
question.
also.
It's a very tough question.
But bishop f2, what does black play? Yeah?
Bishop f2. Okay, let's just go ab5.
And then just ab. Solid. Protect everything. Maybe Pragg and I will play bishop f2. Just enjoy. Enjoy the. Pragg is very solid player. Yeah,
very pragmatic.
His style is different than Gukesh or Arjun.
Pragg is pragmatic, so solid.
Yeah, very solid. Well, that's what I mean. I think when you lose one game, it could easily snowball to 2 or 3 if you're not careful, because there's very little break in between games.
She's about to make a decision. I think she was reaching out for that bishop to clear the path to get the queen to e4. So we can wrap this up by saying that things looking good for Alexandra. So for Nana, it's also psychologically difficult for Nana, right? I don't know if you saw that last game that she lost.
We can actually show it up just very quickly if you want.
It was a draw, yeah? It should have been a draw.
It should have been a draw, but then walked into a bad queen trade at the end, at the very end. So.
Oh, Nana was winning, and then she lost. Yeah?
Yes, she had great chances, and then it was a draw, and then she blundered into a lost endgame.
Yeah, I saw the bishop in knight endgame.
Yeah.
It was like a one move mistake. If you want, you can show it very, very fast.
Yeah, I must say, one of the nicest games I've seen was the one yesterday, Harika versus Bantika, yeah?
Crazy defense.
Yeah, white winning. Yeah.
Crazy defense, yeah.
Yeah, but also in the beginning with the king running all over the place. Queen a1, queen a.
Yeah.
So, what does this mean for the second place? Because Wantika has just lost her game, and this looks really tough for Nana.
Yeah.
In the women.
Yeah.
So I think
It seems like
Harika might have a chance then.
Yeah.
What happened to Vantika?
Wantika lost.
Wantika lost, and Harika is facing right now. Is her game going on?
Yes.
Yeah, let's take a look. So
Harika Lano. Oh, that's a crazy position.
Wait.
Shit, this is
Harika
lost
is
for
also
her.
losing.
Harika is losing.
It seems like there's some curse on the second position. Yeah, everyone's kind of losing there.
Actually, Valentina is also on 4.5, but she's also in a worse position. So it's like everyone who's
Guys, Nodirbek is crushing right now.
Should we go there?
Oh my god, he's just sacrificed his queen for temporarily.
No, let's go.
Let's do it really quickly.
Oh, he blundered. He blundered.
That queen sacrifice was wrong?
No, bishop d4. Oh.
Wait, can we back up?
Is this okay?
Wesley, just take us through the last few moves.
So rook e8 was the move, and this queen takes e8 was
Why
the.
is bishop d4 mistake? King g8?
Oh, it was a blunder. Already, no. I mean, this is fine, but queen takes rook was a blunder.
No, but what does black play now? King g8. Bishop e5, knight c5, yeah.
So your idea is bishop e5, bishop c7. Is that the point?
But I think bishop...
What's your idea here
Bishop
with
e5
white?
is queen
Yeah,
d6.
also that's why black plays king g8. So bishop e5, black has knight c5. And then rook
that's
c5,
clever.
queen d7, there's no rook c7 pin, maybe.
Bishop c7, there is queen takes
my
d7.
God.
That's a tough.
Oh,
Wesley showing his
Could you-
class here.
Would you have played king h2?
King
over
h2.
there. You can
King
make the
h2?
moves there.
Yeah, no, instead bishop d4, yeah?
In this position, king h2.
Oh, I guess there's queen h4. Oh no, knight f6.
Knight f6, yeah.
Or queen h.
Knight f6, yeah.
So bishop d4, what king g8?
Bishop d4 stops knight f6, and now he wants, as you said,
King
bishop
G8.
e5, bishop c7, right?
Yeah, you can check and just
you want,
show
you
us
can
the
check
line
it.
that you're
Yeah, so
talking
king
about.
G8.
Sorry.
What does,
If you want, you can. Yeah. Go ahead.
But I'm just
King G8?
wondering what white has after king g8.
Maybe bishop to e5.
Knight c5. Then that's...
Then bishop c7. I think if you
draw,
don't
yeah?
do that, then I think black find
Oh,
something
draw
else,
it
no?
queen d7, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Queen d7, rook d7. Okay.
Can we show,
So
just
bishop
show it?
b5, knight c5, and bishop c7, and queen takes d7 is what Wesley is.
Oh, and I think Nodirbek, he realizes it, you know.
Yeah,
He
he's
thought
not
queen
happy.
takes rook. Saj, go back to that queen takes rook moment because Nodirbek is winning
Oh
there.
wait, queen h4? Ah.
And here he thought he's winning with this first line of queen takes rook. Turns out to be a blunder. He had other better options.
Yeah.
And now look at him. He knows that he's let go of a big part of his
But
advantage.
what did Magnus play?
Queen
Did he?
h4?
Oh, it's a draw.
They drew.
So queen h4 did he offer? Because it's just queen
Yeah,
e1, queen
Queen
g3.
g1, queen g3.
Yeah, and then bishop g1, knight g3, knight f1.
Knight f1, very nice.
But I thought king g is also okay. But where was the win?
Should I go and maybe call Magnus here?
Yeah, we
Yeah.
can.
If he would like to join. Yeah? What do you think?
Wow. So Magnus Carlsen, he survived a scare in the last round. And
Huh? Oh. Oh, I see.
he survived a bit of a scare.
Sagar has the lowest rating, so we kick him out. Yeah. Wait, what's the win? Queen d4.
I think so.
Yeah, just queen d4. Why did Nodirbek take? Yeah, just queen d4. I mean, like, I guess knight g3.
So we'll just bring up the analysis board in those last final moments which were on when Nodirbek was so close to winning but one inaccuracy, and obviously Magnus was on top of it, finishes with a draw. But what a performance by Magnus, 2 draws
Yeah.
and then back-to-back unstoppable victories.
Yeah, I don't know how he does it, but the thing is, like, if he wins one game, he gets really confident and he gets into a momentum, and then
Yes.
he can just give him 4 games in a row.
And that's really bad news for the other players.
Huh? Or good news if you're fighting for second. But I mean, yeah, with 7.5 out of 9, it's just no way to catch.
Yes, and if you can just take us through this line you were looking at, Wesley, because here's when the mistake happened from Nodirbek, where he took
Yeah.
queen into rook.
Yeah, I guess, I mean, it's just a clean pawn up. I mean, he had many wins, maybe even queen, okay, not... Okay, but I thought queen d4, right? Like, white is just a clean pawn up. Maybe he's worried about rook e6. Then I guess white just takes.
And gives back the... do you think Nodirbek just felt like it's a forced win after queen into rook and went for it? What did he miss there?
He just
Hard
played.
to say.
He just played too quickly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he had 3 minutes, 4 minutes. I think he just don't know what he missed, to be honest. I mean, queen e8 is just a big blunder because also, unless he forgot that it's check after bishop b6.
Right.
Maybe he thought.
Oh,
king
maybe...
h2,
No, but king h2 and then still
knight
queen
f-
h...
Queen h4.
Maybe the same trick with queen h4 and you repeat? Does it still work?
Yeah, it also works.
Okay, so this ended in a draw and Pragg is still on. Can we take a look at the Pragg game
Yeah, I think Nodirbek just played too quickly.
in those final few moments? And it looks like Pragg is about to finish this one off, up an exchange.
Yeah, well, for nothing. Queen bit. Oh, what's that?
Some tricks.
h3. Okay, h3.
H3 would be a very Wesley move in this position.
Pragg move. Not even h4, just h3.
And importantly, after queen d1, king to h2, d6 square is covered.
Yes, yeah. Queen d6.
No checks.
Yeah. Where did Arjun do wrong? I guess, yeah, I guess Pragg just outplayed him after queen d6 is already bad. Maybe here he could have played something else like rook e8 or something.
Yes, but let's get on the live board. So this one looks like it's all over, no? No tricks as well.
Yeah, no, it's over.
No tricks in this one, and
Also, he's ahead on the clock. Yeah, there's just 0 tricks.
so that what would that mean now? Nodirbek and you are on same points.
No.
Nodirbek is clear second. Sorry,
No.
sorry, my bad.
No, Pragg and me will be tied for second.
And Nodirbek will be
Fourth.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So
The thing, Magnus took all the wins, so
yes, both of you won. Sorry, Pragg will win and join you.
well, Vincent blundered.
We can go to the Vincent board. Blundered, but still very level now.
Well, he was. Oh, did he blunder? Oh, I just saw the bar went from. Okay, maybe the bar is full.
But an interesting position on the Vidit board, if we can have a look at that. Lots of stuff is happening there. Right here. Okay, so who's playing for checkmate here, firstly?
Well, it looks like, guess, don't know. Maybe it's just a draw. Yeah, I guess.
Dhono is usually draw.
Yeah, yeah. I guess it's just a draw opposite colored bishop. Okay, white can.
You're saying opposite color bishop, but the kings, I mean, the queens are on the board and they're mate one threatened. Wesley.
Well, I mean, he could take on f2, yeah, if he wanted the draw.
Yes, but he's playing for maybe a little more. The good news is that after rook d1, king h2.
Well, actually, now it's.
Is that good news?
Yeah, now I like white's position. Oh, I guess rook d3.
You changed your mind?
Yeah, I guess.
So what, you have to play bishop e3 or what? Or you don't care about the h3 pawn?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe rook g2. Yeah, I think a rook g2, and then rook h3, king g1, g6.
Yes. g6 here.
Yeah, or bishop g4. Maybe bishop g4.
Okay, this is starting to look very interesting.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, maybe white can try rook a2. And then rook a7.
Yes, and even though the two players are not fighting, for a big prize right now, you kind of want to start the blitz tournament on a high. How are you feeling about the blitz going in after this good day today?
That's what Nihal told me, and that's why he didn't mind the draw in the last game, because he's ready to bounce back in the blitz. Well, the blitz will be very interesting because Grandchester has the same format, but the blitz is longer. It's 5 plus 3. 5
Yes.
plus 2 or 5 plus 3?
Plus 3.
Plus 3, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so 3 plus 2
think
is very short.
Yes, goes very quickly.
Yeah.
But actually that means for 9 games, it's going to be a very long day. It's not going to be easy.
3 plus 2?
No, 5 plus. With the 5 plus
Oh, 5
format.
plus 3.
Yeah, that's
5
tough.
plus 3 is very long. Oh, 3 plus 2 will be very fast.
Will be
right?
fun. That'll be a lot of fun for all of us.
Lots of flagging.
Yes. All right, Wesley, thank you so much
Yeah,
for joining
thank you.
us, and congratulations on a strong finish at the end. Anything catches your attention right now that you want to just check out?
Well, just the Vincent game. I mean, I
Okay.
just want to look. Well, I guess
Let me
that's,
just put that up on the board.
I guess that's the only interesting game left, because with Vidit, it's probably going to be a draw.
It's over here.
And with Pragg, it's over. But yeah, Vincent's a very strategical player. Usually he's always well prepared.
It looks like a more comfortable position for black.
For black, yeah, but the question is whether it's a fortress or not. Because after hg4, you take with the f pawn. Right now.
All right, we're going to go into our live action at the arena as we are going to get set up as the champion of the Rapid is joining us in our studio. Magnus Carlsen is here with us. Magnus, come on in. You'll be here. Yes.
Congratulations, Magnus.
Yeah, we will jump into the chess action, but firstly, Magnus, a huge congratulations. What a performance it's been. You start with 2 draws and then you were unstoppable.
Yeah, I think the day I had yesterday was one of the best days of chess I've had recently. It was really, really good. One thing is to score 3 out of 3, but I felt overall the level of play was very high as well. So I'm very happy with that, and of course, 7.5 out of 9 is a great score.
And that's a really cool point that you made, that it's not just about the scoreline, and you've had these streaks before. So when is it that you really start feeling that you're really feeling the chess right now?
Yeah, I felt a bit rusty the first day, then I don't know. Sometimes you just have these days when you just feel that everything is sort of clicking, and that was one of them. I think like today and the first day, like I played like okay, but not fantastic. But yeah, that was a really good feeling, and of course like when you start out well in a day and like you feel that you're calculating well, you're thinking clearly and so on, then it's of course a lot easier. You play with more confidence and so on.
And you started with 2 draws. Is there something to switch things up after that? Because we as commentators, it's hard to commentate on your games. We always run out of adjectives to describe. But then you find a way to always come back. Like, have this slow start. We've seen this pattern somewhere, Magnus.
Yeah, sure. I think at the start, I just wasn't quite ready to play. Really, I mean, I didn't feel mentally like I was there. Like I was a little bit nervous, not in rhythm, and so on. I feel like that happens sometimes. That I just need a couple of games to get into it. And yeah, honestly, like all the 3 games on the first day were pretty shaky.
Yeah, and it was awesome after that, which is usually bad news for the other players. Is there one particular win or a game that you particularly feel proud of from the Rapid?
I'm very happy with the way I handled the game against Arjun. It wasn't the most technically perfect game, but I think it always gives me a lot of satisfaction when I can play well in these really complicated Sicilian type of positions, especially against the kids who are supposed to be really good at calculating, right? So when I can hang with them in those situations, that makes me very happy.
So sort of winning that game also in the style of a position that's so suited to Arjun.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, that was that of course is something that's easier to do when you're already playing with the confidence.
And Magnus, is that extra motivation in any way for you now? There's so much talk about these youngsters and they're coming and this new generation, and you love playing against them, that when you play them here and are able to, you had a great score against the Indian kids here.
Well, I mean, I think all the players that I drew against were 20 or younger. So, wouldn't necessarily say so, but yeah, overall, of course, it's always exciting to play the kids, and yeah, whenever I can get the better of them, it's even more satisfying.
And tell me, what is special about playing in Kolkata? What is unique about the atmosphere here?
I think it's a fantastic atmosphere here. You got a lot of crazy but also very knowledgeable fans here, and it's just playing in India is just an atmosphere that you don't get anywhere else, so it's quite exciting.
You actually mentioned, I think, in one of your interviews that sometimes it's too chaotic, but it's also very, very special, and you're coming after 4 years, so you needed that break.
Yeah, exactly. That's I played the Olympiad in Chennai, I played here, so I need
a couple of years in the middle.
Play, but I need little breaks here and there. Yeah.
It's awesome. Magnus, you okay if we look at a little chess before we let you go? We know you've got some press commitments.
Of course. I'm trying to figure out the Vidit Narayanan. Oh, I'm an idiot.
You can have that board
I'm
here,
an
right
idiot. It was just an illusion. Yeah, I mean, this is just...
he just resigned here.
Yeah, I came over.
You got one more live game on.
So this was, Vidit, often gets outplayed in these scrambles, but this time, he got one back, so I'm sure he'll be
ready for the blitz.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll be really happy with that. Even though this event and then Chennai before hasn't been.
Didn't go his way.
No.
And Magnus, how important is that, the last round? Because you were already the winner before the last round, but you're playing against Nodirbek, another player you really enjoy playing, and you got into some trouble in that game.
Yeah, it was a strange situation because even after the first day, I was thinking that this game was probably going to be decisive, and then it wasn't. It felt that he wasn't at his best after, after the first 2 games, which he not only lost but also played quite poorly. So I didn't really know what to expect, but I wasn't feeling fantastic, and I just thought, let's play a game, and it became very interesting. But to be fair, I was just outplayed. My calculation was not crisp enough, and he also evaluated better than I did. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there were things that happened before this. But specifically, the whole point of Rook G7 was to take this pawn, and then I realized that I couldn't, because he goes Queen D3 and Rook D8, Knight F3. I actually briefly checked the engine afterwards, which says that A4 is even better, but I would highly doubt that he could do that. I guess the idea is that if the pawn is taken,
Oh,
you
that's
go knight
nice.
e6, and otherwise you're just sort of taking the legs out from the knight on c4. And so like, but I mean, I saw this, b5, knight e5, like queen c7 or something like this, a4, a6 and so on, but it looked like really, it looked really sad for me. And so I had this idea that I'd go rook e8 instead, queen d3. Here he takes this, and I go rook e4, and I thought, well, it looks a bit shaky, but maybe I can bring my pieces around and be sort of okay. And then, like, when he took on c4, I realized that I've just misevaluated everything, and I'm lost, which was kind of a massive cold shower. I was sort of relying on that. His bishop is not good. Like, my whole play from here has been based on the fact that this bishop is not good. But like, this is what happens in these positions, which are reminiscent of the same-ish variation of the Nimzo Indian, is that once this bishop comes alive, it often spells doom for black. So here obviously this move was a bit panicky. I'd missed queen d4. I'd missed this idea as well, and now at this point I was thinking that it doesn't matter that much, but I mean, it's never nice to finish with a loss. So at this point I didn't have a lot of hope. So all of this was, I mean, it was not perfect, but it was fine.
In this moment.
But this was like just pure insanity. I have to say, like, he also like executed it so quickly. But the thing is that I'd like seen from afar that like this is not even remotely dangerous for me.
Yeah, what did he miss?
I mean, first of all, I think he missed the idea of perpetual check completely. But the thing is, like, I there's not even any hurry for me. I'm sure like even moves like a5, I can just make a waiting move. I don't have to do anything immediately. I even like knight g3 I can play. And he sort of, even here he doesn't have anything. Since, I mean, if he goes here, then this doesn't work.
Why does it?
I have no idea why this doesn't work. But here I can maybe even like start bringing the king around, or maybe this actually doesn't work. No, no, but the thing is like,
there's no need to play.
No, the thing is like, even moves like g5, whatever. Like I even have time, and this is, I mean, I'm assumed that he missed the knight g3, knight f1 perpetual, like this.
Bishop g1 and
bishop g1, and this followed by this would be a perpetual, except for did
you have a simpler one?
but it was a bit puzzling.
Wesley was here, and his only explanation was that Nodirbek just rushed through it.
Yeah, he was probably nervous at that point. I don't know, maybe he was just disappointed that the game hadn't finished already, sort of, and he wanted to get it over with. But it's just like, once you like think about it, queen d4 is such a simple win. For instance, here, if I take this, I cannot take with the queen because the queen f7. And if I take like this is just very, very simple. The queen c7, and then bishop d4. Everything above my position is just lost.
So Wesley also pointed out that in that position, after queen takes after bishop d4, his idea was to play bishop e5 and bishop c7 in that thing.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, I always have threats, so it's not even it's not particularly close.
But even if you won the tournament, it's kind of nice to finish this off with a draw and not have it go the other way.
Yeah, of course.
Yes.
I think when I went for the opening that I did in this game, I sort of knew that I was taking risks, that I could potentially lose this, since like I wasn't playing for a draw and everything, but still, of course.
Yeah.
wouldn't have been a great feeling. So, but it just feels strange to escape when I feel like I didn't actually do anything. He just gave it to me, but I'll take it, of course.
Absolutely, and there's the blitz coming up now. You won this one. Is it too early to start celebrating? What's it like? How are you looking ahead of the blitz tomorrow?
Yeah, I mean, I haven't actually played this format so far. Like, I've played tons of Grand Chess Tour events where I'm used to. I feel like I'm used to being behind after the rapid and then catching up in the blitz. But this time it's a standalone event, and I was thinking about it before that. Last few times I've been playing rapid, for instance, in war, so like I made +3 in the rapid, and I'm thinking like this is a good result. But here it's like, yeah, I was thinking +3 probably isn't enough, so I have to win a lot of games. And yeah, blitz generally is better for me than rapid. And I've never like put a Grand Chess Tour event together where I play really well in both the rapid and the blitz. So maybe I can do this here. That would be my goal. Even though like the scores don't count.
I think you're forgetting a couple of world championships.
No, but I mean, sure, but like in the same event. But yeah.
That's awesome. We're really looking forward to that, Magnus, seeing you back on the board. And what a performance, back-to-back victories, so many, and it's always awesome to see you on the chessboard.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations. That's our winner of the Tata Steel Chess India Rapid, and we've also had a roundup. We will get up our standings and we let Magnus go. He's got a ton of press commitments right now. Magnus, enjoy the rest of the evening.
Thank you so much.
See you tomorrow. And there we have our women's standings. It's Aleksandra Goryachkina who gets a victory with a 2-point margin. Sahaj, what a performance it's been by her as well. Can you imagine winning this field 2 points ahead the rest of everyone?
Well, we just had someone here who just won this field with, I think, with a 2-point margin as well. But yes, very, very impressive indeed. And Nana was on 5.5. Did she?
That's actually true. I thought it was 1.5 points for Magnus.
No,
he takes it away with 2 points, and Goryachkina does the same.
Yep, both of them, and also the same points. Also, the second player also has the same points. I mean, what is happening?
Congratulations to Goryachkina, and Nana finishes on second position at 5.5. And what a performance it's been for Alexandra. She just never was in doubt in this tournament.
Never. She was completely unbeaten, and
Yes.
I think she was very consistent throughout. I don't think she largely had any issues in throughout the whole matches, and yeah, it was very, very convincing win from Goryachkina there.
Incredible stuff. Let's bring up our standings of the Tata Steel Chess India men's, and again a 2-point margin. I mean, Magnus Carlsen, is this guy human?
I met him for the first time right now, and
wow.
that's my only confirmation to everyone that he is in fact human.
I thought you were going to say my confirmation is he's not. He's superhuman.
Well, of course.
Incredible stuff, and he's ready to go for the blitz that starts tomorrow. 7.5 points victory. He's the champion of the Tata Steel Chess India Rapid. Behind him, Pragg. Great tournament for Pragg as well. He started a bit slow on day 2. It wasn't great, but then he comes back today and gets it done to tie with Wesley So for the second place.
Absolutely, and it's funny that you say that Pragg started slow, and maybe it's the only Indian you can say who started slow after he draws against Magnus with the black pieces in the first round.
It was Pragg and Nihal. Mm-hmm. The first 2 rounds, the only 2 the 2 draws that Magnus had at the beginning, and then 1 at the end.
Yes, absolutely. And Pragg, I believe Pragg in the first round and Abdusattorov in the last round had the chance to get the better of Magnus, but of course that did not happen.
Amazing. Mm-hmm. 7.5 out of 9.
Absolutely insane.
What a fantastic score, and what a fantastic tournament it's been so far. And of course, we have another one coming up tomorrow. The winner of Tata Steel Chess India Rapid, he will be back. The world number 1 will be looking at his blitz victory here in Kolkata, and we'll be bringing you all the action. If you are here, get yourself to the Dhono Dhanyo Auditorium. You're missing out on the best players fighting it out. We will see you tomorrow for the blitz.